The sword warrior looked down at the result of his work. In the hole formed in the ground lay a slain opponent. The opponent below thought it looked like betrayal. The young man called this warrior a scoundrel. Among all his subjects, he chose him to be his disciple. But behind his back, he had conspired with 5 sects. The traitor thought that his opponent had expended a lot of energy during the crossing, and even his attack could not be dodged. However, his opponent still had some strength left. He jumped out of the recess and lunged at his opponent. The young man shouted that he was about to destroy him.
"By the way," he said, "stop resisting. After all, they both know how poisonous the sword is since he gave it to them himself. The leaders of all 5 sects are here. Does he really think he can destroy it? If he gives up the pill to Yawan, he and all his weapons, then they will grant him a quick demise."
The warrior shouted that they were fighting using traitors as cowards. Is this really the honor they are proud of? One of the sect leaders asked, did the demonic leader really expect a fair battle? This is ridiculous. The warrior replied that even if he had to destroy his own body, they wouldn't get what they wanted. The sect leaders said they need to stand united. This guy's going to kill everyone, so we need to do the same right now. The warrior shouted that he was Dishitian, and they would all die by his hand in the next life.
The great demonic leader, Dishitian, was wreaking havoc all over the world, destroying entire regions, killing everyone in his path. Everything ended when the 5 sects united against him and brought peace to the world. With the help of the devil demon, they were able to win after 3 days of battle. All of his weapons were taken by the 5 sects and taken to the mountains.
The warrior opened his eyes. He thought, is he really still alive? What's going on? He thought those old rascals had destroyed him. Why is this happening? The young man clutched his head. Did he really have a different voice? Could this be a rebirth? The warrior heard someone talking. Someone suggested that he was already dead, and there was no point in continuing the search. A girl accompanied by 3 men was searching for this warrior. One of the 3 suggested that some bear must have eaten his body. After all, it had been 3 whole days. The girl told them to stop moaning and keep searching. The girl said that everyone was here when Mofan fell off the cliff. How could they be so cold-blooded? The young man accompanying her smiled and said that this guy just slipped. They had nothing to do with it.
Someone accompanying the girl said that this rascal didn't want to let go of Lu's brother's hand, trying to take him with him. Lu replied that this guy fell by himself. He didn't even touch him. The guy watching this company thought that they were sent by the 5 sects to look for him. How could they know he was still alive?
Mofan, looking at this company, thought that he would destroy them all. After he made this decision, he jumped out from behind the trees and said that he was about to destroy everyone. You could see in his eyes that he was not joking and was ready to carry out his threat. Suddenly, the young man stopped right in the middle of the clearing. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why couldn't he use his demonic techniques? In response, the opponents attacked this guy, and he flew far back and hit a tree. One of the young men said that poor people like this guy should die. The girl cried out in horror, why is he acting like that? Didn't he recognize her? The young man felt that it was impossible. He is the great demon chief Dishitian. How can he lose to some boy? Dishitian was about to attack these people again. He accelerated and rushed towards his opponent. As he ran closer and swung, he was about to strike with his fist. The opponent asked in surprise, who was he trying to scare? He must have forgotten his place. How dare he attack them? All these words were accompanied by Dishitian's beating. The girl shouted for them to stop. It was enough to use uncontrollable violence. A young man, beaten and bloody, lay on the ground. The girl in red asked what were they doing? The young men justified themselves by saying that this guy had attacked them first, and in general, it was self-defense for them. They were not guilty of anything. The beaten Dishitian thought it was his body not listening to him. The girl shouted for them to stop beating him and move away to a safe distance. The young man remembered the traitors cheering and saying that Dishitian might fail and be destroyed. The enraged Dishitian said that in that case, he would take that rascal with him. The traitor smirked and said that he had destroyed this guy thanks to his weapon. A young man was lying in bed. The girl slapped him in the face to bring him to his senses. The young man was holding the girl's breasts at this point. The girl in red screamed and bounced to the side. The young man jumped up from the bed in fright. The girl screamed, how dare he do that? What does he allow himself? The guy asked why she cared so much about such little things. It should be an honor that he touched them. Suddenly, the door of the room rattled open. A young man accompanied by his assistants burst into the room. He asked what was going on here. The angry young man saw the confused girl standing in the middle of the room. She was frightened, upset, and unable to say a word. A half-naked young man was standing next to her, zipping up his pants. The bursting young man asked how he dared to do this to the girl and ordered his assistants to restrain him immediately. The half-naked young man jumped up and avoided the attack by doing a somersault. He said, "Do they really think they can handle him?" The boy dodged all the attackers and escaped capture. The young man said that if he had not lost his power, they would have all been destroyed by now. The boy calmly left the room. The girl was surprised. He dodged all their attacks? When did he have time to become so fast? The attacking youth thought, this rascal thought he could sneak away from him. He had a yellow ball in his hand. The guy told the fleeing man that he wouldn't be able to dodge it and aimed the orb at his opponent. 3 green energy snakes flew out of it and tried to attack him. The girl screamed, "What is he doing? Why is he using snakes? The young man will die from the poison." The boy replied that the young man would not die from it, but he might go mad. "We must find a master immediately." The young man yelled that he couldn't hold it back for long. The girl ran outside and said she would try to make it in time. The young man stood on the doorstep, unable to speak because of the paralyzing poison that had entered his body with the snake bite. The attackers were left alone with him. The chief of them said that no one could save this young man now. Finally, the girl left. The young man bent down and grabbed the boy's head, saying that he was not killed by the fall from the 80-meter cliff. His father was right. Men like him are hard to destroy. And he added, "If you're in pain, don't worry, it should be over soon." However, the unbelievable happened. Something flashed in the eyes of the young man who had suffered from the poison. He jumped to his feet and punched his assailant hard in the jaw. The young man no longer looked poisoned. The boy stood against the attackers. His eyes were burning demonically. His whole appearance said that he was terribly angry. Could it be that this bunch of scoundrels, because he was merciful, thought they were the victors? Why does trash like him have so much demonic energy? The young man quickly dealt with his assailant's aids. His opponent said that he now understood how this guy survived the fall, all thanks to the demonic technique. However, a scum like him doesn't deserve to live. The aggressor released his poisonous snakes again to attack his opponent. The boy said that after he died, he would become the master's favorite disciple. The young man was not afraid of the snakes. On the contrary, he turned around and attacked those vile creatures. Thanks to his demonic energy, he simply bit through the snakes. It was an impressive sight, while his eyes continued to glow. The opponent was surprised and frightened. How could this guy defeat snakes so easily? He could not even stand the poison. The boy turned around and started running away in terror. He shouted that a demon had appeared here, asking for help and saying that he didn't want to die.
As he ran away, he stumbled and fell, then began to stagger back against the wall. The young man shouted for the demon to stay away, promising a lot of gold for it. From fear, the boy even wet his pants. It seemed to him that doom was imminent, and the demonic opponent was slowly and threateningly approaching.
Salvation came from a place we didn't expect. Someone had activated the demon sealing circle. The demonized young man stopped, spread his arms, and screamed. It was obvious that he was uncomfortable. Master Gu Wei-ming, who was brought in by the girl, appeared in the room. The master was the author of this sealing circle. The surviving young man thanked the master and said that he was saved thanks to him. He also added that Mo Fan had become a demon and seemed to be secretly studying demonic techniques. We should deal with him immediately before he became stronger. Master said that this was enough for now, as Mo Fan was also his disciple. He instructed the girl Rui Yuan to get her brothers out of here, adding that he would take care of Mo Fan himself. The girl's brother, leaving the room, told the master not to hold back. If he didn't finish this guy off now, it might be too late. The girl shouted for him to shut up immediately. Master closed his eyes. He thought, is it really Mo Fan? He is overflowing with demonic energy. If he were to procrastinate, this guy wouldn't leave him a chance. What should he do? Mo Fan was trying to get out of the magic ball. He was angry and wanted to destroy his opponent. Gu Wei-ming realized that things were bad. His demonic energy was seeping through the seal, and at this rate, he would soon be released. At some point, Mo Fan and his master noticed that the sealing circle had disappeared. The demonic youth was very happy about this fact, but the master was not. Mo Fan rushed at the old man and said that it was his time to die. The old man prepared to repel this attack. The master pronounced, "Purification. Tiandi Guang has been resurrected." In the next instant, Gu Weiming struck a powerful hand strike directly at the young man's face. The young man flew backwards. The demonic energy left his body and flew away even faster. As he flew, he thought that the old man had expected him to come closer from the start. It turns out that the old man had fooled the demon leader. As he fell to the ground, the guy thought about the fact that there were only cowards around him. Gu Weiming heaved a sigh of relief. If he had hesitated a moment, he could have already considered himself dead. However, the battle was not without a trace. The master was burned from contact with dangerous demonic energy. The young man thought this was his chance. The master is injured. If he can pull himself together, he will win. Gu Weiming said that the young man's body was exhausted. If he used demonic energy, he would die. The young man in Mo Fan's body thought that he had been given a second chance, but he couldn't take it. Now everyone knows he's a demon. What will they do? The master said that although this guy is the worst of his students, he knows that the young man tried harder than anyone else. Gu Weiming assumed that his colleagues bullied him because he was weak, but becoming a demon was a stupid decision. The head of the demons, Tian, had been overthrown, and now anyone who destroys the other demons would act against the young man. The old man told his opponent that he would keep his secret, but the guy shouldn't use those techniques from now on. He promised to cleanse this body of demonic energy and added that he was interested in the guy's opinion. The boy thought, is the old man completely out of his mind? Is he really going to help me? After all, I consider myself a demon, and the old man is a Taoist. The young man thinks he will have to lie low to regain his strength, but when he gets stronger, he will level the place. The young man analyzed what had happened to him. He is the great demon leader Tian, and 3 days ago, his most loyal disciple betrayed and destroyed him by stabbing him in the back. He was reborn and woke up in Mo Fan's body. But who would have thought that he would be reborn as a Taoist? It could be considered another stab in the back. Realizing his current reality, the young man was not very happy. He thought that when he became the demon leader again, he would tear everyone apart. Mo Fan felt someone throw a nut on his head and asked, "What is this boy muttering about?" The young man looked back. It was the same offender who had previously molested the young man. He asked if Mo Fan was trying to practice demonic techniques. Master said that he had gotten rid of the demonic energy inside this guy, but he didn't believe it very much. The young man said while looking at the expression on Mo Fan's face, "Who would believe that he is one of the righteous Taoists? After all, he is nothing but a pathetic coward." Mo Fan couldn't hold back. He put the offender on the ground with a few punches and said that when he ruled the world, this guy wasn't even in his parents' plans and called him an arrogant cretin. The young man jumped to his feet and said that Mo Fan was a very brave guy if he dared to talk to him like that. He and his henchmen started beating Mo Fan, saying they would make a chop out of him. While being beaten, Mo Fan covered his face with his hands and thought that the body he possessed was too weak. It didn't match his ambition. A girl in red appeared and told them to stop immediately. The young man excused himself and said that Mo Fan had started it first. He wouldn't get off easy. Apparently his soul had become corrupted along with his body.
The girl stood up for Mo Fan, saying that this guy had just started to recover and they were bullying him again. The people retreating said to Mo Fan lying on the ground that this was not the end. If he hides behind the girls' backs, it won't help him. A girl asked Mo Fan what had happened. The guy pushed her hand away and said he didn't need her.
Mo Fan rose to his feet. After the beatings, he was covered in blood. The guy thought that he was a demon leader, and people like them should shudder at the sight of him. The girl detained the young man by firmly grabbing his arm. She said that she was the caretaker of the class, and he was under her responsibility. He must follow her now. Mo Fan told this girl to let him go. Otherwise, he threatened her with physical violence. The girl didn't believe it and told him to follow her. After all, everyone realized that he was a weakling. The aides asked their master why Mo Fan had become so insolent. Did he remember that they threw him off the cliff? After all, if he told master, they would be in trouble. Their boss told them to calm down. He's got it under control. That guy doesn't remember anything, or he'd have told us by now. Mr. Liu decided that he would take an observation position. The boy must not tell anyone about the existence of that thing. The girl giving medical attention told him not to fight with Liu, and added that she said that many times before. She doesn't support their bullying him, but he has to be patient, and those guys will stop paying attention. If he keeps fighting back, that bullying will never end. Mo Fan asked why she wasn't afraid of him. Didn't she see the faces of the other students? Mo Fan had a thought, and he immediately voiced it. Does the girl really like him? The question turned out not to be a good one. The girl in red was covered in a blush, but her face looked rather aggressive. The young man received a few slaps in response. After the door closed behind the girl, Mo Fan thought that this stupid girl had almost broken his bones. Mo Fan, after analyzing the situation, thought that girls really are the scariest creatures in the world. Mo Fan was walking back to the dormitory. Two boys blocked his way. The young man told them to move aside. The two said that starting from this day, the dormitory doors for Mo Fan are closed. They don't want to sleep next to someone who practices demonic techniques. Mo Fan replied that he didn't care about the weak. Lu appeared nearby. He asked, would Mo Fan really become a demon again to destroy them? What should they do? Would they all die here? He was surrounded by his aggressive co-workers. Lu said if Mo Fan infiltrated the dormitory, they would call Master Gu. The aggressive students shouted for Mo Fan not to enter and that he was not welcome here. He should stay away. Mo Fan agreed with the decision, but said that he needed to get his things. The men said they did their best and collected his belongings. No need to thank them. A sack of belongings appeared in front of the young man. While picking up his things, the boy heard someone say that a thief had appeared in the land of Taoists, but he hadn't been found yet. The young man thought he'd better sleep in open places so that suspicion wouldn't fall on him. Mo Fan felt that the duffel bag was wet. It looked like those rascals had doused his clothes. The young man thought he needed patience because he had to hold back. However, the villains would pay when he became 10 times stronger. A signal sounded inviting students to study. The students increased their walking speed because they realized they were late. Today's lesson is taught by Yu Chang Wangha. It's best not to be late for him. Mr. Lee's assistant asked, isn't Yu Chang his father's subordinate? Why do they even go to study? After all, it's better to stay asleep. Lu said that he doesn't want to study either. However, in that case, Yu Chang will tell his father everything. Lu walked out of the dormitory and saw Mo Fan sleeping on the ground. He thought that this guy had changed with everyone. Before, he wouldn't have dared to skip class, but now he could sleep peacefully. Mr. Lu said not to wake this man. Let him sleep as long as he wants. The young men went to class in silence. Mo Fan opened his eyes and thought that everyone had left. Now he had to find a place to meditate. He tried to climb over the fence, but he failed. The young man wondered who he even was. His limbs were so weak that he couldn't even climb over the wall. Suddenly, someone threw a whip around Mo Fan's neck and pulled him down. The young man fell off the wall. The man standing with the whip said that this Mo Fan was like a dog. The people who were standing nearby and watching laughed amicably. The man with the whip turned out to be Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu asked why Mo Fan was already on his knees. After all, he hasn't done anything to him yet. Mr. Lu added that this guy really looked like a dog. Mo Fan, getting to his feet, angrily thought that this rascal had succeeded in pissing him off. Mo Fan took the whip off his neck and pounced on his opponent. He said that now Mr. Lee was finished. Lu laughed and said the mad dog started barking. Suddenly, the elder, the real one beside Mr. Lee, shouted that it was enough. At that, he swung his sword. Mo Fan immediately realized that this old man possessed the Jian technique. The elder said that Mo Fan not only skipped class, but also picks fights with a classmate. Did the young man with such behavior decide to turn against him? Mo Fan told the elder that anyone with eyes would realize that Mr. Lu attacked him first. The elder shouted for the young man to stop bickering. Lu told the master that this young man must have mastered the Yu Jian technique, so he decided to skip the lesson. The master said that was impossible. Master told Lu Yue's disciple to fight Mo Fan since he was the best in the class. He added that he was curious to see this guy's ability. Mo Fan thought that he was being bullied. After all, he has never seen the Yu Jian technique. He is not even a Taoist. Lu Yue told her opponent that it was the master's idea, not his. Therefore, you shouldn't blame him. Lu Yue threw his sword at his opponent's feet and told him to try his best. Mo Fan thought that now at least he had a weapon in his hands. Lu Yue thought that now he had been given every chance. With a wave of his hand, he began to control the sword. The sword struck Mo Fan's back. The young man ran aside. Lu Yue laughed. This guy is only capable of running away. The guy began to wield his sword again, which continuously attacked Mo Fan. Mo Fan fell to the ground and thought that he wouldn't be able to handle repelling these incessant attacks. The people around them wondered, when did Lu Yue have time to learn advanced techniques? After all, the master had only taught them how to strike and return the sword. Had Yu Chawan taught him the spells secretly from everyone? Those watching thought that the abilities of the opponents differed greatly. This is no longer a duel, but a beating. Isn't Mo Fan afraid of losing control of himself and becoming a demon again? The master thought that this demon spawn was just waiting for the opportune moment. Mo Fan thought that he couldn't keep up with the sword. It seemed that his opponent was using more than just technique. Lu Yue asked his opponent why he was still holding back. Then he would have to push even harder. Lu Yue attacked his opponent with an energy arrow and said that if he didn't resist, this strike would destroy his heart. Mo Fan uttered magic words and the attack was repelled. At the same time, the young man glared menacingly at his opponent. Lu Yue fiercely thought that this guy had copied his spell. Mo Fan said that his opponent wanted a good fight. The guy began to concentrate his internal energy on his fingertips. The people watching were surprised. Was Mo Fan really so skillful with Yu Jian's technique? He was able to block the attack, and he has an incredible mastery of the technique. The master was surprised. This guy was able to use the technique after hearing the spell once. However, spells alone would not be enough. Coordination also needed to be practiced. Master thought that it was only impossible if this guy wasn't a cultivation master. Mo Fan, using his new knowledge, sent the sword back to his opponent. At the same time, energy slipped from his fingertips. Thus, the opponents dueled for some time, attacking each other. There was no clear winner yet. Lu Yue became very nervous. He organized his attacks more and more aggressively. However, there was no positive result for him. At some point, Mo Fan's sword cracked and broke. It simply shattered into pieces. Lu Wei, smiling, said that his opponent should train for 100 years to defeat him. The audience shouted that Brother Lu was the best and invincible. Mo Fan thought that this sword is not forged from steel. It's lead. Everything was set up from the beginning. Mo Fan decided that he would make do with his own strength. He said that his opponent's honor and righteousness was a pathetic farce. In fact, he would do anything to win. Mo Fan felt himself transforming back into a demon and decided that he would tear apart everyone present. The attendants outside the building noticed that everyone's attention was drawn to Mo Fan's battle. Suddenly, the door of the building opened, and red-hot swords flew out and flew through the air towards Mo Fan's location. Mo Fan asked his opponent, would a strong disciple like him not be able to break these swords as well? He pointed a stream of swords towards his opponent and said that the latter could now try to deal with them. Lu Yue fell to the ground and screamed in fear. All the surrounding people also rushed to run in different directions. The master entered the arena and said that the duel was over. There was no need to wound each other. The elder deactivated the flying swords and activated the air defense mode. Lu Yue thanked his master for saving him. Master told Mo Fan that this was just a competition between peers and should stop. He had already won. Mo Fan asked, has Master only now started to worry about his disciples? The master, realizing that the young man would not stop there, said he would not interfere. Let them continue, but the young man must let him go. Lu Yue shouted in fear that the master couldn't leave him. Mo Fan thought that the dogs had finally started to bite each other, but either way, they would both die. Suddenly, the young man heard shouts from afar. Mo Fan, stop! Was he really going to rebel against his elders? The young man looked around and saw the girl in red and his master standing on the roof of a neighboring building. The girl declared that if Mo Fan didn't stop, she would ruin herself. Lu Yue shouted for Master Gu to save him. Mo Fan is turning into a demon again, and it must be stopped. Mo Fan inquired, what do demons have to do with this? It's just that he was just using their techniques. Or would anyone who defeats them be called a demon? Master Gu asked the young man to lower all the swords first. Mo Fan agreed. However, all the swords flew in close proximity to Lu Yue and his teacher without reducing their speed. Master Gu shouted again, why is Mo Fan doing this? He found a way, but Master said to calm down and look carefully. He didn't take their lives. Lu Yue and his teacher stood in the same place, almost without clothes destroyed by the flying swords. The girl thought that this guy not only controlled the swords, but also tore their clothes without leaving a single scratch. Only true masters could do such a thing. Master Gu gave the young man a showdown and said that Mo Fan had attacked his fellows and master, disobeying orders. Did he not realize what he had done? The young man kneeled in front of the master, bowing his head. Mo Fan sluggishly replied that he acknowledged his mistake, but didn't want to talk too much. The girl asked the master to be gentle with the young man, as this was his first offense. Master Gu recognized that the young man had been bullied and it affected his actions. As a teacher, he had failed his student. The master handed the young man a plaque and said that he deserved to be punished. The girl saw Master Gu's behavior and commented that it was wrong to do so. The master replied that Ruo Yuan should not interfere. Master Gu held out his hand and waited for the young man to take the plaque. Mo Fan asked the master, "Does he really think that hitting with a small stick can be compared to what he experienced?" Elder Gu replied that if the young man wanted to use a different method of punishment, he would not interrupt. Mo Fan threw away his wand and said that he was ready to forget about it. He was too tired to deal with the old man. Ru Yuan said that it was disrespectful to the elder. Master Gu asked, had the young man learned the Yujian technique beforehand? Mo Fan wondered, why would he learn such a weak technique that required skill? Lu Yue shouted an incantation, and behold, he repeated his words. Master Gu asked what it meant. Was he really just repeating it? Did he even realize that his improvisation was already a level above their top master of the Yujian technique? He had been practicing it for 30 years.
Master Gu said that the young man must be a cultivation master. Mo Fan was surprised. What cultivation master? The boy was angry. Who cares about such a trivial matter? Everyone is a cultivation master now, after all. He is the great demon head. These words are insults to him. They dishonor his reputation.
Master Gu said that he could see that the young man was very happy, but he should calm down. The young man thought that he was not happy at all. He would destroy everyone here in the neighborhood the first chance he got. Master Gu continued to speak. He was the only one to blame for not recognizing the young man's talent in time. From now on, the master promises to train the young man harder, but he will have one request for the young man. This year they received a third-class assignment from the Union. There are only 3 classes of assignments. The first is the most difficult. The older disciples are not on the school grounds, and Master doesn't know who to entrust him to. Since Mo Fan has turned out to be so strong, he should be able to handle it. This year, Mo Fan and Ruo Yuan will do this task together for the sake of their monastery. One of the disciples ran into the room and informed Master Gu that a messenger from Guanyang City had arrived on behalf of the Union. Master Gu was surprised. They had just returned from the meeting with the Union. Why is he here? Ruo Yuan reminded Master that the vice president of the Union is Lu Yue's father. Master Gu said that he remembered everything. The messenger who came on behalf of the Union was nervous about the long wait. The disciples said that their master would come soon. Master Gu Wei finally appeared, accompanied by Ruo Yuan, and apologized for keeping the guests waiting. The master suggested that the envoy visit their educational institution, the monastery. The messenger replied that it was not necessary. He was here to convey something to the master. Namely, the president had handed down a new assignment. Master Gu Wei had received the necessary instruction. It was a first-class assignment. Ruo Yuan said that it must be a mistake. After all, they were just a small monastery and always received third-grade assignments. Why was it different this time? The messenger said it was outrageous. Would they really challenge the Union's decision? Could they be plotting an uprising? The messenger said that if the task is not completed, this monastery will be closed. They have no right to challenge the decision of the council. The personnel of the monastery were upset. Are they really trying to shut them down? Only large monasteries subordinate to the 5 sects dare to take first-class assignments? Would Master Gu Wei be punished and the monastery shut down if they refused the assignment? Master Gu sweated from the exertion and said that they wouldn't be able to complete a task of this class. Their senior students had transferred to Xiaoyang Monastery, and the rest were too weak for him. Master Gu lowered his head to the envoy and asked him to enter their situation and take the assignment back. The messenger was angry. He said that they dare not deceive him. They can't call themselves weak. After all, one of their disciples had beaten Master Lu Yue. Master Gu Wei said that it was just a duel between disciples. Nothing serious happened. The envoy was approached by the injured Lu Yue. He turned to his uncle Liu and asked for his support. The messenger saw the young man and was very frightened. He cried out, "Is Master Lu so badly injured?" Who had wrongfully abused this young man? The messenger felt sorry for his nephew and asked Master Gu Wei if he didn't consider it a serious misdemeanor. Ru Yuan asked, "Did Lu Yue even have a conscience? It's not like Mo Fan even injured him. Why is he pretending?" Lu Yue replied that everyone present had witnessed it. Mo Fan was trying to straighten him out. Any disciple would confirm these words. The girl said that a scoundrel like him really deserves to be torn to pieces. The messenger told Master Gu that officially the union could not interfere in the affairs of the monasteries, but if Lu Yue was injured, he could not turn a blind eye. The messenger ordered to bring this young man who had caused such a mess. Master Gu asked the messenger not to interfere in this. After all, it was the disciples' business. He added that he was personally ready to be punished for what had happened, for it was entirely his fault.
Mo Fan, who was nearby, asked what kind of rabid dog was told to bark silently. This messenger could be heard all over the square, so should he shut up? The disciples thought that Mo Fan had lost his mind. He's the messenger of the monastery union. They have 5 sects on their side. To them, destroying a person is like crushing an ant.
Lu Yue told Uncle Liu that it was the man who had beaten him up. The messenger ordered his assistant Taigang to cut off that guy's hand and bring it to him. Ru Yun stood in front of Taigang and told the warrior to stop. The girl wanted to prevent another bloodshed. She said that she was the caretaker of the class. If he wanted to harm her student, he would have to go through her. Mo Fan walked to the middle of the arena and said that the girl didn't have to protect him. The guy behaved in a funky manner and showed that he wasn't afraid of anyone. Master Gu said to Ru Yuan not to interfere. He wondered who would dare to harm his disciple in front of his eyes. Master Gu was determined. According to the rules, he could destroy anyone who dared to interfere in the affairs of his monastery. Tai Gang told Mr. Envoy that if Gu Wei was serious, they would be in trouble. The messenger got angry and called the old man an old rascal. The union representatives said that they wouldn't touch that young man. But if Master Gu talked about the rules, he must accept the assignment. If he refuses, it will be reported to the union, and this monastery will be closed by tomorrow. Mo Fan picked up the assignment manual and was surprised that it was only a first-class assignment. Did anyone think that there was something special in it and no one would dare to take it? Those watching the young man were surprised. Does he really want to do it himself? He is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? Mo Fan, after reading the instructions, said that this task was now his. The messenger laughed and said, "That's great. There are still those who are not afraid of death. If the situation is resolved, then he will return."
Master Gu ran after the messenger from the union for a while. He shouted for the envoy to change his mind. However, Mo Fan is still very young, and he is not aware of what he is doing. The envoy said that he would send a man in 10 days to check on the task. Zifeng Monastery will cease to exist if it fails.
Mo Fan wondered, why did the trash think that if he rode a horse, it would hide his pig nature? Lu Yue said with a smile, he advised this guy to stop fooling around. Because of him, Zifeng Monastery might be destroyed. Many disciples were pitted against Mo Fan. They were yelling for him to get out. He ruined everything. Why does he think he is invincible because of one battle he won? Lu Yue said that now the young man could see how the other disciples felt about him. Mo Fan's face changed again, and his eyes turned red. He said to this rascal Lu Yue to shut up immediately if he cared about his life. Lu Yue was startled and closed his mouth. He said, "This guy is losing control again." Master Gu said for Mo Fan and Ru Yuan to immediately follow him. Master Gu asked the girl to ask the older students if they would be willing to take on this task. The more of them, the better. Mo Fan said that he could do it by himself. Why would he need anyone else?
Master Gu asked if the young man realized what he had done. After all, this is a first-class assignment. Even he isn't sure he can do it, and the young man is just a junior student. There's an 80% chance of dying on a first-class assignment. With his current training and skills, he will definitely die.
Mo Fan said that he was the one who beat up Lu Yue, and that the messenger had specifically come after him. Of course, the responsibility lies with him. He won't pull anyone behind him. The girl came back and said that she had asked everyone, but no one agreed. Master Gu agreed that they should not be forced to risk their lives. Master Gu said he would go to the union the next day. Despite all the humiliation, he would ask them to cancel the assignment. He forbade the students to leave the monastery. Master Gu left. The instructions for the task remained with him. Ru Yuan followed him. Mo Fan thought that this old man was very annoying. Mo Fan thought that he had already had time to read all the requirements to complete the task. Under the cover of darkness, Mo Fan used a ladder to climb the wall separating the monastery from the outside world. Once he was on the other side of the wall, he heard a question. Where is he going? Next to him was Ru Yuan. The young man began to make excuses. He told the caretaker of the classroom that he couldn't sleep and decided to take a walk. Why was she awake? The girl said that she knew that the young man would not listen to the master and would try to do the task on his own. Mo Fan said that the class caretaker was very shrewd and caught him red-handed. What is she going to do now? The boy thought. The girl said that even if their master goes to the union, they won't change their decision there. As a class caretaker, she can't do nothing. Ruyuan said that in light of the events that have happened, she has made a decision. She will go with her young man. After a long transition, Mo Fan said that the girls do not have enough stamina. They don't take breaks, but she keeps up. He suggested that they stop to eat. The girl told the young man not to get cocky because she would still defeat him in battle. At a roadside establishment, Mo Fan placed an order. He asked for 2 baskets of scones and 2 boiled teas. The girl was surprised. Why so many scones? After all, she can only eat 1. The young man apologized and said he wanted to change the order. He asked to order 2 baskets and another bun. Ruyuan said that she would only pay for herself. The waitress was surprised and asked why they were fighting since they had come together. The waitress said that the young people were very young and asked if they had recently gotten married. Ruyuan couldn't keep the tea in her mouth after saying that, and it splashed all over her companion's face. Ruyuan, blushing, told the waitress that a decent girl wouldn't marry this guy. The girl wondered if the fall had affected the young man so much. He realizes that he has a problem with the union, right? Mo Fan asked her to tell her about the union. Why are they acting so cocky? The girl said that besides the 5 sects, there are many smaller sects. In order to avoid competition, the 5 sects created an alliance that controls them. They were strong before the demon's head died, but after that, they became even more powerful and do whatever they want. The boy thought he now realized what was going on. Soon he would get even with everyone. Ruyuan said that they are not afraid of the union itself, but the 5 sects behind it are another matter. Especially the new leader of the union, Zhao Mu. He is the favorite of the 5 sects. The girl was surprised. Had Mo Fan forgotten about Lord Zhao Mu? If it wasn't for him, Demon Chief Di Shutian would still be alive. So this lord had saved the entire human race. Mo Fan thought of him as a greedy rascal. He can enjoy himself while he can, but soon his bones will be wiped to dust. Ruyuan said that they had been on the road for a long time, and the young man still hadn't told her what the assignment said. The boy replied that he wanted to get rid of the girl, but if she wanted to know so badly, they should collect the dragon bones at Fujiang Rock. Ruyuan was surprised. Is it really true? After all, there are many demons in there. If they went in, they wouldn't be able to get out. After all, there are only 2 of them. It would just be suicide. Mo Fan thought that he might meet his friends there, or rather those rogue demons. Ruyuan said that she had heard that demons were incredibly strong and cunning. The young man would most likely not stand a chance. Some kid approached the young men. Mo Fan asked why he was staring at him. The girl said he must be lost and wondered why Mo Fan was so rude. The child suddenly grabbed the basket of buns and turned around and started running away. Mo Fan shouted, "How dare he steal his breakfast?" Mo Fan rushed after the child and told him not to dare to run away. The girl told the waitress that they would return everything. The waitress shouted that these buns were very expensive. The bun child continued to run away. The enraged Mo Fan shouted that when he caught him, he would immediately destroy him. Ruyuan shouted at the child not to run away. The thief ran to the bushes and hid in them, thinking he was safe. Mo Fan saw him running away and said that he couldn't hide. Mo Fan grabbed the boy by his pants and lifted him above the ground. Mo Fan kicked that child aside with all his might. He asked if he was running so fast, why did he stop? Was he really sick of living if he was stealing buns from such a person? Ruyuan searched all the bushes and couldn't figure out where the basket of buns had gone. The child jumped to his feet and ran towards Mo Fan, who had caught up with him. He angrily bit the young man's hand. Mo Fan felt indignant. Did this little brat really want to die? The young man was called out by Ruyuan and told to stop and pay attention to the bushes. The guy stopped and looked around. The girl showed him that there were 3 small children sitting in the bushes, scared but eating those buns. The girl went back to the catering establishment and said they had figured it out. It seems that these children are abandoned. They have no family. This boy is 9 years old, and the other children are even younger. He gave them all the food. Ruyuan told the kind woman who sold them buns that she was from Zifeng Monastery, but they have been sent on a mission and can't take the children with them. Could this kind woman please look after the children until they complete the mission? A silver bar was given to the woman as a prepayment. The woman said it was too much, she didn't need it, but she took the bar. Mofan said that they should move forward, they shouldn't waste time. Ru Yuan said goodbye to the children and the woman and rushed after the young man. The girl asked why the young man was not happy. After all, it was his idea to bring the children to this establishment and give them food. She originally thought that he would beat them up without a second thought. Mofan suggested that the interlocutor stop asking questions. Ru Yuan said that she knew that her companion was a good person at heart. Mofan suggested that she shut up because they needed to focus on the mission. Mofan mentally answered the girl's question that the children were human and demons don't get along with them, probably because he and those children were similar.
From a bird's eye view, sitting in a tree, the travelers were being watched. One of the watchers wondered why they wasted their time on those children. After all, it's unthinkable. The interlocutor said that this guy didn't care about the union, and when he failed the task, he would just make up a reason. The interlocutor was Lu Yue. He told his uncle that they should teach this rascal a lesson.
Ru Yuan said that they were already at the Fujian cliff. There are many demons here, and caution must be exercised. They say that an immortal flew over this very mountain, but was caught by demons and eaten alive. He must have taken a low trajectory. Mofan, listening to the woman he was talking to, thought to himself, who could make up such stories? After all, they could also have diarrhea. Suddenly, our hero's companion bared her sword. The young man, frightened, asked what was she doing.
The girl replied that the young man didn't have a sword, so she would have to protect him. Her father had gotten this sword from the Shengda sect, and it was especially effective against demons. Mofan told the girl that they are still a day's walk away from the demons. Only rabbits can be found here.
The girl asked her companion if he knew the location of the dragon bones. The boy replied that all the demons swarmed around that place. The dragon bones are quite valuable, so they have them. Dragon bone is very rare. You can use it to strengthen your muscles. Demons aren't a problem, but how can he get rid of the girl? She can't know they're in this together. Mofan thought that when he got the chance, he would try to deactivate his companion for a while. Mofan said that he would go ahead to scout and she should stay here and wait for him. Mofan thought he would hide his presence, sneak up behind her, deactivate the girl and find the bones. Then he would tell her that the demons had surrounded him and kicked him out. The plan seemed brilliant to the young man. Ru Yuan looked around cautiously. She asked Mofan where he was. The frightened girl asked that if he could hear her, he should call back. At the same time, someone was sneaking up behind her. The intruder's hands were already showing. Mofan was sitting in ambush in the bushes at this time and chuckled. However, the young man lost sight of the girl. He could not understand where she had gone and what it all meant. After sitting in ambush for some more time, our hero came out into the clearing and, not seeing the girl, started calling for her. He shouted for her to come out and not to play hide and seek. Mofan's eyes flickered. Did those guys really make their move? The young man thought that his companion had been kidnapped by demons. The girl's kidnapper asked his interlocutor why he had deactivated her. After all, she is not their target. Lu Yue, the kidnapper, told his uncle that the girl's name was Ru Yuan and she was the daughter of the head of Shangyang City. If something happened to her, who would be suspected? The uncle was surprised. Was this girl really the daughter of the head of the city? The young man laughed and said that it was difficult for him to get this information. Uncle said it's not a bad thing. If something happened to her, Zifeng Monastery would be finished and Mofan wouldn't escape punishment no matter what. Lu Yo suggested that Uncle tell everyone that Mofan deactivated her and took the opportunity. The girl was lying unconscious on the grass. The young man said he was a little worried. The uncle said that he was still young and inexperienced and suggested that he take a step back. He would show him how to do it. Uncle and nephew got into an altercation, deciding among themselves which of them should seize the opportunity first. Looking for the girl, Mofan thought that he had been inattentive. The demons must have been on alert because of the situation. They must have been following them the whole way. If Rui Yuen was caught, they could destroy her. Suddenly, an axe plunged into a tree near the young man. The young man jumped aside. There were demons nearby. One of them said that food had appeared. The young man has beautiful skin. They like to eat Taoists. The demon told the man that he was sure the boy was in complete awe of his greatness. Mofan asked the demon squad leader if they had caught the girl. The demon replied that they had caught 2 other Taoists along with her. The next moment, the demon shouted at the young man, "Who gave him the right to speak?" The demon did not understand why he answered the boy. After all, he was the strongest here. Why was he affected by the aura of this miserable man? Mofen thought, what Taoists are we talking about? Where could people come from here? The young man told the demon to take him to the girl immediately. The demon asked how this man could command him since he was in his territory. Does he really think his lackeys are here? They could destroy her right now. Mofen thought that these demons were not completely normal. He better not reveal his identity. He needs to find the girl, but how can he convince them to take him to her? Mofen asked, do they really want to destroy him without any preparation?
Mofan started giving cooking recipes. To begin with, it is better to make a chop from the body using a club to make the muscles softer, and then cut it into small pieces, making sure to stick to the line. Soy sauce should be used. Put it in the oven for 5 minutes and wait until the skin is crispy.
When the demons heard this recipe, they drooled. The demon ordered his assistants to take those Taoists to a cave. The demon ordered his aides to keep them alive. He wants to start training them in that condition. One of the demons fell to his knees in front of the young man and said that he was their savior. The young man must have been a chef before he became a Taoist. The boy felt sorry for those demons. It looked like none of them had ever tasted a proper meal before. The demon boss said that they should move to the cave immediately. They would be cooking dinner right now. One of the demons grabbed Mo Fan and dragged him into the cave. He asked the demons a lot of questions on the way to get information from them. Mo Fan already had a few questions. He knew the names of these demons and who was at the head of the rocks. Fu Hiang. The demon came with his companions to the cave and told his brothers that he had brought dinner. Looking at this cave, Mo Fan thought that it was very small. The demon was in a deplorable state after its demise. The young man heard two men talking. One of them said that instead of fighting, this guy was asking for mercy. How could he look the master in the eye after that? The interlocutor told his companion to be quiet. He came here to express his loyalty to the head of the demons. Why would he show disrespect? It was a conversation between uncle and nephew. Demon General Chila said that there is only one head of demons, Lord Dishi. If that person continues to talk a lot, he will have to have his head ripped off, Lu Yu said as he apologized. Disha is indeed a great demon. He is better than all the demons, but brave General Qi Liao should also think about becoming the head of the demons. The young man's uncle said that he supports him. The young man approached the general and said that he had always honored him. This general is like family to him. His imposing aura is many times stronger than that of the elders. Lu Yu kissed the general's feet and asked to adopt him, promising to serve the demon general forever. Ru Yuen shouted that this young man was the most pathetic slug she had ever seen. He betrayed his master and swears allegiance to the demon. He will definitely be punished. The general said that the girl is right. This young man is disgusting, but seeing a Taoist kneeling in front of him is quite pleasant. Lu Yue, without raising his head, thanked the general for his kind words. And he also told the general that this girl was the first gift to him. General Chila said he's not interested in human women. He eats them. Lu Yue said that of course they could eat her. She has good skin and tasty meat. Someone said, and if you fry it, it will be even tastier. A demon accompanied by our hero appeared in front of the general and his prisoner. The demon told his brother that the man had told him about a great recipe for cooking human meat. If you cook it with eggs and onions, it will be much tastier, and no more need to eat them raw. Mo Fan thought that it was even more problematic to reveal his identity now. After all, there are so many people here. Ryan wondered why Mo Fan was here. Lu Yue saw the young man and thought that this guy knows how to use demonic techniques, so he must be one of them. The general told his brother that he had brought another Taoist. Why are there so many of them in the forest today? Lu Yue, pointing his finger at Mo Fan, said that this guy is a spy from the Yufeng sect. He should be feared. The demons were angry at our hero because he was the one who destroyed the head of the demons. Mo Fan thought that it was not yet time to confess. The demons started calling the young man names and asking him who he thought he was. These Taoists are always deceiving. First, we should eat him and sacrifice him to the head of the demons. Mo Fan thought it was too late to confess. The girl shouted that this young man was not from the Yufeng sect. He was just a simple disciple. A silencing technique was applied to Rua Yuan, and she was unable to speak another word. Mo Fan looked at Lu Yue, not realizing that it was his handiwork. The young man's fingertips were still sparkling with energy.
Mo Fan started telling the whole truth like an interrogation. He said that Lu Yue wanted to take the Tushan sword and destroy all the demons. The guy said that if he died, his spirit would haunt Lu Yue forever. The young man thought that Ruhe Yuan must not find out about his identity. The general should be spoken to in private.
Lu Yue didn't understand what sword he was talking about. The general asked, did the young man really have this sword? The demon asked our hero if he was talking about one of the demon swords. The guy confirmed. He said they were ordered to bring that sword to everyone, but the guy wanted to keep it for himself. The frightened Lu Yue said that scoundrel is lying. He doesn't have any sword. The general came close to his prisoner and said that he would ask one more time. Does he have a sword? At that, the demon grabbed the young man by the throat. Lu Yue's frightened voice said that he didn't have any sword. That guy was just making things up. The demon reached out his free hand to the side and pulled Mo Fan towards him. The young man rose into the air and began to approach the demon general. The general now had a man in each hand, whom he held by the neck. The general asked which one was the liar. Mo Fan said he was telling the truth. The general could check for himself. The guy crossed the fingers of his hands in front of him and said he was telling the truth. The general could see it for himself. The general brushed Lu Yue aside and said that he would personally handle it. The demon general said for everyone to wait here. He would ask some questions to this young man in private. The demon asked Mo Fan how he knew Dishitian's personal seal. The guy said that he had to let him go first. The young man stood up to his full height and asked the general where the others were. Where did they go? Was he the only one left here? The general became suspicious of who he was dealing with and shouted that it was impossible. Mo Fan said hello to the general and said that he hadn't seen Jiliu in a long time. The general bowed before the young man and said that he welcomed the head of the demons. That rascal Zhao Mu brought the Taoists to them, who destroyed many of their brothers. On that day, only a few were able to escape. Only the women were spared, but they were turned into slaves. Survivors have come to these mountains seeking salvation. All those who managed to survive are in this place. The general said that he tried to save as many of his men as he could, but he couldn't. The warrior was indeed frustrated. The head of the demons said if heaven gave them another chance, they would take back what was rightfully theirs. He would make them all pay with their blood. The demon race would become great again. Then no one would dare to infringe on them anymore. The general kneeled once more and asked what instructions the demon head would have. He would do anything for his master. Mo Fan said that they can't be in a hurry. He remembered all his techniques, but he needed to become even stronger. When the time comes, they will definitely make their move, but for now they should lay low. The general, pointing to a deep part of the cave, said that he had found a spiritual medicine. Maybe his master could use it. Mo Fan looked into that part of the cave and saw the spiritual medicine and determined with an experienced eye that it was the bones of a dragon. Several thousand years have passed and its bones don't rot. They have many splendid effects. The general said they realized it was something special the second they discovered it, but didn't know how to use it. Perhaps the general would know what could be done with it. Mo Fan thought that he was tasked with finding the bones, but he didn't expect to walk for so long. Mo Fan thought that when he was alive, this dragon was very powerful. If you used its bones to temper its body, its strength would increase greatly. The young man thought that in the current competition, he wouldn't be able to use the old techniques to process bones. Maybe the Taoist techniques would work. If he had the opportunity to learn their techniques, he should take advantage of it. Plus, he can use them for revenge and destroy all Taoists. Mo Fan told his general that he would only take one bone with him and take the Taoists' attention away from this place. The general asked what to do with the other prisoners. Should we destroy them to avenge their brothers? Mo Fan thought that using Chila's hand to destroy Lu Yue was a great idea, but it would incur his father's wrath. He still needed a place where he could grow stronger in peace, so it was better not to cause trouble.
The head of the demons said that it shouldn't be done now. He should take them along with him to avert suspicion from them. It was time to test his general's acting skills.
Lu Yue tried to negotiate with the demons. He said that his meat tasted terrible and suggested that they shouldn't eat it. Uncle said that he was already old and would definitely not like his meat. An uncle and a nephew were trying to work things out between them. Why do they tell each other untruths? The general who appeared pushed Mo Fan away from him and told his warriors to lock up all the humans and warn the other demons that they would have a meal today. Lu Yue was even more frightened and cried. He had said that there was no point in eating it. The general told the most cowardly young man that he didn't like the young man's hairstyle. It was disgusting, and ordered his subordinates to lock up all the men. The bound Ru Yuan asked the young man, was he all right? Was Mo Fan not injured? Mo Fan winked at the girl and told her not to worry. This night he would take her away from here. The people were in prison. Mofan and the girl were tied to a pole. The other two were suspended on a rope by their arms and legs. The guards nearby were sitting by the fire. Lue was trying to find justice and establish order here. He asked why those were allowed to sit while they were tied up like this. A demon asked, "Does this guy really want his tongue cut out?" One of the demons said that the boss was inviting everyone over for drinks. The satisfied demons ran to the boss. On the way, they shouted that they had the best boss. He always shares their drinks with them. Rueyuan asked Mofan, how would they be able to escape since there wasn't much time left? The young man started to cast an incantation. Luya asked, has this guy gone completely crazy? Does he really want to use Eugen's technique in this place? Did he really see a sword somewhere? Our hero didn't need a sword. He was able to gain control over a hot log from the fire instead of a sword. Mofan told the grumpy interlocutor that he was the only one blind in this room. Pauline burned the ropes that bound Mofan and the girl. Lu Yue immediately started repeating the spell, but it didn't work. His uncle said that the young man hadn't practiced enough and he would have to take them both out himself. His uncle said that when you cast a spell, you have to focus, and offered to let his nephew learn from him.
Mofan told the companion that they didn't seem to need to worry about those two. Those two shouted for the young man not to go and leave them.
Mofan thought that Sheila's demonic chi didn't allow these people to use their techniques. Lu Yue shouted for Mofan not to leave him here. If he saved him, he would get a lot of gold. Mofan apologized and said that he wasn't going to help someone like this young man. But if he gave something right now, the guy might change his mind. Lu Yue said he agrees. He has the centennial cliff grass. If he is rescued, he would be willing to part with the grass. Ruchuan asked, how did he get it in these places? Mofan inquired. Does this guy really carry something valuable with him all the time? Mofan said he agreed, but his opponent had to answer him first. Our hero thought of just playing with this guy, not thinking he could get something in return. Mofan wondered how they had gotten here. He didn't think they were going to join the demons. Lu Yu apologized and said that Mofan and his companion wouldn't be able to handle such a task. So here was the master asking him to help them. As soon as he entered the cliff area, he saw the demons kidnapping the girl. They chased after them, but there were too many of them. Mofan said that it was very touching. He didn't think this guy would be worried about them. Ruyuan said that she didn't see the kidnapper, but she was sure it wasn't demons. Mofan told the girl that this was not the time to talk about it and turned to Lu Yue. He asked, where is the centennial cliff grass? The guy replied that it was in the boots. Mofan took out the grass and looked at it. This shape and golden coloration said that it was indeed 100-year-old cliff grass. It was incredibly rare. The girl said it was the first time she had ever seen anyone understand the quality of centennial grass. Where did the guy get such knowledge from? Mofan hesitated and said that he had read about it in a book. It's called the Encyclopedia of Centennial Herbs. Lu Yue suggested that his uncle team up and destroy this guy. He needs to get the herb back. Uncle said it's too early to do that, since they're still in the demon cave. They need to get out of here first. Lu Yue thought that this boy might be happy until they got out of here. Mofan had already realized what these two were up to, but they clearly don't have enough intelligence. They need to get out of here first. The girl said they must not return empty-handed. What would they say to the Alliance in that case? The four fugitives had been traveling for too long, but they still hadn't found a way out. Did they really get lost? Mofan thought that his general had gotten it right and didn't do anything stupid with the dragon bones. He had arranged everything so that their plan could not be discovered. Suddenly, the people saw two demons ahead of them. There was a dragon bone on a pedestal in front of them. Lu Yue inquired, what is this? It looked like a precious treasure. The girl said that it was a dragon bone with a purple glow. Perhaps they could accomplish their task. Mofan thought that he could still count on his general. Lu Yue asked why they were still thinking about the mission. The bone is very important to the demons. It is logical that it is heavily guarded. We just need to quietly leave this place. The guy thought that when he returns home, he will gather people to destroy these demons and take the bone. The girl said they couldn't return empty-handed, or else the monastery would be in trouble. These two came here to help fulfill the mission, didn't they? Mofan asked what she was up to. The girl decided to demonstrate the art of hand-to-hand combat and use the palm of dry wind technique. The two demons present were deactivated. Satisfied with herself, Ru Yuan declared that she was finally able to relieve her stress. We need to quickly grab the dragon bone and get out of here. It was so loud that all the demons would soon come here. Something didn't go according to plan. Lu Yue grabbed his sword and said that those vile demons didn't dare to kill him. He would personally send everyone to hell. Lu Yue was about to strike, but his sword was blocked. It was Mo Fan's imperial sword. Lu Yue wondered why he had saved the demon. He had been here for a whole day and was alone with the demon general. Did the general really win him over to his side? Lu Yue told the girl to stay away from this guy. He's probably a traitor. Mo Fan called the caller stupid and said that if he hadn't stopped him, they would have been in big trouble. Mo Fan asked his interlocutor if he had forgotten where they were. They are in the demon cave. Is it easy to escape from them? The whole cliff is the territory of the demons. They will steal the dragon bones. It is a minor loss. But if you destroy one of them, there will be no forgiveness. Mo Fan added that the demons would then chase them for the rest of their lives until they finished them off. Lu Yue was frightened and dropped his sword. Mo Fan said that his interlocutor blamed him for betraying him, but he had actually saved their lives. Ru Yuan agreed. There was no need to anger the demons. The most important thing was to return in one piece. Lu Yue stated that he was giving them chances, but if they insist, we'll let them live. This guy's uncle said that we should hurry up. It seems like the demons are coming. The frightened young man turned and ran away from the cave, shouting to be waited for. The general around the corner thought that this man was disgusting. If he damaged even one demon, he would be torn to pieces. Ru Yuan told her companion that they should overcome the mountain ahead, and they would be perfectly safe. Mo Fan thought that his companions might soon spring into action. We must be vigilant and ready for an attack. Mo Fan thought that unfortunately for his companions, they were not skilled enough to deceive him. Stopping in a forest clearing, Mo Fan said that he couldn't take it anymore and left the dragon bone and rushed into the bushes. The girl said that this was not the time to do so. The nephew to his uncle said that this guy seemed to understand what they were up to. The uncle replied that centennial grass is a strong medicine that must be mixed with other herbs to achieve the desired effect. Without fire, he couldn't do anything with it. Last time this guy fell off a cliff trying to get grass, but managed to survive. He had lost his memory. Lu Yue was going to show mercy and let him live, but it seems like this guy is destined to die because of this treasure. Looking at the girl, the uncle said he would deactivate her so that there would be no problems. They will say that the demons caught up with them, and Mo Fan decided to buy some time and die as a hero. We have to hurry up. They don't have much time. Mo Fan was sitting behind the bushes and heard this conversation very well. In her hands, she was holding 100-year-old grass.
The guy thought that last time, even though he ate centennial grass as his usual food, he had a strong body that was able to withstand its effects. But right now, he didn't even know if his current body could handle it. In any case, he decided to test it out. Mo Fan swallowed the herb and waited. It didn't take long for the changes to occur.
Our hero felt so bad that he could not stand it and fell to the ground. At that, he grabbed his stomach with his hands. Irreversible processes were taking place over his body, which were inevitable after consuming this herb. The young man was writhing in pain. His thoughts did not leave him. He recalled the general's words. Zhao Mu has become the leader of the Union. He is a scoundrel. He handed over all of demonic leader Dishu's magic weapons to the 5 sects. Only a few survived that day. The women were kept alive to be turned into slaves of the nobles. Mo Fan jumped to his feet and cried out in pain. If the heavens gave him a second chance, he would take back everything that was rightfully his. The demons would no longer hide in corners. They would rise again. The girl and her companion looked toward the bushes in surprise. Rui Yuan heard a scream and thought, was it really Mo Fan who shouted? Uncle said that he felt a strong, magical energy. His nephew fearfully said that it was impossible. After a second, Mo Fan appeared from behind the bushes and apologized to everyone. He said that he couldn't contain himself. Lu Yue clenched his fists, motioned at our hero. He said that the guy was intentionally trying to lead them to the demons. As he got closer, he intended to strike Mo Fan's face with his fist. Mo Fan grabbed his aggressive hand and said that it looked like he couldn't pinch him anymore. The girl was surprised. Mo Fan couldn't overpower this guy before, but this time he stopped his punch without a problem.
Lu Yue called his opponent a trickster. Apparently he had eaten his 100-year-old grass. Uncle said that now was not the time to deal with it. They would talk about it when they returned to the city. Lu Yue shouted that he had spent 2 years looking for her.
Mo Fan thought that this was incredible. The strength he had long lost was gradually returning. Ru Yuan said that the young man expected those insolent men to try to take the herb back from him, so he decided to use it now. Mofan replied that the actions of those fools were easy to predict. She said that the young man was now a whole step stronger and suggested that he take the bone because it was too heavy for her. Mofan asked if he could ask the interviewer one question. The girl asked what was wrong. Mofan stared intently into Rui Yuan's eyes, and without averting his gaze, he asked, "How do they, the Taoists, measure their strength?" Rui Yuan was very surprised at the way this question was asked. Why is he asking, "Are you Taoists?" After that incident in the cave, the guy has been acting strangely. The young men successfully reached the sea. The magic bone was delivered on time, and the mission was accomplished. The girl said that their monastery had met the annual quota for missions. Master Guwei said that this student and his companions had done well. All the students were proud that their university had accomplished the task. Master Gu thanked everyone and asked where Mofan was now. The young man was nowhere to be found. Ru Yuan said that as soon as they returned, he went straight to the library, but he was acting strangely. In the library, the young man chose the necessary literature and immersed himself in reading. He read that the Taoist strength was divided into 9 levels. Demons also have 9 levels, but they are different. Although demons and Taoists were completely different, they seemed to use the same energy. So why did he master the Taoist technique so quickly? There must be similarities. The Taoists say that their way is the right way, although they are only good at talking. The guy suggested that the Taoists had even stolen the Yuzian technique from the demons. Mofan had reviewed a lot of literature. He felt that he shouldn't be distracted right now. It was necessary to learn how to use the dragon bone. Someone came up behind him and told the young man that you can't throw books around. Coming up from behind was Master Gui. He said that the young man had never come here before. Today, instead of bragging about his success, he came to the library instead. I wonder why. Mofan replied that he wanted to find out something. The master asked if the young man had any guesses about the name Tianyu. Mofan replied, perhaps it means the best. Master said that it meant harmony. Even though he was an ungifted martial expert, he was still able to realize that all life forms in this world are equal. Demons and humans are not so different. They should stop warring with each other and learn to exist with each other. Master Gui asked, if a young man had a choice, which path of practice would he choose? The Taoists or the demons? The young man thought that he had almost fallen into the master's trap. The boy said aloud that of course he would have chosen the way of the Taoists. Master Gui said, it seemed to him that the young man was capable of choosing a wiser path. It seems he was wrong about him. Mofan replied that he didn't understand anything. Master Gui sealed his demonic technique himself. The master replied that to be a Taoist is not to be righteous. Neither are demons the spawn of evil. They are just 2 different methods of accomplishing the same goal. Using demonic techniques does not make the young man bad. He saved his comrades, that is the best proof of his words. Mofan said that anyone would do that. The guy thought that this old man had gone completely crazy. Why was he praising him so much? Master Gui said that the young man's body should have become many times stronger after using the 100-year cliff grass. It couldn't handle the demonic energy, so it had to be sealed. Now everything has changed. Master asked his disciple, why doesn't he practice the demon and Taoist cultivation techniques at the same time? Demons rely on external energy to cultivate, strengthening their body, while Taoists use internal energy, realizing the world around them, to strengthen their spirit. Gui said that the young man's heart was balancing on a fine line. Demonic techniques were unable to enslave his mind. Master said he would help the young man develop in both directions, but it must remain a secret. If others found out, they would be hunted. We must be careful. The young man was surprised, a master actually advising practicing demonic techniques to his apprentice. Strange old man. The duty officer entered the room and said that the senior disciple had already returned. Mofan wondered, who was he talking about? There was a young man standing outside who walked up to the master and said that his disciple Yunqing Yang had returned. Master Gui inquired if the young man was tired after such a long journey. The students present thought that this student had a very strong aura. One would not expect anything else, for he had gone to study in a monastery run by the Kugang sect. At the age of 19, he was already at the level of concentration. Soon he should be entering a new realm. Mofan thought that judging from his aura, he was stuck in the realm of concentration. It had already been 5 years and he still hadn't been able to advance further. But his techniques are not inferior to Mofan's in terms of strength. Although they are at the same level, it is likely that Yunqing Yang can win. One of the disciples said that Master Gui was calling Mofan. Mofan said as he was on his way. The guy hesitated a bit and decided not to draw attention to himself. The master told the incoming disciple that this year they were assigned a first-class task and Mofan was able to complete it. This is simply unbelievable. Ru Yuan said that she was also a part of it. Mofan decided to praise this disciple and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Since then, the young man had become even more handsome. This was praise from the demonic leader. Yun Qingyang told Master that he needed to return to the monastery. He will come back here at night. Master Gui asked his disciple to tell him that he would also visit that monastery tomorrow. When the senior student left the monastery, the remaining students laughed at Mofan, for the senior students had ignored him. Mofan thought that he didn't like this disciple either and wasn't even going to meet him. The man says that Deputy Lu, in a letter from 10 years ago, promised a century-old cliff grass that would help him reach a new level. Head Lu and his wife kneel in front of the man. Lu Yue presses himself against the wall in fear. The man asks why, after his visit, they say they don't have this herb. The man is the master of Wu Tiju Monastery. Lu Yue, startled, says that the centennial grass was in his hands as early as yesterday, but then it was taken away from him. Wu Tiju, angrily asking who did it, listened to the young man's reply. Wu Tiju summoned the senior disciple of Zifeng Monastery to him. The young man arrived, bowed, and asked what his master needed. Wu Tiju said that Mofan, a disciple of his monastery, had stolen the century-old cliff grass. The man was told that this disciple joined the monastery 6 months ago. He has a weak foundation in ordinary techniques, but it is said that he managed to complete the first-class assignment. Lu Yue said that Mofan had learned demonic techniques and had become much stronger because of them. The young man assured that he was not deceiving. Wu Tieju asked if Master Gui knows about demonic techniques. Lu Yue replied that Master knows and covered for that disciple. If he didn't use demonic techniques, he would have died using the 100-year grass. Wu Tieju said that he had almost broken through the Jiandan sphere. All he had left was to take the 100-year-old cliff grass. Now it turns out that a lot of time has been lost. Lu Yue said for the master to calm down. He knows where they can find another centennial grass. The young man said that in Master Gui's secret room, where the master keeps all his treasures. If you accuse him of patronizing demons, he will surely surrender without resistance. Wu Teju, appreciating these words, said that Master Gui seemed to be approaching his downfall. Wu Teju said that if he starts acting out of self-interest, his reputation might suffer. Does Qingyang agree with him? Qingyang said that this was the first time he heard about the secret room, but if Lu Yue showed him where to find the herb, he could bring it. Coughing, he said, almost forgetting, Qingyang is not yet a disciple of Xiaoyang Monastery. However, the young man may not worry. He is hardworking and talented. He will definitely be accepted into the monastery. He has helped their monastery many times. Wu Teju added that he was thinking of recommending the young man to his superiors. The man said he first needed to find out where the young man's heart lay. Qingyang said that he understood everything. Wu Teju asked the young man not to disappoint him. Wu Teju said that he gives the disciple 3 days to complete this mission. Lu Yue stood there and cursed. He was angry with Mofan, and it was understandable. That guy had caused this young man to get in trouble. Xingyang took Lu Yark by the throat. The junior disciple trembled with fear again. The older disciple let go of the younger one, and he fell to the floor. Qingyang said that he now wanted to know everything about the young man Mofan. Qingyang was secretly angry with Mr. Wu. All this time, he had been acting like his slave, and he still doesn't want to accept him. Now he has to be careful. Qingyang thought that one day he would rise above everyone. They would see his greatness. The disciple's childhood was very hard. He was like a slave for sale. He was willing to be sold for as little as 5 coins. Master Gui asked why the young man was curious about how to use the dragon bone. How does he want to use this information? Mofan, pouring tea for the elder, said that he would like to become smarter. Gui said that the young man rarely took the initiative to study, but he would tell him everything now. Dragon bones are over 1,000 years old. Legends say that deities forge weapons from them. The young man asked how to make an elixir from the bones. The master said that if the young man wished to refine the dragon bone, he would need a pinpoint lightning strike. The strike would turn the bone into powder, which would be collected and injected into his dantian. Mofan was taking notes on the teacher's every word. The elder said that few people know about this technique of processing dragon bones, but he is an exception. The old man added that with experience comes wisdom. Mofan thought that it appeared that he only needed a single lightning strike. He decided that it wouldn't be difficult to organize. He would simply draw a thunder rune on the dragon bone, and the problem would be solved. Across the wall separating the monastery from the outside world, Mofan thought that he was incredibly smart. Landing on the other side of the wall, the young man was incredibly surprised. In front of him was a demon who greeted the honorable lord. The demon asked what the lord was doing here. The young man, startled, told the demon to keep his voice down. Did he really want him dead? Mofan looked into the courtyard of the monastery. No one seemed to have heard them. Then the danger had passed. The demon had asked, "Where is General Chilo? Why did that demon come here alone?" The demon said that the boss was guarding the dragon bones in the forest. He ordered to meet the demon head here. The head of the demon said to be taken to the general as soon as possible. The guide said he had a question for the lord. The demon, blushing, said that last time in demon territory, he disrespected the lord. Since that day, he hasn't been able to sleep well, and he would like to apologize. The young man said there was no need for an apology. He couldn't be guilty of something he didn't know. The demon said it was incredible. As a thank you, the lord can use his body however he wants. Neck, ribs, legs, arms, chest. You can prepare any part of his body for eating, and you don't have to spare him. The demon continued, if that wasn't enough, the most delicious body part was left. The head of the demons told his interlocutor to stop and didn't even think about doing it. When Mofan said that he delivered the dragon bone to the lord, Mofan told Chila to get off his knees. He did a great job, bringing him the dragon bone in just one day. The general told his lord that he was waiting for his instruction. Mofan said that Chiliao doesn't need to do anything. He just has to wait. Mofan asked the boss why he was using a Taoist talisman. After all, he possesses the demonic lightning summoning technique. Mofan said not to be distracted. He is trying to draw the talisman. The demon had explained that there were people from the Yu Feng sect nearby. Using demonic techniques might attract their attention. The general thought it was a brilliant solution. Mofan thought that even though it was 100 years old grass, he didn't feel the slightest bit of his former strength. Mofan told the general that he should already be at the peak of his level and added that he should put some of his energy into the talisman. He had already done this with the Yujian technique before, and no one had noticed. The general noticed that he could only use demonic techniques. The general complied with his master's request and directed the required amount of energy to the talisman. Private demons watched the process, trying not to miss anything. Everything was going according to plan. There was thunder and a powerful bolt of lightning. It was going to hit the dragon's bones. At this time, Wu Tieju was engaged in the cultivation process. He secluded himself and meditated. Lightning appeared outside the window at this moment. Noticing the lightning, Wu Tieju marveled, what an incredible energy. What kind of master had summoned this lightning? Wu Tieju felt a demonic aura, which seemed strange and suspicious to him. Lightning, as it should, chose the 1,000-year-old dragon bones as its target. Mofan thanked the general and said that he had done well. He had activated the barrier in time. The general replied that it was his duty. Even at the cost of his own life, he had to protect his master. The demons realized it worked. The head of the demons told everyone to come closer. At the bottom of the excavation were the remains of the dragon's bones, or rather, what they had become. The demons decided that they were about to be fed, and with a cry of, "It's time to eat," swing towards the pit. Mofan said that if they couldn't sit down now, they should take the leftovers home. The Taoists would be coming soon. Master Gui, watching the lightning, thought that this kid has many secrets. Guvia, strolling along the rooftops as always at this time, noticed that someone ran swiftly in the direction of where the lightning had struck. Wu Tieju and his henchmen arrived at the pit. One of the master's assistants said that it looked like the person who had caused the thunder had long gone into hiding. Perhaps this Taoist had already reached a new level and elevated himself. Wu Tieju said that the one who called for lightning is not a Taoist. The analysis of the area tells a different story. Wu Tieju ordered his subordinates to find anyone who could be related to the event. The master determined that there was a trace of demonic energy left in this place. Thanks to it, the power of the thunder was unbelievable. What were those rogue demons up to? The young man put on his hood and tried to stealthily enter the territory. Master Gui followed behind him. He told this person that he was familiar with this place. Apparently, he is one of the disciples of Zifeng Monastery. The young man, hearing that there was someone nearby, quickly ran away and hid on the roof, wondering why the master was here, since he was usually meditating at this time. Master Gue was once again beside this mysterious young man. He said that he didn't recall teaching the instantaneous movement technique to anyone and students. The young man again moved lightning fast to the other roof. Gue asked if he might be one of the teachers. Elder Gue added that stealing was a great sin for a teacher. The master energetically charged his palm and prepared to do something. The young man, frightened, told the master to stop and threw back his hood. He thought that Panlei's palm would finish him off in an instant. Gue asked, "What is Qingyang doing here?" The disciple replied that he had no excuse. Wu Tiju ordered him to steal the centennial cliff grass, and he couldn't refuse. The young man raised his hand upwards, which contained the centennial cliff grass. Master said that the young man was confused. It has long been known that Wu Tiju is a skillful manipulator and cunning person. You shouldn't be around him. Is this the kind of example a senior disciple of this monastery should set? Qingyang asked if Master Gue could give him the 100-year-old herb so that he could complete the task. He swears that he will definitely repay this artifact.
Master Gue said that Wu Tiju's greed has no limits. He will demand even more in the future. It would be very difficult to get rid of him. Master advised the young man to leave his sect immediately and return to Zifeng Monastery to study. Master promised to help the young man break through to the new realm and reach new heights.
Qingyang lowered his head and said that he understood the master. The master, standing with his back to the young man, said that the apprentice had greatly disappointed him today. The disciple jumped to his feet and pierced the elder's body with a cold weapon. The young man apologized and said that he couldn't let this opportunity pass. Qingyang said that 16 years ago when he came here, the master had said that one was the master of one's own destiny and everything depended only on one's efforts. He never forgot those words for a second. The old man, bleeding, said that the young man had actually used his energy to block his meridians. Qingyang stated that this master no longer had anything to teach him. He should be the next stepping stone. A disciple of the Zifeng sect will be promoted. Suddenly, the old man released his energy and threw the rogue disciple along with his sword far back. Qingyang thought that he had sealed all 9 meridians, but the old man was still able to release so much energy. The wounded Master Gue, bleeding, tried to escape. The young man rushed after him. The old man could not be missed. The elder thought that he couldn't involve the other disciples in this. This crazy elder disciple would do everything he could to destroy him. Wu Tiaju appeared on Master Gue's path. He said that walking on rooftops late at night is relaxing. Wu Tiaju wondered, is Gue really injured? It looks very serious. There are disagreements between students and teachers, but they don't have to destroy each other. Mo Fan was walking around the grounds of the monastery. He realized that old man Gue had already guessed that he had kept the dragon bone for himself as well. It was probably worth bribing him. An explosion nearby caught our hero's attention. It must have been a release of energy. The young man became interested in it. Mo Fan saw the injured old man and rushed to his aid. The young man decided to do what he could to stop the bleeding. Qingyang said that it was Mo Fan. Wu Tiaju thought that this guy had appeared just in time. After all, he was the one practicing demonic techniques. We should blame him for this crime. Mortally wounded, he would definitely not survive. Our hero heard someone accuse him of daring to attack Master Gu. Many disciples rushed towards where Elder Gu was lying. Everyone wondered, what was that explosion? Running closer, the disciples saw that Mo Fan was beside the injured old man. What is he doing here? Qing, who was on the rooftop, said that this ungrateful young man not only stole from the master, but also stabbed him in the back. If he hadn't gotten there in time, this bandit would have gotten away with it. What will they do with him? The outraged disciples shouted that they should avenge the master and bring this rascal to justice. Qingyang shouted that Mo Fan didn't dare to do such a thing. He added that his teacher would be avenged. The senior disciple promised to send the culprit straight to hell. Mo Fan, turning to the shouting student, asked, "Isn't he ashamed?" With the naked eye, it can be seen that Master Gue was injured by the sword. There is only a sword in Qingyang's hands. How could a weakling like him injure a master? Only a senior apprentice would have the strength to do that. Besides, who says the master is dead? His heart is still beating. Master Gu is still alive. Ru Yuan thought, something is not right here. Many disciples shouted that Mo Fan was lying. She shouted out loud that she believed Mo Fan and added that she would help the master now too. The disciples shouted for the girl to stay away from Mo Fan. The sword-armed Qingchang shouted angrily that if this criminal still did not surrender, he would attack him now. Ru Yun shouted for Big Brother not to do that. Mo Fan thought that he didn't want to attract attention, but apparently it was too late. The senior disciple plans to finish what he started. It is necessary to save the old man's life. There was a huge explosion in the middle of the square, and flames spread in all directions. No one could see what was happening in the epicenter. The disciples thought, has everyone died there? Was everything destroyed without a trace? Did even Rui Yuen suffer? The sword-armed senior disciples said that they were still alive. Mo Fan kidnapped Master Gu and Sister Yuen. It is necessary to request help from other sects and find them.
The disciples thought that although Mo Fan was weak, he had managed to elude the senior disciple. There's something fishy going on here.
Something caught Qing Yang's attention. He climbed down from the roof and looked at what was lying on the plaza. Apparently, it was Mo Fan who had lost it. Qing Yang touched the powder lying on the ground with his finger. This was what Mo Fan had in the bag. He must have used some sort of device that allowed him to escape from here. Mo Fan jumped over the wall in one fell swoop. On his back, he was transporting the injured Master Gu. He was also holding Rui Yuen's hand. All three of them were moving at an increased speed. They needed to hide in the forest. The girl was surprised. Her companion carried them outside the walls of the monastery in a second. What was this technique? Why hadn't he used it before? Mo Fan tried to catch his breath. He told the girl to check if they could save the old man. Mo Fan thought that he had applied a leap, but they had only managed to move such a short distance. He had already used a great deal of energy to save the elder's life. However, the masters were amazed by the demonic technique. The usual healing method wouldn't work. The old man would have already died if the young man hadn't shown up in time. Mo Fan thought, does Qing Yang really use demonic techniques? It didn't seem like he was capable of using them. Could it have been someone else?
Mo Fan asked the girl if she knew any local people who could cure the old man for free because he had no money. The girl told the guy to stop joking around. After all, they have to help the old man. The young man thought that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to help the old man. Qi Liao is capable, but is it worth the risk?
Mo Fan asked his companion, why didn't she suspect him? After all, he had never gotten along with others, and the senior disciple had accused him of this crime. Ru Yun replied that she certainly had her doubts, but when Qing Yang tried to destroy them, she realized that Mo Fan was innocent. Mo Fan said, if only the other disciples were as smart as the girl, then he wouldn't have to listen to all these insults and run away. The young people heard voices approaching. The girl said they couldn't stay here. She knew someone who would help them. Ru Yuan said that she would clean the wound and cover up the traces of blood so that others wouldn't be able to trace them. Mo Fan thought that this girl is calm and collected. Turns out to be probably much stronger than he thought. Mo Fan asked the companion, who are they looking for? After all, they are wanted. That man shouldn't give them away. The girl replied that he wouldn't give them away. Ru Yuan said that they were going to her father's house. Wu Tieju was in it. Did the old man really survive? After all, his attack had pierced the body. He must be dead. Qing Yani said that he was very far away. If Master Gu had died, then Mo Fan wouldn't carry the body. The young man apologized that he didn't deliver the herb. Wu Tieju said that the grass wasn't going anywhere. However, Mo Fan ran away with the injured old man Gu. Qing Yang showed his master the powder and said that Mo Fan had dropped it when he was running away. He had never seen anything like this before. Wu Taiju said it was recycled dragon bone. So this young man summoned that lightning. Qing Yang asked where he got it. He might still have a lot of bones. Lu Yue was with him on that mission. Why would he hide something like that? Wu Taiju said for the young man to gather all the disciples of the monastery in front of the city gate and call all the masters of the monastery. Everything possible must be done to catch Mo Fan. You should also call Luo Xiaoqian. They need permission in the city. Even though he weakened last year, he still shouldn't be pissed off. Wu Tieju said that if Mo Fan really has demonic techniques and Gui survives, then they will know that he is also capable of using them. The young man is told that every monastery has sent people to look for Mo Fan, but Luo Xiaoqian is not going to talk to them. He has sent the messengers away. The old man won't allow the houses in the city to be searched. What should we do? Is the union unable to deal with the head of the city? The man said that Qing Yang grew up in this city and knows how things are. Luo Xiaoqian is one of the 9 hands of Qi Huang and one of the best doctors in the world. Even though he has crossed the path of the 5 sects in the past, no one would still dare to antagonize him. The young man asked, could Ru Yuan take Master Gu to Luo Xiaoqian? After all, she is his daughter. The man said it was ridiculous. They don't even have the same last name. How can they be related? Qing Yang said the girl's real last name is Luo. She changed it to hide her identity, adding that they often correspond with each other. They are definitely related. Qing Yang told his assistant to take good warriors from the monastery and keep an eye on the Luo house. At Luo's house, the assistant tells his master that it is late and it is time for him to go to bed. Is he really going to refuse those people to search the town? If so, his daughter might get hurt. The man says she deserves it. He warned her, but she didn't want to listen. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Ru Yuan appeared on the doorstep. She said that her father was still the same stubborn old man. Why doesn't he figure out what really happened before jumping to the wrong conclusions? The services immediately ran up to the girl and began to check her condition. Is she not injured? Is she in good health? Is she eating well? The head of the town wondered why she'd come back. He had warned her never to come here again. The aide noticed that the mayor had tears in his eyes. The daughter said it's an emergency and her father has to save Master Gu. After that, he can scold her. Spies appeared in the Luo family's backyard. They've been watching this house tirelessly. One of them said that the stupid girl wanted to sneak out through the back exit. The other said he was going back because he had to report everything to the master. The first spy said that the order instructed them to report only if Mo Fan is not found. Since the young man is gone, they should both stay here. We should tell the watchers at the front gate to come over here. Gotta follow that girl. The guy figured he'd get other people to do his dirty work for him and then take their glory. Luo Xiaoqian asked her daughter, why didn't she just send Master Gu to the city doctor? After all, she had wasted a lot of time getting here. The girl said that Master Gu was unconscious. If she brought him to another doctor, it would draw unnecessary attention. The daughter asked, how can her father be a doctor with such an attitude towards patients? She added that she did not want to fight with her father. Mo Fan thought that the girl's father was the same doctor, Qi Huang. He had disobeyed the order of the 5 sects of his kin. He would never forget what this man had done for him. Watching the girl and her father, Mo Fan noticed that they were being followed by spies. The young man decided that he would fix it quickly now. The young man spying on the backyard brought reinforcements with him. They were armed warriors in case Mo Fan showed up. The young man said that Mo Fan had become stronger and wondered if they could handle him. These people were not very satisfied with being commanded by such a guy. The young man said he was going to take the girl and her father by surprise. Suddenly, Mo Fan appeared in front of these spies and frightened them. They cried out in fear. Afterward, he said that fighting other people was a bad idea, especially friends. However, he deactivated the main spy with one punch to the jaw. The others shouted that this guy had crept up silently and that he was very strong. Mo Fan thought that these grief warriors would be good for his training. One of the spies said that they shouldn't hold back. They need to deal with this guy quickly and decided to use the sword-building 2-yang attack. Mo Fan easily dodged this attack and said that it was very slow. This is most likely a snail sword formation. One of the attackers said it was a silly boy. Does he really think their formation is that primitive? They only need to catch him. Next, Mo Fan's sword energy will tear him apart. Mo Fan deactivated a few more warriors. To a survivor, he said, does he really think this is a good technique? They sealed the souls of his fellow demons into swords and used them to strengthen their technique. Mo Fan powerfully attacked his opponent, hitting him with a series of strong punches with his fists on his body. The opponent cried out in pain. Mo Fan said, do they really call themselves just? After all, this is just an ordinary farce. They are just a bunch of pathetic cowards. Suddenly, Wu Teju appeared nearby. The young man told him that Luo Xiaoqian had teamed up with the demons and was harboring them in that house. Mo Fan is also with them. He betrayed the Taoists and joined the demons. Wu Teju listened as he was told that these traitors had finally turned into demons. They must be destroyed. The master, tired of listening to this talk, deactivated this alarmist with one blow. Wu Teju heard someone say that using ambient energy and remote strikes were not Taoist techniques. Now he knew who had injured the old man. The person who spoke was Mo Fan. Master said that a pathetic disciple couldn't possess such knowledge of demonic techniques unless he was one of them. Mo Fan thought that his opponent was at the peak of the Jindan sphere. He can't be defeated, but it was necessary to buy more time for Ru Yuan and her father.
Wu Teju was opening up our hero. The young man deactivated this attack. The master thought, is this guy really using a residual image? Mo Fan stated, does he really think he is the only one who can do that? The guy approached his opponent and elbowed him in the jaw. Blood from his mouth rushed out in all directions.
Mo Fan said to the swaying opponent on his feet, "Is this really all he can do? Is he really a master of Xiaoyuying Monastery?" Wu Teju thought of the guy that he was only at the beginning of the concentration realm, but his attacks were incredibly fast and strong. He moves like a veteran who has survived hundreds of battles. Mo Fan, seeing what kind of slow opponent he was, said, "If he's not going to attack, then he'll have to defend himself." The young man began to move his energy towards his opponent. After getting close enough distance, our hero struck. Mo Fan's hand hit something solid. The opponent enveloped himself in a barrier of spiritual energy. Wu Teju, smiling, said that this was not the end. Mo Fan thought that his opponent was using energy to create a spiritual armor for himself. Did he know what he was doing? Wu Teju took the opportunity to strike the young man's jaw with his fist and told him to stop dangling in the clouds. Mo Fan thought that the demons only used the surrounding energy to restore their internal energy. Why didn't they ever create weapons or armor from it? Looks like he, a Taoist, could learn something too. The master said that this young man's weak punches were pathetic. Now he would show him what a real punch was. He added that it would be a great honor for such a weakling to die by his hand. Mo Fan thought that he would first provoke his opponent and then distract him. The young man knew what he was doing. The guy said that he wasn't going to die here. He still had to avenge what they had done. Mo Fan dodged Wu Tieju's punch and counterattacked him powerfully. The young man struck his opponent's chest with his fist, and his opponent began to breathe heavily. The boy thought that by fighting him one-on-one, he could defeat him. Wu Teju attacked his opponent again, this time more successfully. The young man lost his balance and fell to the ground. The master said that only the chosen ones were allowed to see this technique before their death. Mo Fan thought it was a coincidence. He threw another series of punches at Wu Tieju's body. The master was surprised at how Mo Fan's internal energy penetrated through his barrier. Mo Fan asked his opponent, how does he feel about such a technique? The Shuang Palm is a powerful technique. Even someone like his opponent wouldn't be able to completely block it. The exasperated master said he was determined to rip out his opponent's tongue. Wu Tieju saw the fiery spiritual bird of prey rushing towards him. He didn't have time to do anything. The bird crashed into the master's protective barrier with such force that he flew far backwards, unable to hold on. Thrown back by the blow, Wu Tieju shouted that he would still come back. Suddenly, our hero was called out by Master Gu. He was accompanied by the head of the city and his daughter. The master told the young man that the opponent was no match for him. It was necessary to retreat immediately. Luo Xiaoqian asked Gu Wei if he thought it was a mistake to use the purple raven for such a matter. Gu Wei said that the purple raven wouldn't do any harm to Taiju. He will be back soon. Ru Yuan said that the old man needs to go to a clinic for rehabilitation. The city head said that Taiju wouldn't dare cross his path. Mo Fan said that Taiju was capable of using demonic techniques. He will do his best to destroy them. The people settled in a secluded place. Gu Wei said that luck alone would not be enough to defeat such an enemy. Mo Fan said that he needed to break through to the Jindan sphere. Then he would have a chance to win. The city head asked, does the young man think that cultivation is like molding pancakes? Does he really think that he will become stronger if he starts practicing harder? The city head, as a doctor, had seen many failures of practitioners trying to reach the Jindan realm. Mo Fan said that his method was a little different from others. The young man prepared some cheats for himself. The girl and the master wondered where the young man got so much of this goodness. The boy said it was just some dragon bone powder. Master asked, does he really want to strengthen the body with the powder and then absorb all the spiritual energy around him? Ru Yuan inquired, wasn't it dangerous to take such substances in pure form? The girl sat down and wondered where the wind came from here. Everyone turned their attention to our hero. He assumed the lotus posture and began to shine like a star. The city's mayor and his daughter were shocked. After all, cultivation couldn't be that simple. It wasn't easy for the young man. He started bleeding. Blood came out of his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. The doctor said that people absorb energy slowly because their meridians can't handle it in large quantities. But now the young man is trying to absorb a huge amount of energy at once. Even if his veins and meridians are strengthened, if any of them burst, he would be in trouble. Gu Wei tried to help his student. The most important thing now was to suppress his inner energy. The master said he would help the young man with everything he had. After all, he must survive. The doctor said that Gui has gone completely insane. Is it really worth it? He's 1 foot in the grave, but he's still expending his inner energy for this young man. Master Gui said that he had already lived enough. His only regret is that he couldn't raise a worthy disciple. Mo Fan is his last hope. Wotegu noticed a significant change in the atmosphere and said, "Do they use spiritual energy in such quantity and think he won't notice it? This mountain will become their tomb." Mo Fan, Master Gu, and the city mayor and his daughter were in a protective sphere. This was their security system. Mo Fan thought that the end of Wutiju was near. He was digging his own grave without realizing it. Lo Xiaoman wondered, how did this young man manage to achieve such a thing in a short period of time? The doctor took Gouvea's weakened arm for a diagnosis and said he had already restored his meridians. All that was needed was to wait. When he decided to help Mo Fan, not only did he damage his core, but he almost lost his life. Master Gouve noticed his body began to glow inside, his well-being gradually starting to return to normal. Mo Fan told the old man that he had recovered his core, but the rest was already up to the master. The doctor thought this young man was good. It felt like they already knew each other. Where could he have seen him before? Our heroes looked up and saw Wu Tieju approaching. Had he really come back? The opponent shouted for them not to stall and attack altogether. Mo Fan was already more prepared. He crossed his fingers, thus causing energy flows to swirl. He said that he would now show his opponent a technique he was familiar with, doubled in size. Mo Fan unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his opponent. The opponent has had a rough time of it. He was badly damaged. He's barely wearing any clothes. Wu Tiju held an energetically charged fist at his side. His opponent headed towards him with the same fist. The young man warned his opponent that this was not the limit of his power. The power could be increased. The girl was surprised. This guy was able to stop Wu Tieju's punch with one hand. Mo Fan was already at the 3rd stage of Jindan's sphere. How did he manage to reach the 3rd stage at once? Or did he even seem to surpass it? Tiju asked in surprise as to how the young man was able to increase his cultivation level so quickly. Mo Fan said that his opponent uses demonic and Taoist techniques. His opponent has been practicing for decades, but he was able to reverse all his progress in less than 1 hour. Taiju told the young man to stop mocking him. The master tried to repeat his attack. He said that this young man who had milk on his lips shouldn't do such a thing. Did the boy think that was all he could do? Tiju put his hands in the air and declared that he was about to destroy the young man. Ru Yuan asked fearfully, "What kind of technique does Tiju use?" Her father thought that they were doing badly. It looks like they can't resist. The doctor said it's a demon god technique. By concentrating spiritual energy, its owner can form a demonic form of himself. But this technique is a closely guarded secret of the demons. Only the most powerful of them possess it. How did Taiju get her hands on it? Taiju stated that to be killed by such a technique is a great honor. Mo Fan said that it's getting more and more interesting, but the only one who will die today is his opponent. Taiju told our hero that as for a dead man, he talks too much, and tried to attack the young man. Mo Fan told his friends to stay here. He would be back soon. The girl said she believed in Mo Fan. The demonic opponent said that running away was pointless. He swung his sword and declared that he was about to destroy Mo Fan. Tiju, watching his opponent's movements, was surprised at how he was able to get here instantly. The enraged Taiju used his internal energy and said as he began to destroy his opponent. The city head said that the difference in strength is obvious. Taiju's experience puts Mo Fan at a disadvantage. The villain laughed and shouted that he was about to wipe the young man into powder. However, the villain was astonished by what he saw. Where did his rival get such energy from? After all, this is the true form of the demon god. Taiju closed his eyes in fright. He didn't understand what this young man was. The young man said to Wu Tieju to behold his beautiful countenance. In front of him is the demon god, Emperor Di Shitian. Tiju was startled and surprised. How could this be possible? After all, the emperor had long since died. Mo Fan said that it was not in his best interest to lie to a dead man. Tiju said that it was time to stop talking. He would now show his opponent his true strength. He used the demon god's mountain hammer, the Rift. Mo Fan said that it was a coincidence. He also uses the same hammer. The two demonic beings rushed towards each other, intending to use the demonic hammer. The people watching concluded that there was a very strong impact. The girl, worried, said the name Mo Fan. While looking for Mo Fan, the head of the city saw that young man standing beside the old man naked. He said that he was done with that annoying man. Now he could treat the old man. Ru Yuan, not holding back her emotions, threw herself on our hero's chest. The girl asked if he was so strong, why hadn't he used such a technique before? He scared the hell out of her. Mo Fan said that he just wanted to have fun with his opponent for longer. The girl's father said that the young man was burning up. He needed to be treated and the bleeding stopped. The man took out a needle and said that now there would be a treatment with fatherly love. In the dark forest, someone began to cry out for help. Not far away, Tieju was lying on the ground. Qing Yang, who was nearby, saw the injured master. The master told the young man to hurry up and share his energy with him. Tieju said that he used all his energy and lost a lot of blood, all in order to stay alive. He asked the young man to help him, and he would become the head of the Sacred Eagle Hall in the future. The young man thought that he had served this man for so long, but the man still didn't understand anything. The boy said he couldn't wait any longer and cut off Taiju's head with his sword. In the obituary, it was written that this master, having shocked everyone, left this world. His merits will live on in the hearts. Hated by both men and gods, he was beheaded. It is impossible to describe everyone's sadness. The students tearfully shouted for the master not to leave them. He did not deserve such a fate. Qing Yang, walking out of Tiju's bedroom, said that he finally found what he was looking for. The young man knew that the master would not hide his secrets far away. If the others found out, he wouldn't live. Qing Yang thought that he should definitely learn all these techniques. Qing Yang saw people appear in front of him. One of them said that he was late. It was the head of Tenghai Hall and Hall Master Li Yue. The head of the hall said that they had no choice but to destroy this young man. The boy tried to evade the attacker's attacks. The hall head thought that the young man's true key was taking shape, just like Wu Tieju's. Lying on the ground, Qing Yang reached out his hand for the fallen scroll. The attacker told the young man to choose between the scroll or his hand. Doesn't he know that the scroll is the property of the demon clan? The guy said it doesn't matter to him. He'll need whatever it takes to make him stronger. One of the attackers said that it looked like there would be no need to take away the scroll. Taiju had left a worthy heir. Qing Yang saw that the war hero in front of him. The young man thought, with the help of his qi energy, was he really able to? If he possessed such strength, he must have been able to reach the transformation stage. The hooded attackers said that the recovery of true energy is imperfect. It will take time for the arm to heal and regain its former mobility. They are wondering where Mo Fan is. Qing Yang said he did not have that information and did not know where the group was hiding. A co-worker looked into the room and said that they were going to Shangshan Mountain. The young man was asked why he was dragging them to Shangshan Mountain again. Mo Fan replied that he needed to find the right person to help Master Gu. Mo Fan said that he knew the right person. He asked that everyone wait for him and he would bring him here soon. The guy realized that the demons had moved their base. He doesn't even know where to look for Chilialo. Ruyuan thought, she has a feeling that this guy is always using them. The town mayor said this guy is not a weakling. He can use the form of a demon god. Where did he come from? His daughter said that after falling off the cliff, Mo Fan changed a lot. He became aware of the secrets of demonic cultivation. He had forgotten everything that happened before the fall. Suddenly, strangers appeared from behind a tree. One of them, looking at the girls, said that he saw a demonic chick. All that wandering through the mountains instantly paid off. Luo Shupine told this stranger to watch his tongue. I looked all around. There are no demons around. The stranger said he didn't care whether they were demons or not. Shangshan Mountain is home to all kinds of scum, so they must be the same. He said he would destroy the old man now and use the girl in a different way. The girl immediately attacked the uninvited guest with her energy charge. She said that this rascal dare not disrespect her. He should get the hell out of here, or she wouldn't be able to restrain herself anymore. The rascal said that girl has a fire. He's liking her more and more. The villain said that the problem with these people was that there were only 2 of them. There were many more villains. The villain, laughing, said that even if she was strong, they were still outnumbered. The villain heard someone appear behind him. That young man even tried to say something. The villain turned around and saw Mo Fan and asked with surprised eyes where he came from. Rue Yuan was very excited when she saw Mo Fan. The villain said this young man would suffer the same fate. He's got a look on his face that says he's a weakling. I guess he hasn't tasted the real world yet. Today, Uncle will teach him a lesson about cruelty. The villain, backed by armed thugs, said that the world is ruled by the strongest. The gang with the most people can do anything. These prisoners are just easy prey, destined to be caught by this gang. Their only choice today is death. Mo Fan asked why the bandits were shouting so loudly. Weren't they afraid of attracting the attention of the demon clan from Shangshan Mountain? He said that they had come to this mountain for the purpose of exterminating the wretched demons. Mo Fan said that he was willing to help the bandits a little and ensure that the demons would arrive here. The young man showed the direction and said where the demons were. The bandits could catch them as much as they wanted. At the place Mo Fan pointed to, the demon general appeared, accompanied by his subordinates. The general stepped closer and asked, "Could the gang with the most people really do anything?" Hall Head Tengshai said that Master Wu had unfortunately died, and he was very sorry. He scattered the disciples arriving to help in different directions. The martial artist said that the Eagle Hall would not be left without a master, even for one day. Qing Yang is the perfect candidate for the head of the hall. The disciples asked what famous master Zhao Mu had forgotten here. Although he thinks highly of Qing Yang, but why should this disciple become the next head? Isn't the Wind Master the one who chooses the heir? The hooded man said that he proposed to appoint Qing Yang as the new head and make Lu Yue as his deputy. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone present was silent with fear. The hooded man said there were no objections. Then it was unanimous. The war hero turned to Qing Yang and said that he was giving this position to him. If he doesn't find Mo Fan, he knows the consequences. Qing Yang fell to his knees and thanked the master for his trust. He would do anything to deal with that guy. Mo Fan was still trying to bring Master Gui to his senses. He tried not to waste any time. General Chus said, if the boss continues at the same pace, he won't be able to stand it. He needs to take a break. The doctor said that he shouldn't overexert himself because it's been a whole 3 hours. Mo Fan agreed with the generals and said that it was his turn now because he was running out of energy. The city head and his daughter were surprised at Mo Fan's communication with the demon general. Ru Yuan asked the young man in surprise, when did he have time to become a demon boss? What else is he hiding? Mo Fan replied that the demons made him their boss because he was the most handsome guy. The mayor of the town told his daughter to bring Mo Fan some water. The girl replied not to be reminded by her father. Luo Xiaoqian, left alone with the young man, said that he had examined him before. After all, he is an ordinary person without any spiritual roots. He's just a simple disciple, so he can't be related to demons. The boy replied that perhaps he was born to cultivate demonic magic. The doctor said thoughtfully that he had been practicing medicine for more than 50 years and could judge people just by looking at them. Therefore, the young man's claim was doubtful. The doctor grabs the guy's face and says he's not the real Mo Fan. It was time for him to take off his mask. The guy thought that there was no limit to his father's love and declared that he was just using true energy. The doctor kept pulling the young man's skin on his face in surprise and wondered what kind of glue held the mask together so well. The demon general saw the doctor trying to pull the mask off his boss's face. He thought the young man was weak. Why is His Majesty so lenient on him? Does he really enjoy it? After 10 minutes of exertion, Mo Fan said that it was good that his skin was so tough and asked not to touch him anymore. The doctor thought, what is going on with this young man? The doctor said that Master Gu, true energy alone could not cure. It was necessary to find medicinal herbs and name the young man Di Shitian. Mo Fan replied that he didn't mind looking for herbs and asked in surprise, who was Di Shitian? The girl who appeared said she had brought water. Ru Yuan was startled to notice that her father and Mo Fan were not there. Frightened, she asked the demon general if he had eaten them. The general said that the two had gone to gather herbs. The doctor said that ancient texts say that the 7-colored ram is a mystical beast that only appears during the full moon. It can only be found on the Shangshan mountain. In order to restore Master Gu's Dantian, the horn of a 7-colored ram would be needed. Mo Fan asked the demon squad leader if he had encountered such rams here. The demon replied that he had seen them in the West Canyon. They are very fast and have never been able to catch one. The doctor said that the 7-colored ram is an ancient mystical beast. It is the same size as a dragon or unicorn. Mo Fan told the demon to take the doctor back to the cave. Luo Xiaoqian thought that he had just called the young man Emperor Di Shitian. Now this guy looked even more like an old emperor. Mo Fan thought that this doctor's eye was a diamond. It was good that he reacted normally to those words. We need to get rid of this person quickly. His stern gaze is frightening. Lu Yue reports to his boss that he has searched the entire cave and found no demons. They must have escaped from here. Qing Yang says that they must be hiding in other caves. Shangshan Mountain is not very big. They will definitely discover them. The boss said he'd wait for them here, and they should go looking again. If they can't find them, One of these two will lose his head. Xingyang thought, where is Jingzhao now? They were together after all. Did he really have another mission? At nighttime in the canyon, Mo Fan was busy searching for the necessary ram. The young man looked at the sky and determined that it was a full moon. This meant that the 7-colored ram would most likely appear today. The young man saw a powerful, bright explosion in the distance. He immediately realized that it was the result of true energy. Who could it be? In the distance, the pavilion master who had cleared the way for Qing Yang to rule was emitting energy. Flying here on his magic sword, he was organizing explosions. In this way, he was trying to catch the 7-colored ram. Mo Fan rushed in that direction. He thought, would the ram be the size of a dragon or unicorn? He felt like Old Man Luo was mocking him. As he got closer, our hero realized that there was another hunter who was interested in the 7-colored ram. Hallhead Tengshai couldn't understand what was happening. Some changes began to happen to his sword. The flight trajectory changed, and he couldn't catch the ram. Mo Fan attacked this warrior, and the warrior lost his balance, flying off and hitting the rock. The young man said that this warrior was about to meet his former colleague. However, the meeting did not take place. The warrior, frightened, quickly left the area and went on his way. However, our hero was mistaken. The head of Tianhai Hall turned around and rushed straight towards Mo Fan at a tremendous speed. He said that this guy should tell him his name and sect. Mo Fan replied that he was just a simple traveling guy and was nothing special. He needed the horns of a 7-colored ram to save someone, so it would be a good idea to get them. Pavilion head Tengshai directed a powerful energy charge towards Mo Fan and produced an authorized explosion. The young man shouted loudly. He suffered some damage. Mo Fan fell down and was deactivated for a while. The opponent followed on his sword next. The pavilion head said that he thought he was being opposed by a strong warrior, but it looked like there was an ordinary boy there. Mo Fan inquired about his opponent's technique. The young man added that his head felt like it had exploded on its own, and he was experiencing strange sensations. The head of the pavilion was surprised. Did this young man really survive? Mo Fan asked his opponent to teach him this technique before the guy destroyed him. The head of the pavilion, frightened, shouted for the young man to get away from him immediately. The brave warrior gathered his strength and said that this ignorant boy was about to suffer. He had asked for it himself. He was about to recognize the power of the Golden Warrior at the peak of the Jindan.
Mo Fan said it turns out that this warrior is also at the peak of Jindan. What a coincidence. When he destroyed Wu Tiaju, he was almost equal to this warrior.
The brave warrior thought, did this guy really slay Taiju? Then things are not good. Is it really Mo Fan? Our hero asked if this warrior knew him, so he would teach him after all? The guy thought that this warrior was one of his fans. The head of the pavilion said that the young man should have said so earlier. He landed a series of blows to Mo Fan's head and torso. The brave warrior said that this was the guy behind Wu Tiju. Mo Fan asked if he couldn't be a little friendlier. In response, he punched the warrior and knocked him out while telling him to know his place. The pavilion head thought that he had just seen a manifestation of spiritual energy. Isn't this one of Taiju's secret techniques? How does this guy know her? The warrior thought that although his body was strong, but he wouldn't be able to withstand a long battle and needed to retreat. The pavilion head told his opponent that he seemed to be able to utilize both Taoist and demonic energy at the same time. Is he really trying to recreate this technique? But it's impossible, isn't it? He had practiced for 7 years to refine his explosive essence technique. The ratio of Taoist and demonic energy must be perfect. It requires concentration and stamina. Does this guy really think he can copy his technique just by seeing it? The young man said that he had everything ready. The warrior, seeing the result of this guy's activities, was mentally destroyed. Mo Fan decided that the explosive essence technique could be controlled, and he could blast at a certain point. Our hero's opponent thought, how is this possible? It took him 30 years to learn how to control the point of explosion. Who is this guy? Mo Fan asked his opponent. What did he think? Mo Fan said that controlling this explosion was very easy and set the explosion point right in his opponent's head. The warrior cried out in fear. Can't this young man play around? After all, this is no longer a joke. Mo Fan said that although this technique blasted the kui inside the target, it had almost no effect on him.
However, the warrior was still unharmed. He said that today the young man would pay for his arrogance. The warrior's hair was burned due to the high temperatures, but his head was still in place. Laughing, he said that not everything could be copied. The pavilion head used the mixed element mystic heaven bomb technique.
Mo Fan applied his punch that embodied true energy. Just like the magic bomb, the young man said that this punch concentrated an incredible amount of chi. Even in his past life, he wouldn't have wanted to experience such a strike on himself. The opponent still wanted to use his bomb. He said that once it was activated, the opponent would have 3 seconds. I'd like to see the look on his face when he realized he was finished. Mo Fan said with a smile, seeing this guy right now, he should see himself. He has a very stupid expression on his face. The feisty warrior with burnt hair said he was moving into action and activated the heart blast. There was a large release of energy as he did so. Mo Fan suddenly disappeared. The opponent was puzzled. However, the young man appeared behind his opponent's back a moment later and said that he was ready to play. Mo Fan used his energy-charged fist to deliver a powerful punch to his opponent. The opponent lost his balance and fell down. The guy said that this warrior had dug his own grave by being caught in the epicenter of the explosion. Will he be able to withstand his own technique? The stricken warrior was on the verge of losing consciousness. He was thrown backwards by the blast wave. Mo Fan took a closer look and said that his opponent had been found after all. The exhausted and shabby warrior tried to get up from the ground. He was sure that his opponent, even if not Emperor Dishitian, was his close friend. Taking advantage of the great distance separating him from his opponent, the wounded warrior thought it necessary to quickly relay the information. The head of the pavilion saw a suitable little lamb hiding in the bushes and thought it was the right one. Mo Fan asked, "Why is it hiding so clumsily?" The villain asked gloatingly, "Does this guy really need lamb's horns to save people? He won't let that happen." The villain said, "In that case, if he can't have the lamb, then no one can have it," and directed a stream of his energy at the defenseless animal. The lamb screamed in fear. Mo Fan stood up for him and said that, although he wasn't human, the real demon here was his opponent. Suddenly, a huge ram appeared from behind the mountain. It was the mother of that lamb. The mother's size was impressive, and the villain almost fell off his flying sword out of fear. The lamb was happy to see his mother. Mo Fan was surprised to see her. The hostile warrior was the most surprised. The warrior immediately changed the trajectory of his flight and said that when he returned, he would destroy everyone here. The adult ram produced a powerful energy charge and aimed it directly at the villain. Mo Fan thought that this was an explosion that had the power of a dream sphere. Compared to this explosion, he was just blowing on that man before. The boss asked, "Did they find their footprints?" Lu Yue said that they had come across the extinguished embers of the fire and were now looking further. The boss's attention was drawn to some strange sound. Looking out of the cave, he noticed that someone had made a hard landing near the cave. Who could it be? Everyone present noticed that someone had fallen from the sky. Could it be a fairy? However, this idea was discarded because a fairy could not fall headfirst. It was Shu Tangzhu, the head of the pavilion. The helpers lifted the injured and disoriented host and motioned for him to sit down. The boss asked what happened to him. He was sent out for a lamb, and he came back in such a state. Zhu Tangzhu knelt down in front of the boss and said that he had met Mo Fan. The boss asked in surprise, "Did that guy really beat him up like that?" Shu Tangzhu replied, "That guy is a demon. He needs to sleep and recover now. That guy is the heir of the demon emperor." After saying those words, Shu Tangzhu began to feel even worse, and his mouth was bleeding. The exhausted Mr. Shu fell down and lost consciousness. Everyone around him was very upset.
The obituary said Lord Shu should rest in peace. The hero who chased the lamb fought to the end. He passed away very early in life. He will be avenged.
Lu Yue lamented that they had lost 2 excellent rulers in just 3 days. He vowed that the murderer would be punished. Lu Yue spoke in front of the companions and said that they should avenge the Lord. The companions supported him. King Yang reported to his boss that they had found the demon clan's camp. The boss said it had to be destroyed. Mo Fan told the huge 7-colored ram that he only needed a piece of horn. It would be quick and not at all painful. Mo Fan thought of taking the little lamb, cutting off the horn and bringing it back. The little lamb began to bite Mo Fan. The guy thought that this thought was a failure. He would have to survive first. Mo Fan found himself at the edge of the cliff with the lamb. He wondered why they had taken him to such a remote, hidden place. However, when he looked down from the cliff, he saw something interesting. Beneath our hero's feet was a graveyard of 7-colored rams. The horn he was looking for caught his eye. Mo Fan hugged the animal with joy. It turned out that they were leading him to such a sacred place and were not threatening him at all. Mo Fan decided to jump down the mountain straight to the cemetery. The young man thought that he was now rich. Changshan Mountain is a great place. While descending, Mofan saw a ledge in the rock, and from it, a cave going deep into the rock. But on the ledge, there was an old tree with women's clothes drying on it. The boy could not help stopping. It was necessary to scout everything thoroughly. Our hero asked himself a reasonable question. Where would women's underwear come from in such a place? He entered the cave and asked politely if anyone was there. There was no answer. Touched the writing on the wall. He thought, has the beast become sentient? Mofan peeked around the corner and said, apologizing for disturbing him, but he still couldn't utter the phrase. A stirring picture appeared before the eyes of our hero. A stranger was taking a bath. Her eyes were closed from pleasure. The girl, hearing the noise, opened one eye. She asked, are there really people here? The guy blushed with embarrassment, apologized, and said he was passing by and saw the clothes outside. He apologized again for the inconvenience and said he was on his way out. The girl said it was all right. This cave is very boring, but a guest can relieve her boredom. Mofan said that he could help the girl have fun. The girl agreed and added that she hadn't killed anyone in a long time. The guy immediately felt some kind of strange energy effect. It felt like all his bones were breaking. Mofan headed towards the exit. This woman is using demonic techniques. There's something fishy going on here. In afterglow, the girl asked, had he not seen such techniques? The young man looked back. The girl said that the guy interfered with the goddess's cultivation and is trying to escape. That's not how young people act. Mofan didn't believe her words. Could there really be cultivations in the bathroom? In an attempt to escape from this place, he tried to overcome the mountain. The woman tried to energetically influence the stranger. Mofan changed his trajectory as he moved away from the cave. He thought that this woman was crazy. The woman said it was bad. The longer he runs away, the more the goddess wants to destroy him. Mofan said that he has no intention of going back. He doesn't want to be made into leather women's underwear. In response, the woman asked him to stop running away. Mofan saw that the woman was surrounded by a protective barrier. It turns out that she is not cultivating here. She was imprisoned here. The stranger realized that the young man had guessed everything. Her expression changed. Mofan calmed down and said that he even felt sorry for the girl. It's bad to be in this place all the time. The guy thought that he was no longer in danger. The girl wondered if he was already leaving. She wanted to get to know him better. Mofan was sympathetic to this girl. There isn't even anyone to talk to here. However, he is in a big hurry. He needs to grab a couple of ram's horns and he will leave. Mofan promised to send someone to the girl to keep her company and wondered if there was any way to release her from here. The cave prisoner said she likes the guy. How she wants to eat him, she's drooling. Mofan was startled and said that the girl must not have eaten for a long time. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised shrimp in oil. The young man named many other delicious dishes. The woman blushed and couldn't help herself. She started salivating profusely. The guy continued in the same vein. The girl plugged her fingers in her ears and told him to shut up immediately. He could take his horns. She would not interfere. Mofan said he didn't believe her. He needs some kind of assurance. The demon head said that once he crossed the barrier, she could mercilessly deal with him. Therefore, she must give him a guarantee. The girl agreed and said he could do as she said, and she thought that these miserable people could not talk to her that way. The girl told the young man to raise his head. At the top is a Tai Chi symbol. It was inscribed by the ancient mountain warrior Fu Hian, who imprisoned her here. The boy looked at this symbol. The girl said if her interlocutor channeled his chi to seal it, it would be sealed in the cave for an hour. During that time, he would be able to take the horns in peace. Mofan was surprised. Was it really that easy? It was a pity that he was in a hurry. If he had more time, he would definitely help her. Mofan thought that this guy is a no-brainer. Would he really do this? After all, this is a powerful seal of the immortal ancestors. Any mortal who tries to affect the seal will be killed by lightning. The woman said this guy is a very kind person. Mofan said he was starting and began the stage of influencing the Taiji symbol. He channeled his kui. Suddenly, lightning bolts appeared and bound Mofan's hands. The guy asked if he was doing the right thing. The wily woman said that this guy was caught. He should be transmitting chi and might live a little longer. If he stops, the power of the seal will kill him instantly. Our hero knew he could do anything. It was as if this seal was made for him. The young man activated the magic absorption mode. The boy was aroused. He shouted with increased tension and indescribable joy. The woman didn't believe that this man could resist the power of the seal. Mofan thought that he could do it because he was in a human body. The woman shouted for him to stop. After all, he might break the seal. Mo Fan had no intention of interrupting this process. The woman shouted in fear for him not to do so. The woman, panting and covered in tears, thought, had she pulled up dragons and actually made a contract with this pathetic kid? Mo Fan asked in surprise, was she also struck by lightning? 300 years before, there was a massive explosion. The woman wondered, who was it that had prevented her from cultivating? Now she would have to destroy him after becoming a goddess. The elder who appeared said that Feng Hua is a dragonborn. No matter how hard she tries, it's impossible to become a goddess with her blood. She must stay among mortals, learn and find her way. The woman became angry and asked, what does that mean? The elder said that her powers would be taken away and she would be trapped here forever. But she can be freed by one who follows the heavenly path. When the seal is broken, they will both be bound by a contract. She will have to follow that man and the path to divinity will open. Mo Fan. After all, he is the person who shouted that he would never submit to the gods after rebirth. Is he really the person who follows the heavenly path? This must be a joke. The woman covering her eyes with her hands said, this is no joke. This guy is the 81st person to come here. Everyone before him died in an attempt to break the seal. He is the only one who was able to power its energy. By that, the elder meant the way of the heavens. Mo Fan asked the woman, is she really crying? He apologized and asked if there was a way to break the contract. The guy thought that she should have just been energized, and it turned out to be a test of the gods. He absorbed a lot of energy, but there was no energy left in her body at all. The woman told this guy she didn't need his kindness. Mo Fan thought that his interlocutor had a terrible look. She really is a dragon. Feng Hua said, although she has lost all her strength, she is strong enough to beat up this guy now. But because of the contract, she can't destroy him, so she can subject him to infernal torment. The woman told this guy not to interact with her like that. She doesn't want his pity. Mo Fan replied that he understood everything now. The woman said the young man could go get his rainbow horns, and she needed to get some fresh air. The boy wished her good luck. Feng Hua felt a taste of freedom. There must be a way to break the contract. Let's think about it. As Feng Hua flew up into the sky, she stopped and realized that she couldn't just leave. She decided to go back and destroy everyone she could get her hands on. Mo Fan took the horns and started to run away. He said that this lady was better off out of sight. The boy looked up. He saw a woman coming at him. A collision could not be avoided. Feng Hua stood up, shook off the dust, and said that she hated it. She wondered, where did this guy go? The woman heard someone from underneath her say he was having trouble breathing. She was sitting on top of Mo Fan. Feng Hua asked the guy how far away it was. Why can't they just fly there? Mo Fan replied that they were almost there. Mo Fan added that his enemies were located everywhere. If he flew, he would be spotted immediately. Looking forward to the foot of the mountain, Mo Fan saw an intense release of energy. There must be some explanation for this. The guy realized that it was a heaven-defying strike, Qi Lo's secret technique. An hour before, General Qi Liao had been punched in the face. The general told his interlocutor that he was a traitor. How dare he show his face here? Qi Liao thought that for the sake of saving that old man, he had spent all his energy. The man the general called a traitor said he didn't come for the general. He's interested in Mo Fan. The general wondered why they would be looking for an ordinary person. He wondered if he had learned the true identity of the demon leader. The subordinate reported to Lord Jiaomu that the small demons had been exterminated and the swift ones had escaped. But they are pursuing them. The general shouted that Jiaomu was a real animal. He doesn't even spare his own kind. What did they do to him? Qila tried to attack his opponent, but the opponent neutralized the attack. Jiaomu absorbed all the attack energy directed towards him. Jiaomu told his opponent that they were like ants. They posed no threat to him. Lord Jiaomu added that he just wanted to destroy them. The villain directed his negative energy at the general, and he was deactivated. Ru Yuan said, "Is bullying the weak and destroying the innocent the true face of a Taoist?" Her father said, "That's why he doesn't like doing business with them. They may appear normal, but they are actually animals." Luya reported that they had searched the entire cave but couldn't find Mo Fan anywhere. Jiaomu assumed that the guy hadn't returned yet and suggested an ambush. A messenger of the Yufeng sect arrived and said that the sect master was calling. Lord Jiaomu must return to Lunxian Mountain immediately. The Lord said he had other things to do. He'll come back when he's done. The messenger was adamant. The sect master requested that the Lord follow him immediately. Something is going on with the Tushan sword, Disha Tian's weapon. Senior apprentice Qing was agitated. Why did Lord Jiaomu leave? Shouldn't they capture Mo Fan? It was reported to the head apprentice that the master of all Yus had asked the Lord to return. King said that Master Wu and Shu fell at the hands of this young man. We must be careful with him. The warrior asked, is Qing really questioning his abilities? The warrior said the abilities of those masters were pathetic, but he has honed his skills to the limit. He's ready to test his strength. King said that he wasn't interested in it. He has a case and will wait for good news. Lu Yue looked at Rui Yuan and said that the little girl this time, no one would save her. Lu Yuka deactivated the head of the city and said that he had removed the annoying dog. No one would interfere with them now. General Chilo came to his senses and looked at Lu Yue with an embittered look. The young man was frightened and told the general to stay away. He turned around and ran away. The general asked the girl what she would choose, death or humiliation. The girl replied that she would rather perish than live with it. Chilo said that she was indeed worthy of his lord. The warrior looked at his opponent and thought, is he really going to self-destruct? Lu Yue ran away and screamed in fear. After running a considerable distance away, the young man calmed down and said that he was alive after all. General Chilo was surprised at how this was possible. The opponent said all his energy was absorbed. The warrior raised his hand and released energy with lightning, saying that the general was about to know helplessness. The warrior told the frightened young man that the general was powerless and he could have some fun with him. Lu Yue replied that this general had frightened him very much and now he would show him. The distraught student began to beat the lying, exhausted general with his feet and said he was about to destroy him. The general was in pain. He said there was no energy left in his body. He couldn't even lift his arm. Lu Yue said that he would now put an end to the general's suffering and raised in his hands, deciding to apply the An Yu entry-level strike. Suddenly, Feng Hua appeared on the horizon. She said that this young man was very evil, and it looked like someone was about to die. She suggested to deal with it quickly because she was still hungry. The warrior saw the woman's companion and said that it must be Mo Fan. Mo Fan asked this guy to give at least one reason to spare him. The general saw Mo Fan and said that his lord had finally returned. The warrior wondered, had the general really called this man a lord? Mo Fan was furious and attacked this warrior. He gave him a staggering blow. Warrior says that was a nice low kick, but that's where the fun for his opponent ends. Mo Fan said that his opponent's time was up. He would now be destroyed. The warrior asked, did the guy really think he could defeat him? And warned that he was far different from the masters that Mo Fan had destroyed? Our hero told his opponent to stop talking and show what he could do. The aggressive warrior adopted a fighting stance and told Mo Fan to attack. He would be able to block any technique. Swinging around, he kicked his opponent's leg with all his might at his most vulnerable spot. At the same time, Mo Fan told his opponent to block it. The blow was very strong. The warrior had tears in his eyes and said that his jewelry had been damaged. Mo Fan wondered, was the opponent unprepared? Would he not be able to stand up now? The villain, while enduring the pain, stood up and said that Mo Fan was only able to hit him because he wasn't concentrated. Now he would definitely block any energy essence technique now. He could only be defeated by using energy essence techniques. Mo Fan, because he just wants to beat this guy up, activated his energy bludgeon. Mo Fan got close and hit his opponent again. The guy said his opponent was talking too much. The villain thought that his opponent was fast, strong, and possessed the Wu Tiju spiritual energy manifestation technique. He wouldn't be able to block anymore. The villain looked at the girl tied to the tree and thought she might be bait. Mo Fan attacked his opponent again and asked who he was to aim at a woman, losing the fight. Ru Yuan told the young man to be careful. His opponent might absorb the essence. Mo Fan attacked his opponent. The villain activated the absorption mode and said that his opponent was now caught. Mo Fan noticed that the energy-sucking mode did not stop. The opponent was absorbing his essence after all. We need to stop it now. Mo Fan fired a controlled explosion to interrupt the energy transfer mode. He said that he had managed to pump in quite a bit of pure essence. His opponent didn't have much left. Mo Fan lost a lot of strength and said that his opponent's sneaky techniques would not pass. Feng Hua, observing this, asked, didn't the guy learn everything from the Gulas?
The woman said that they absorb essence from the lives of other creatures in order to survive. They are known to use their left hand to absorb energy and their right hand to release it. The Ghoulie are despised and hated by all races because of their techniques. She did not expect a human to train with them.
The warrior asked how dare this woman tarnish his reputation. She should pay for it. Feng Hua said that the Guli were the ancestral opponents of the Dragonborn, so they had learned to counter their techniques. The woman said that she would help the young man now and added, let them use their technique, then she would fill him with essence energy. Mofen took a few steps to the side and said that he seemed to have realized what she was up to. Ru Wen watched this woman. She could see where her hands were positioned. At this moment, Mo Fan was telling Feng Hua not to squeeze some parts of his body. Ru Yuan angrily asked in an angry voice, who teaches techniques to a disciple by squeezing his buttocks? After transferring his energy to this guy, Feng Hua said that he could now deal with his opponent. The young man directed a charge of powerful energy directly at the enemy. The villain said he was already waiting and prepared to absorb a new batch of essence. The villain said that this time he would absorb his opponent's energy until he died. Mo Fan said that this guy seemed to have realized what the matter was. Feng Hua asked, would he really not be able to stop? The villain said he liked it. He needs more power. Mo Fan continued to emit energy. The companion continued to absorb it. Feng Hua told her companion not to stop. The rival was almost at his limit. Everything worked out just as the woman predicted. The villain was exhausted and said he couldn't hold the energy in himself any longer. The enraged Feng Hua said that she was ready to destroy all the villains with one hand. Our hero found this strange. Why, with such a level of skill, did he not repel Feng Hua's binding technique? Mo Fan assumed that the opponent didn't want to stop absorbing energy. Couldn't he move while absorbing? Our hero understood everything, and introducing adjustments, continued his attack. Mo Fan once again directed a stream of energy at his opponent and said that he knew everything. His opponent couldn't move. The villain realized that he had been figured out and shouted that he wouldn't do it again. Mo Fan got close to the motionless opponent in the process of transferring energy and gave him a staggering kick to the jaw. The guy said that even against such a powerful technique, there was a method. Mo Fan showed his fist and said that next time, he would use this fist to send his opponent to the other world. The opponent rose to his feet and said that it was illogical. Did Mo Fan really think that he could win in this way? Mo Fan said that this was how she was going to win, and added that he began to suspect that his rival had reached such heights by cheating. Others said that he still hadn't used the energy essence. With another strike, Mo Fan was unable to break through his opponent's defense and flew to the wall. Our hero didn't understand. Had his opponent covered himself with energy essence? The villain asked, was Mo Fan really scared? After all, he had covered himself with an explosive essence of energy. With every time he touched him, his opponent would receive a blast wave directly into his face. Feng Hua wondered, didn't that mean that the villain would die before slaying the opponent? Mo Fan thought that in that case, he just needed to keep his distance. In the place where the battle was taking place, there were regular explosions and energy was released abundantly. Mo Fan wondered, how did the opponent think of using such a defensive technique? Is he really that smart? The villain was very effectively deactivated. The woman asked if he was dead. Mo Fan replied that he wasn't dead yet, but he wouldn't be able to get up. Feng Hua, smiling, said that she met Gul right after her release. This is a good gift. Ru Yuan told this woman to stop. After all, this guy had only learned a few techniques from them. The woman didn't listen to anyone and activated the devour mode. She was really hungry. Feng Hua paused and turned around to Ru Yuan and inquired, what was she saying? Ru Yuan asked in horror, did this woman really eat his soul? Mo Fan said, only so she wouldn't choke on it. Mo Fan, turning to the general, asked, where is Master Guwei? Where did he hide him? Luo Xiaoqian said that the old man had been taken away by Jiao Mu.
Mo Fan thought, is Jiao Mu really here too?
Ru Yuan confirmed and said that Qing Yang was also here. They left before he came. She said that something had happened to the Demon Emperor's blade. Mo Fan thought, so they knew he was alive all this time. Mo Fan thought that he needed to become stronger. If he could take this sword, he would have a chance against them. Mo Fan asked Feng Hua if his queen would be willing to accompany him on a trip to Yufeng sect. He was very interested in the Tushan sword. The mayor said it was a bad idea. Those people wish the young man dead. Does he really want to come to them? Suddenly, Lu Yue walked up to the city head and told him not to move. The girl, seeing this, rushed to her father. Mo Fan thought, had the guy completely fallen out of love with life? After all, he would finish him off before he could even touch the hostage's neck. He should immediately lower his blade. Lu Yue said that this is not a simple blade. All he has to do is think about it and the hostage's life will end. He's not going to give in. Lu Yue activated the flight talisman and escaped with the hostage, telling Mo Fan to come to Lunxiang Mountain if he had the courage. Mo Fan thought that the enemies must have recognized his plan. The Yufeng sect will prepare a defense. The battle promises to be epic. Our hero barely saved the nearly shattered spiritual core of the Qiliao. It will take at least half a year to rebuild it. Mo Fan gathered his team together. He told them to keep their heads down. The Taoists won't find them here. Feng Hua looked at the guy and thought, how did he achieve such respect? These demons are like he has a leash on him. Ru Yuan said that he was just stronger than them. Feng Hua said that it was not about strength. After safely hiding his crew, our hero told the girls it was time for them to hit the road. Ru Yuan asked, what was their plan? Would they go for a frontal attack towards Mount Lunxian? Mo Fan replied that they wouldn't do that. Feng Hua said that the first item in their plan would be to find a restaurant. She is very hungry. Next, our narrative moves to the Yufeng sect. Tushan's sword had been crackling with tension for days now. Jiao Mu said that it was because he sensed his master, the demon god. He is very sensitive to his actions. But Dishu Tian died. It must be all true sword energy. This should stop soon. The head of the Yufeng sect, Lin Yu, said that if he hadn't personally seen the head of the demons being knocked off his head, he would have thought that he had been reborn. A messenger came to the head of the sect and said there was important news. The messenger turned out to be Lu Yue. He said that Mo Fan was very dangerous. Not only did he brutally destroy the Hallmaster, but he also threatened to come to Lunxian Mountain to steal Tushan's sword. Risking his life, the messenger immediately went here and brought this news. The sect leader was surprised. Did Mo Fan really intend to come here? The messenger said that he had heard with his own ears. There could be no mistake. Ling Yu said that guy's a scoundrel. How dare he destroy his innocent servant? He added that he was ready to strangle him with his own hands. He needs the exact coordinates of this rascal's whereabouts. Jiao was surprised. Was that guy really able to destroy the Hallmaster? He told the sect master that he needed to be patient and take care of himself. At the hands of that guy, there were 3 masters in a row. You can't take any chances. The head of all the sects asked, is Jiao Mu saying that he has to wait for Mo Fan to knock on the door? His sect got spit in the face from the demons. He can't just sit still. Jiao Mu said that Mo Fan is very cunning. Even if they try to finish him off, he can take advantage of the fact that they left the hall. Maybe we should warn the 9 halls to keep a close eye on him. The head of the sect agreed. He said that this was what they would do. He gave Lu Yue a special task to inform all the halls and give them the order. Jiao Mu told his assistant that the halls are widely scattered. You have to report one by one. There is no margin for error. Lu Yue said that he would execute everything to the highest level. Jiao Mu turned around and walked away. His assistant thought that he was a special envoy of the sect head himself. The special envoy decided to act differently. He decided to have this news reported to Hongji Hall. Let them inform the other halls themselves. In Hongji Hall, a warrior brought a scroll and said that the villain Mo Fan had gone to Yufeng's sect to steal Tushan's sword. Each hall is obliged to report the slightest trace of him, and it is forbidden to act alone.
A message was passed from sect to sect. Mo Fan wants to steal the sword. Every hall needs to be attentive. Don't fight him, but report him at once. As it passed from mouth to mouth, the information became distorted. It ended up sounding like this. Whoever sees Mo Fan must catch him and will be rewarded with the Tushan sword.
An elder of one of the sects was surprised after reading the information. Would the sect master really reward Tushan with a sword for capturing this young man? The master of the male hall, Wu Ju, said that this was great and ordered all his disciples to send out to find Mo Fan. In the city of Weiyan, the clerk on duty suggests that people walking by visit their establishment. Following the first point of the plan, Mo Fan and the girls visited the restaurant. The guy and his companion were surprised at the speed of Feng Hua's food absorption. A woman set a world record for the fastest time eating food. Mo Fan remarked that the food wouldn't run anywhere, and there was no need to be in such a hurry. Feng Hua didn't let the waiter go far and kept placing a new order. The waiter told the lady that they were out of meat and offered to come back some other time. Feng Hua said that she is being mercilessly cheated. There are at least 20 chickens in the backyard. She can smell them. The waiter apologized and said it was a reserve. They are reserved for the master of the Maina Hall. Weiyang City belongs to the Maina Hall. They can't be offended. A disciple of the sect showed up at this restaurant and said that everyone should pay attention to him. He showed a portrait and said that this man was wanted. Whoever helps catch him will be rewarded. The waiter thought he'd seen this man somewhere. The administrator of the restaurant offered the disciples of the sect a rest and tea. The disciples only snapped back. The comprehension of these sect disciples attracted Feng Hua, who was appetizingly eating another portion of chicken. Ru Yuan asked her companion, "What would they do? Shouldn't it be time for them to leave?" Mo Fan replied that he wasn't full yet. The administrator motioned for the two warriors to sit down. One of the warriors put his hand on Mo Fan's shoulder and told him to get up from his seat. Mo Fan looked around and asked, "What kind of problems do these young people have?" The warrior who was looking for Mo Fan told him to get out of here immediately and added that the men wanted to talk to the beauties. Mo Fan looked indignantly at these insolent people, but he didn't say anything in response. The next moment, Mo Fan jumped up from his seat and said that he was inviting these people to sit down. The warriors laughed and said that he was a smart kid. One of them asked the girls where they were going, adding that there are a lot of bad guys around here. They can take the girls where they need to go. The two brazen men tried to court the girls in a rude manner, but the girls did not react in any way. The waiter told our hero to run away quickly before those two recognized him. Mo Fan said that now the most interesting part would begin. One of the insolent men looked at Feng Hua and said that she was in great shape. When he saw her empty plates on the table, he added that she had a great appetite. Rude said if the girl was already full, they could take a walk. Mo Fan, watching this scene, thought that Feng Hua had great stamina. He didn't think she would last this long. The rude man didn't calm down and offered Feng Hua to take a walk with him, saying that she wouldn't regret it because he could be trusted because he was a good guy and this city was under his care. Ru Yuan's patience ran out, and the rude man received a powerful punch in the face with an empty plate thrown at him. After such a powerful blow, the hapless bow fell under the table. Mo Fan thought that the show was starting. Ru Yuan told those guys to fuck off. They're hitting on the wrong girls. Feng Hua thought that she was somehow lazy to deal with them. She wanted to protect this girl, but it turned out that she was quite independent. The villains were furious. They called the girl a villain and asked her if she knew who they were. She wouldn't get away with it so easily. Mo Fan grabbed them by the scruff of the neck and led them away from the establishment. He said they could do whatever they wanted, but they should just let them eat in peace. The villain asked his abuser if he knew what happens when he gets angry. Mo Fan said that in that case, his master must be coming to stand up for this guy. These two finally found out that the person in front of them was the one everyone was looking for. It's the one who destroyed the 3 hall masters. It's the demon Mo Fan. The warrior said that a cursed fiend has come to this city to plot. He will meet his doom here. After these words, he let off a signal firework to let everyone know about this event. The warrior said that Hall Manly had sworn to exterminate demons, to protect Dao and his followers. Their lord would send men here at once. This guy couldn't escape. Mo Fan said, before anyone comes here, he will have some fun with these two and is ready to take them to hell. Mo Fan raised his foot threateningly and attacked the two opponents. However, help came to them quickly. Mo Fan asked, didn't the A Feng sect order him not to attack him? Sect Master Wu Jiu said that he was just about to taste the excellent chicken and saw the signal fireworks of the direct entrance. Master said that Mo Fan had betrayed his teacher and followed the path of demons. He had come to this land for nothing. He would never get out of here alive. The master attacked our hero with energy arrows. Old man Wu Ziyu shouted out. He wondered how long this guy could last. He activated a volley of 1,000 lightning arrows. Mo Fan activated the protective dome and asked, was this really all they could do? Master Wu just saw the true Qi shield and thought that it was a no-nonsense technique. However, it was still unworthy of the Tushan sword. Old man Wujo looked at his warriors and thought that Mo Fan couldn't be dealt with simply like this. We'll have to use their trick. The master thought he would use the ability to restrain him first and step back into the distance himself. Wuju asked what his opponent was thinking about and told him to look into his eyes. Mo Fan threw a few punches at the old man and said that it took a long time to reach him. Doesn't the old man know that he had finished off 3 masters in a row? Continuing to beat up the old man, Mo Fan asked, if this was all he could do, what did he even expect? Elder Wu Ziyu thought that he had trained for 40 years, and now he was being beaten up by some little brat. The old man ordered his warriors to engage the formation. The warriors replied that they would fulfill everything and surrounded their opponent. Each of them prepared to use their internal energy and turned on the activation mode. Ru Yan cried out with fright that it was a trap. This formation is gathering the aura of heaven and earth. Feng Hua, with a chicken leg in her hand, said that this guy will definitely find a way out.
Mofan thought that this was unbelievable. A few pathetic weaklings are able to activate such a formation. The old man said that when the magic circle narrows, the power of the lightning will double. The barrier is so strong that the opponent can't escape. Soon he will turn into a handful of ashes. Mofan told the old man that he was so happy, he didn't even want to upset him.
The old man laughed and said that he was ready to listen to the young man. He would not be upset by anything. Mofan asked how the old man was going to get out of here. The warriors, smiling, said that the sect master sacrificed himself without hesitation in order to defeat the demon. They would remember their master's feat. Wujin was scared. The lightning was getting stronger and stronger, and he wouldn't be able to escape by instantaneous movement. If there was a master who could recognize the use of instantaneous movement, he would be in trouble. Mofan connects with Dishipul. After 5 seconds, he would probably react to it soon. The demonic clan's techniques won't help here. Mofan thought that there must be a way out. There must be some kind of technique. He wondered what would happen if he mixed true demon energy with Dao technique. The old man thought that he needed to keep holding on. He had studied the lightning strike technique for 40 years. This was nothing compared to that. Mofan summoned a heavenly lightning bolt. The old man struggled to get up. Jumping to his feet, Master Wujin laughed. Does this guy really want to summon heavenly lightning? This is ridiculous. He wants to use such a basic technique. Does he really think he can resist in such a worthless way? That's what they teach in elementary school to fight mosquitoes. Mofan brought his hands together in front of him and recited a spell. The effect became many times stronger. The old man squinted and tensed. What was this spell? He had never heard such a thing. Master Wujin was filled with fear. Is it a demonic technique? But he was sure that the lightning spell was Taoist. Elder Wujin said for his warriors to get ready. They were about to deliver a powerful lightning strike. However, our hero did not stand still. He said he would eliminate the barrier and use the demon technique, black lightning. His hands were actually emitting black lightning bolts. The opponents struck by this lightning screamed in pain. They had never heard of this technique. What happened? Their opponent is completely unharmed. They need to run away immediately. The warriors began to urge their elder to retreat immediately. They did not want to leave him, so he must follow them. The old man said that no one would run away. They must return and fight shoulder to shoulder. But the disciples said that their master was a wonderful man and they would honor him forever. And no one went back. There were 2 people left in the square, Mofan and Wujin, each with his own lightning bolt. The old man thought that until now he had been surrounded by a gathering of cowards. Could he really die? Frightened, the old man told his rival that death by his hand was an honor, but he asked for mercy. Ru Yuan was surprised. Did they really win? Feng Hua said that she had warned her that it would be fine and warned the waiter to cook her all the chickens that were in the backyard. The advance reservation is canceled. Mofan approached the old man and said that he knew how to adjust to circumstances. The old man thanked the young man. Mofan understood that the old man wanted to live, but he needed something in return. Mofan started asking questions. Is there a barrier by the Lunxian mountain? How do they usually pass through it? Where is the entrance located? The old man replied that the entrance is through the cloud ball path in the backyard. The old man once again thanked his rival and said that showing generosity to those who admitted their guilt was his favorite saying. Ru Yuan asked if Mofan expected to get to the mountain through the cloud sword path. The young man replied that he had an idea, but he wasn't sure if it would work. The girl said she had a plan too, but it could be risky. Taoist Ling Yu is practicing meditation. The master received a message sent to him by lightning. It came right through the window. The message indicated that he was chasing Mofan in the Suyan area outside the city. He had defeated the demons, but he noticed a fire Keelan among them. What to do with it? Ling Yu thought that this was a Dishitian riding animal. Who would have thought that he would end up in these lands? Elder Ling Yu was told that the newly appointed head of Xiaoying Hall had arrived. The master said that he had to leave on an important matter. He decided to catch the fire Keelan before Zhao Mu knew about it. Otherwise, he would notify the others. The elder went on the road and thought that the fire Keelan would belong to him. Xiaoying thought, where is this elder in a hurry? He also forbade them from leaving. We should wait for him to come back and then tell him everything. Xiaoying stared intently at the sealed sword. Xiaoying reached out his hand and tried to touch him. However, someone behind him told him to remove his hands if he wanted to live. The interlocutor said that the Tu Shan sword contained 1/5 of Dishitian's power. It is only natural for a sword to be drawn to a young man if he is practicing demonic techniques. If he continued to fail to control himself and give in to the call of the sword, then he could be sure that he would be torn into small shreds. Xiaoying bowed and thanked his interlocutor for the remark. The young man thought, you can't have someone notice that he was practicing demonic techniques. The young man thought that the power of the sword was very great if it was able to control the people around him. The inner courtyard of the Cloud Sword Hall. The master is standing near the portal. A warrior appeared out of the portal. He had crossed over to this side. Ling Yu asked, why is Hao Qi alone? Where are his disciples? The master who appeared was silent and pointed his finger at his closed mouth. Ling Yu thought, what could it be? A silence technique or a trap? On all sides, magical demonic beasts emerged from the ground. It was a chain of 9 dragons. Ling Yu told his opponent to come out. Does he really think that such a technique is a hindrance? Mo Fan appeared out of nowhere and shouted that this day had finally arrived. Ling Yu laughed and said that he was the one who lured the guy here. Ling Yu, as always in such cases, activated the protective dome. It was now impossible to get through to him so easily. Mo Fan said that the opponent's plan didn't work. Doesn't he understand anything? This is not a dome at all. This is the final form of his 9-dragon technique. As long as he is trapped here, they will be able to pass through to Lun Xian. The old man said that he had underestimated Mo Fan. No wonder he defeated the 3 hall heads. He also lured him out by trickery. A disciple like him is a disgrace to Master Go Wei. Mo Fan said that Old Man Gu was balanced unlike many others, who only pretended to be decent. As for the cunning, it wasn't him who came up with this plan. Ru Yuan said not to get the young man involved, it could be dangerous. Flying away, Mo Fan said that he had destroyed not 3, but 4 masters. The guy added that thanks to the girl's plan, they had succeeded and got rid of the biggest problem. Feng Hua remarked that without her technique, they wouldn't have succeeded. Ru Yuan was happy to be helpful. The old man thought it was outrageous how they had thought this through. Decided to lure the enemy away from his base. Now he would be mocked. The elder was even more angry when he learned that the young man had killed 4 masters. He only smiled stupidly in response. Our hero and his companions found themselves in the territory of the Yufeng sect. Feng Hua found this place quite nice and thought that they could use this place as a residence in the future. Mo Fan looked around and saw an old acquaintance. The old acquaintance was scared out of his wits. Mo Fan said that he hadn't been feeling well lately. Mo Fan and his companions changed into clothes suitable for this sect. They used an old acquaintance as a cover. Mo Fan said that when they got what they came for, they would let him go. Ru Yuan asked where Teacher Gu and her father were. The attendant said that her father was in the underground prison and that he didn't know anything about the teacher. Mr. Zhao had taken him away. From afar, a voice called out to their attendant, Lu Yue. Mo Fan immediately recognized that voice. After all, it belonged to that scoundrel. Lu Yue smiled and said that it was a coincidence since he had just mentioned Mr. Zhao. Master Zhao looked at Lu Yue and his companions who had managed to turn away in time. Zhao asked the young man if he had personally notified each sect according to the order. Lu Yue replied that he had recently had a chronic exacerbation of a serious illness, so he was unable to fulfill the order. Zhao looked into his interlocutor's eyes and asked where such goofy assistance came from. Zhou turned his attention to Lu Yue's companions and asked, didn't they know how to greet him? After all, Mo Fan was standing with his back to him. Lu Yue said that this disciple's settlement had been destroyed, and all of his relatives as well. He asked to shelter him and teach him techniques so that he could take revenge. He was so grateful for the gift of the sword and always practiced hard. Somehow he found out he liked the Phoenix Potion. He'd have a hard time trying to catch him. One day he went to town to get medicine and heard someone speak ill of him. He immediately got into a fight that almost killed him. This disciple did not allow anyone to slander the master and was willing to lay down his life for him. Lu Yue thought that he had waited for this moment for a long time and wanted this demon to be destroyed. However, right now he was scared. Zhao told this disciple to turn around. Couldn't he hear that he was being addressed? Lu Yue replied that the newcomer was overexcited when he met the master. Zhao turned away and walked away to the side. Mo Fan thought that this man had made his people suffer. The time would come and he would make him pay 100-fold for what he had done. Lu Yu said, we need to remain calm. If they were discovered, they would be destroyed immediately. He told Mo Fan to quickly take the prisoners and leave. Mo Fan replied to shut up and show the way. In conclusion, Lu Xiaoqian once again studied the medical treatise. The man noticed that on the other side of the bars, someone had deactivated the guard. Our heroes burst into the dungeon. Ru Yuan and her father met. Mo Fan got the key from the deactivated guard and opened the cell. The city head stepped outside and hugged his daughter. He asked how they had the courage to come here, and added that old man Ling Yu had been looking for them everywhere. Mo Fan said that there was nothing to worry about. Ling Yu is currently busy at the back of the hall at Yui's place. For a while longer, he definitely won't show up. The town governor was surprised. Could it be that the young man had even managed to deal with Ling Yu? Was he really the one they were talking about? Mo Fan replied that it was impossible. When will the doctor calm down? Is he really forcing him to go for the elimination of witnesses? A startled Lu Yue asked if they could discuss things a little faster. Mo Fan told the young man that he still had a lot of things to do. He asked where Tushan's sword was. Xiao couldn't calm down. He thought that he felt uncomfortable around the newcomers. Xiao couldn't get rid of the thought that Lu Yue was hinting at something when he talked about the newcomer. Xiao vigorously turned around and told the guards to be on guard. Mo Fan is around here somewhere. It is necessary to close the gate immediately. Our heroes have heard that they are already being sought. If they found them, they would be sent to prison. Mo Fan couldn't understand how they knew he was here. Mo Fan told Lu Yue not to stand there and show the way. Lu Yue replied that no one was guarding the gate. In the main hall, a young man was trying to break the seal on his sword. Did it really contain a fifth of Dishi Tian's power? The young man thought that the sect leader would not turn a blind eye to the theft of the sword. But then why is he here without a guard? Could it be a trap, or should he take the risk? The young man decided to immediately take his sword and get out of here. Lu Yuk told Mo Fan to deactivate it for the sake of appearances, as if he was being forced. Mo Fan said that it would not help the young men to justify themselves. Mo Fan walked over to the sword and saw that Chen Yu was there. He asked, "What is the traitor doing here? How dare he invade the main hall?" Chen Yu said that Mo Fan had misunderstood everything. He could explain everything right now. It was obvious that the young man was looking for excuses. Kenya said Mo Fan destroyed the teacher on this apostasy. He had angered everyone. No one would mourn his death now. How dare he sneak in and steal the sword? Mo Fan said that his interlocutor looked like a noble person, but when he opened his mouth, he gave a different impression. Our hero asked what Xian Yu himself had forgotten in this hall. Mo Fan added that apparently the sword was not only interested in him. Feng Hua said that this guy looks handsome, but is narrow-minded. Isn't he tired of pretending to be good? Mo Fan told the companion that this guy is a hypocrite. Quen Yu shouted for his opponent to shut up and directed his internal energy in the form of a sword at him. Mo Fan repelled his opponent's attack and said that this sword had turned into gas, and added that although Qian Yu was strong, his level was much higher. Chen Yu was puzzled. How did this rascal dare? He thought that he had also studied demon techniques, but why was he not as strong as his opponent? Chen Yu noticed that the sword was responding to his wish. Then he wasn't here for nothing. Mo Fan knew that the sword was actually calling out to him. It must have sensed its energy. In his soul, he is still the same, and the sword recognized that. He was now confident that he could retrieve the remaining 4 demonic vessels. Qian Yu grabbed the chain that held the sword and told his opponent not to dare to underestimate him. Qian Yu touched the sword and received a severe burn on his hand and cried out in pain. Mo Fan thought that it was now clear why no sword guards had been set up. A protective field was created beforehand. Suddenly, guardian spirits appeared to protect this sword. Mo Fan asked why Chen Yu had escaped so quickly. Feng Hua said that these guardian spirits were extremely strong. With his current level, it would be difficult for the young man to deal with them. Mo Fan thought that there were 2 guards, so the chances of victory were slim. Besides, their battle would attract Zhao Mu's attention, so he could come here at any time. Mo Fan thought it wasn't easy to get here. What was the point of stopping halfway? He decided to proceed to retrieve the sword. In the courtyard of Yufeng Hall, 2 disciples are talking. They are talking about how their sect is ranked at the very bottom. Feng Hua tells the young man to give up. He can't win. Determination alone will not be enough to equalize the difference in strength. Mo Fan tells her to keep quiet. Mo Fan decided that until he got the sword, this game of catch-up would not end, for it contained a fifth of his strength. The guards were guarding the approaches to the sword. The sect learned that a raven had appeared in the chapter hall. It's Mo Fan. It is urgent to inform Jin Mo and detain him. Mo Fan asked Feng Hua if she could detain the opponents. The woman asked, why would she need to do that? Mo Fan said that if she did well, she would get 3 roasted ducks with a secret recipe. Our hero got into a confrontation with the sword guards. He attacked them with his demonic lightning, The guards were strong and were not hurt. Mo Fan, seizing the opportunity, rushed towards the sword. The guards rushed after him in pursuit. Mo Fan didn't have time. One of the guards preceded him and blocked the way with his sharp sword. Our hero bounced to the side and attacked the other guardian with an air stab. The arrow hit the opponent in the head. However, the injured guardian's head began to recover. Mo Fan thought that it wasn't fair. Guardians could regenerate. Would one really have to risk using that very technique? So we have to revive the demon within us. At the back of the hall, the master who appeared was extremely angry. Where were the sect guards looking? Why is there a spy inside? The wounded old man said for the master not to worry. Jiao Mo would personally take care of everything. The master grabbed the old man by the throat and said that it was all his fault. He must pay with his life to make amends. The master attacked the old man and began to absorb his energy, all the while harping that he was his master. The master who had done away with the old man said that his orders were always perfect. Wiping the blood from his face, he said that he would only use the dragon's sickle technique as a last resort, but he needed to break this barrier. The man added that after that, he'd be off to something more flavorful. Xian Yu tried to hide. He could hear the leadership outside cursing at those warriors who allowed the enemies to enter the chapter hall.
The order came in that the chapter should be contacted and let other chapters know of the need for support.
Ru Yuan saw the injured Xian Yu crouch down to rest in a secluded place from cover. The girl recognized the guy, not paying attention to his injured arm. The guy thought that the infection of the hand doesn't stop. Old man Ling Yu is a cruel person after all. What kind of inhuman technique was this? His techniques don't work. If you don't stop the infection, you could be burned alive. The guy tried using the demonic technique, hoping it would help. The father and daughter watching the young man thought that this guy was a hypocrite. He too was secretly studying demon techniques. The young man realized that he was being watched, and after wondering who was there, he directed his energy at the lurkers. Qian Yu saw who was following him and asked the girl, "Did she really see everything?" The ambushed Ru Yuan stated that this guy has always been on the side of justice and hates evil, but he is actually a hypocrite. Unlike him, Mo Fan isn't afraid to be himself and doesn't go against his principles. Qian Yu said that the girl didn't understand him. She had lived in luxury since childhood. He paid a big price to be where he is now. In this world, power decides everything. The young man told them to leave. In her eyes, he is no longer the same. The boy added that he would have mercy on them today and asked that they not stop thinking of him as before, or if they could, as a friend. The girl asked if he thought they were still friends. Qian Yu struggled with his demonic beginning. The demon inside him didn't want to let the girl go. After all, she might tell others that he was learning demonic techniques. He would have no place among the 5 sects. Qian Yu thought that only he could take care of himself and rushed towards the girl. Mo Fan thought that the outcome of the battle was the most important thing. He is not afraid that everyone will find out who he really is. Our hero prepared to repel the guard's attack. Mo Fan thought that if he lost, he would admit his defeat. If he won, he would get what he deserved. Mo Fan raised his hands up and activated the heavenly lightning. Feng Hua angrily asked, was he really thinking of sending everyone to the other world? Countless lightning bolts rained down on the ground. The guy thought that if it didn't work, he had lost. Mo Fan tensed up with all his might and thought that he couldn't die here. After all, he is Di Shitian. Luo Shouqian brought Chen Yuan to him and told him not to even think of hurting his daughter. He told Ru Yuan to use the technique he taught her. Ru Yuan put her hand forward to use the technique and said that Chen Yu was a real monster. And her father left the place through the hole in the wall. Chen Yu stayed inside and lamented that he was having trouble seeing. The man said that they might be discovered. They should look for Mo Fan as soon as possible. Chen Yu cried with bloodshot eyes and said that this girl would still regret it. The father and daughter asked Feng Hua where Mo Fan had gone. The woman replied that he had used lightning strikes to defeat the 2 spirits and did not know if he was still alive. Everyone saw that our hero had struck himself with lightning. This is madness. Does he really think he's immortalized himself? Mo Fan appeared with a sword in his hands and shouted for everyone to disperse to the sides. The young man was blazing with flames. Feng Hua said that guy had changed. What kind of appearance has he taken? It's just a horror. Ru Yuan was very happy that the guy was alive. Her father realized who was in front of them. Qian Yu said that it couldn't be. After all, he had seen him die. How did he do that? Mo Fan said the sword also recognized him. It had finally regained its former power. Mo Fan swung his sword and said that now everyone would see the power of this weapon. The guards were still trying to attack him. Feng Hua thought that this guy defeated opponents with a single blow. His strength is terrifying, but how does he manage to use his sword so skillfully? Suddenly, an elder appeared out of nowhere and angrily asked how this rascal dared to touch his weapon. He must hand it over immediately. The opponents used a technique called Dragon Sickle. Qian Yu thought, did he really want to flatten the whole place? The old man angrily asked how the guy was able to control the power of the sword. Who is he? Mo Fan asked the evil old man what he himself thought who was in front of him. The elder said it was impossible. He can't be Di Shitian because he's been dead for a long time. The elder looked around and saw that the heads of the other sects had arrived to support him. Each of them made their presence known. They were responding to the call and would help protect their foundations by eradicating the demon. The elder laughed and said, "That's great. Now they would see who dared to invade his domain." The old man thought that he was sure to win. Jin Mo thought that fortunately, the demonic techniques had healed the wound. If he had been away for a few days, the head would have noticed. Xiao Mu asked what he was doing here. Jin Mo replied that as the head of the Xiaoying Hall, he wanted to help in the battle. Xiao Mu said, "There is no point in rashly going to your doom. We should first see what was going on there." The elder said that Mo Fan is a fool. All the heads of the halls are here. He only has one last word before his death. Mo Fan replied that it was fine. He would behead each of them one by one, and not only them. He also needs to destroy the 5 sects. In the meantime, the old man should prepare to sacrifice his famous sect. One of the helpers who arrived asked the elder to single-handedly deal with this guy. The elder said that caution must be exercised. The best tactic is to join forces. Someone present said that unfortunately they had used up all their energy and would be incapacitated for the next year. Therefore, it would not be possible to use their construction for the light spell. The elder wondered if they didn't understand. If they didn't win today, the demons would go back to their old ways. Then everything they'd created would be meaningless. The masters present said that in that case, they would continue the fight and took their places for a coordinated strike. Mo Fan watched his opponents and asked, did they really think that he would let them complete the formation? The young man decided to be proactive, because he knew where to expect an attack from. To the one who wished to act alone, our hero said that it could not be thought of better. After all, he had long been waiting for an opportunity to destroy him himself. The enemy's attack was unsuccessful for our hero. Mo Fan received a strong blow to his chest and was forced to fall to his knees. Leaning on his sword, he began to cough up blood. One of the attackers said it was a great opportunity to grab him. The elder said that we should be careful. This guy is sneaky and can fake it. We should continue to focus on the formation. Dr. Luo Xiaotian said that the power of the sword was very strong. The young man absorbed it too sharply. Now almost all the arteries are damaged. Mo Fan replied that he couldn't lose here. Feng Hua asked, was there no other way out? The doctor said that he could temporarily cure the young man with acupuncture. It would give him an extra 2 hours. But right now he was badly injured and couldn't help. Feng Hua asked if he could teach her how to do it, or if she could transfer some of her energy to him. The doctor said that acupuncture requires skill. Without experience, it won't work. The elder with the sect heads told his opponent that the heavens had missed him. Heaven's order could not be disobeyed. Mo Fan said he's getting excited early. There's enough strength to get even with him. The doctor said no way. At this rate, the guy would just fry. Mo Fan thought, do I have to give up? But would the demons be able to regain their greatness then? Ru Yun said that she used to train by repeating after her father. She has experience as a healer and knows how to use energy. She was also taught how to do mouth-to-mouth CPR. She is willing to try it. The old man told his daughter to slowly inject her energy through needles into the 8 main acupuncture points. Through these points, one should direct one's energy through the circle of internal qi energy. The doctor thought that although his daughter was not trained in a specialty, her level of knowledge was higher than that of an ordinary person. She is his worthy follower. The elder thought that he had fallen for his opponent's trick last time, but now no matter how he pretended, he would not repeat his mistakes. The elder said that the preparations were complete. Feng Hua excitedly said that if Rui Yuan Guy didn't cure Rui Yuan, they would all die. The doctor remarked that now would be the most important moment. One of the attackers said for everyone to get ready to strike and destroy this demon. The attackers went on the attack and used Yu Fei's 10,000 June technique. It seemed that defeat could not be avoided. Feng Hua said as she finished her treatment, and immediately activated the protective dome. The woman said they were a little late. The enemy had time to strike. He is too strong and cannot be contained. Some sacrifices will have to be made today. Fenghua said Mo Fan will now be her debtor. He owes her 100,000 roasted suckling piglets. One of the attackers watching the events said that they were victorious, and today made it clear to all what awaited the renegades if they challenged them. However, the attackers were alarmed. What was that sound coming from down there? Suddenly, a demonic spirit dragon appeared out of the fire. Mo Fan was sitting on it. All the wizards attacking our hero thought it was going nowhere. Where did the dragon come from? Mo Fan, who was on the dragon, asked if it was embarrassing for them to fight 5 against 1. One of the attackers shouted that the formation had been destroyed. They needed to hide urgently. The other masters decided that hiding was not worth it, and it was necessary to destroy this dragon. The dragon, not thinking long, began to swallow the hostile masters one by one. Ru Yuan said, "It's amazing. They were able to overpower 5 heads." The doctor said he didn't think they would start acting together. They complement each other perfectly. However, it is still unclear how long Mo Fan's body will be able to endure. The master told the elder that their rival was resisting the will of the sky. There was no way they could defeat him. The elder shouted that he was surrounded by lowlifes. Taoist Li Yue's strength was fully revealed. The frightened masters shouted for the Lord to have mercy too. The elder was adamant. Xiaomu told the young man that if he hadn't stopped him, the same fate would have awaited him. Mo Fan stated that just now, his interlocutor had fought so courageously, and now he had gotten to this point. Was he really scared? The elder asked why his rival should live if he was useless. He laughing added that this was the credo of his sect. Mo Fan replied that in that case, the elder could destroy himself to justify his credo. Mo Fan thought that by combining his current level at the fusion stage with the Tushan level, he was now barely matching the first stage of the calamity phase. The elder shouted, for what the rival had done to his sect, he would pay with his life. The dragon told his master that the beast the old man controls is as ancient as he is. He is furious. One must be careful. Mo Fan replied that he understood everything. The dragon stated that the enemy wants to devour them. He is very weak and will not be able to hold out for long. Mo Fan said that if the opponent wanted to swallow them, then he should taste it. The young man applied the punishing thunder. Mo Fan ordered the dragon to follow forward. The dragon wondered if he had decided to increase his opponent's fury. Mo Fan angrily asked how he knew how long the enemy's neck was. The dragon said that the guy should think of something to get them out of here sooner. Mo Fan said that it was useless to attack him from the outside. We should try it from the inside. Only strengthen it, he should do the rest on his own. Mo Fan agreed and received the dragon armor. The boy rushed to realize what he had planned. The dragon flew aside and transformed into a human form. It was Fenghua again. The woman said that this was the last straw of her strength. Our hero asked, did his opponent really want to swallow him? He agreed and said, let's see what happens. Mo Fan snapped at the old man. He wondered what else Li Yue was up to, and it was unclear how long Fenghua's armor would last. Li Yue said that this guy was not a bad guy. He was able to reach him unharmed. Mo Fan shouted to his opponent that the debt of blood was covered with blood. Mo Fan struck the old man with his demonic sword. However, the old man blocked this attack. Elder Li Yue said that the opponent was able to overcome his dragon barrier, but that was the end of his luck. However, our hero performed a unique technique that was characteristic of only one creature. Li Yue realized that this jerk was a Dishi Tian technique. Could it really be him? The opponent confirmed that this is exactly the case. He is Dishi Tian. The old man asked, how did he manage to survive? No wonder it was impossible to create a demonic elixir from his remains. The sword sensed its master. He should have guessed it earlier. Mo Fan questioned his opponent. Had he only now realized how stupid he was? It had been a long time since his sword had tasted the blood of his enemies. The old man could consider it an honor to be the first victim of this sword in a long time. The young man delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. The old man tried to block it, but it failed. Li Yue, who had fallen on his back, said that he despised Dishi Tian. However, the guy had overlooked something. The old man spread his hands and said that this place was created by him personally, and he is immortal here. Mo Fan thought that his opponent had been mortally wounded in the chest, but had fully recovered. This was very difficult to do, even with a lighter injury. The old man laughed and rose to his feet, saying that he was merely testing what his enemy was capable of, adding that he still had an ace up his sleeve. The next moment, our hero was bound hand and foot. He was unable to move. Mo Fan thought that his opponent had not only bound him, but was also absorbing his energy. The wily old man reported that this was correct. This dragon's ability is to absorb the energy of anything that enters it, and to ensure that there are no impurities, it only absorbs the power of a certain kind. Could it be that Mo Fan didn't sense anything familiar here? Mo Fan sensed that there was an energy here that belonged to his kin. Liu confirmed that it was correct. This is where his accomplishments for the entire 760 years have been gathered. He had searched every demon lair from the north to the south and collected these energies here. The old man said the demons disappointed him because they breed too slowly. So he ordered his disciples, if they encountered demons, not to exterminate them completely, but to capture them and keep them as livestock for breeding. Mo Fan said that he understood everything. That was why his mouth secretly disappeared. There was a nasty old man behind it, and in fact, demons were treated like pets. Liu said to the guy to calm down. As long as he's restrained, there's no way he can get out of here. Mo Fan, straining with all his might, said that he would definitely get out of here and tear his opponent to shreds. The young man pointed his demonic sword straight at his opponent. The boy broke free of his shackles and said that he wouldn't even need a tug to overpower the old man. Would he now be able to show what he could do? The elder used the dragon strangulation technique and told the young man to try to reach him. Mo Fan swung his demonic sword and angrily asked, "Did this wretched old man really use the lives of his kin for this technique?" The old man was scared out of his wits. Why didn't Mo Fan dodge and continue to dash forward? The old man called Mo Fan a fool. After all, he had warned that he was invincible here. Even if it's cut in half, it can still recover. Mo Fan said that if the old man was immortal, he would make him feel all the torment he brought to his people. Over and over again, double in size. Mo Fan continued to chase the unfortunate old man from one place to another, hitting him with his sword and driving him around like a hockey stick. Even if the old man's body recovers, his mental strength is depleted. The old man thought he had only one option left to save himself. Use compression. Our hero noticed that the space began to shrink. The old man realized that his opponent was still able to move. Liu said that the young man recovered his sword and had to go to extreme measures. Dishitian is indeed very strong, but his demise is near. The elder added that his opponent's energy would soon be completely absorbed. Mo Fan asked if the old man knew that this demonic sword was made of sacred heavenly gold. In addition to its indestructibility, it also has the effect of storing energy. That's why he has the nickname Unrestrained Sword. Mo Fan thanked his opponent for bringing back the energy of his people, and now he won't stand on ceremony. An endless amount of lightning bolts rained down on elderly Yue. The old man shouted that he was losing his strength. There was an uncontrollable explosion. The young man lost his balance and fell to the ground. The barrier was shattered and the explosion caused him to let the sword out of his hands. The sword had absorbed a lot of energy, but under no circumstances could it be used as the arteries were damaged again. Elder Li Yue pounced on the lying guy and started kicking him in the head. He said that this rascal had destroyed what he had so carefully created for hundreds of years. Mo Fan said that these were the lives of his kin, and the old man didn't deserve them. The old man said that Mo Fan would pay for it. He wouldn't let him go so easily this time. Ru Yuan shouted in fright. The old man ordered her to stay out of the way and threw her back with his hand. Mo Fan shouted for the girl to be careful. The girl lost her balance, flew backwards, and fell on her back. She immediately jumped to her feet. Ru Yuan thought that the old man was injured. He couldn't destroy her, apparently because he didn't have much strength left. The old man kept beating his rival and saying that no one dared to cross him. This boy's life is in his hands. Our hero said, "It all depends. Can he take her?" Although he only knows how to talk, Mo Fan energetically charged his fingers and tried to attack the old man's leg. The old man did not stop and continued the beating. He shouted that he would make the young man suffer for what he had done to the dragon sickle. If he wanted to die quickly, he should beg him. Jinmo said that the old man had already won. Shouldn't he just leave already? Zhao Mu added that one should wait. It is necessary for the old man to be finally dealt with, and they will pretend to be stunned after the explosion. The old man used the demonic wind and said that he was in no mood to play with his opponent and would finish the guy off with this technique. It must be a shame for him to be killed by the demonic technique. In the next moment, the demonic sword pierced through the old man. He realized that his opponent had used a sword control technique. Losing his balance and swaying, Li Yue thought, "How is this possible?" After all, victory was in his hands. The old man, falling down, found himself beside his rival. The young man, rising, said, "Didn't he expect this? It must be a shame to be killed by a Taoist technique." The old man, while dying, said that the four sects would definitely avenge him. The young man rose to his feet unharmed and told the old man not to worry. The sect leaders would soon come looking for him. Ru Yuan asked, "Is it finally victory?" She had been on pins and needles for a long time. Her father said that Li Yue had crumbled into ashes. "This is an unconditional victory. Mo Fan is amazing." The girl threw herself on her idol's chest and said that he had defeated one of the 5 sect heads. Ru Yuan apologized and stepped aside. She said that she had been worried for a long time. She would treat the guy now. Mo Fan replied that there was no need for that. The effects of the acupuncture had just ended. He could no longer feel the torn muscles and arteries. Jinmo thought that this was his chance. The opponent had no strength left at all. He would now get closer and avenge the sect head Yufeng. The guy shouted that he was about to destroy Mo Fan, and from that, he would become a level higher. Following Jin Mo, the sect disciples moved and shouted that they were about to destroy the demon. Ru Yuan said that as long as she was alive, no one would touch this guy. The girl decided to put up a dignified resistance. Jin Mo asked, "Is she still unwilling to admit her mistake? If she is stubborn and wishes to be among those rascals, he will have nothing left but to forget everything that bound them together." Mo Fan asked his sword, "Could he stop pretending to be dead already? Did he really need to be called out to shift?" Sword said he hid so he wouldn't be found. Sword didn't want to be considered alive. Jinmo was surprised. Can a sword really talk? This is some kind of magic. Xiao Mu took off his hood and tried to hide. He had indeed awakened.
The doctor said that this sword was really alive. He had heard that a weapon that had served for centuries could become alive, but he thought it was just a rumor. The sword asked what was the old man staring at. If he looked like that again, he'd have to gouge out his eye.
The girl asked if the sword had awakened. Why wouldn't it want to help the master? Mo Fan replied that he originally had no hope for it. Most likely, it had absorbed too much energy. The sword said that he was counting on Mo Fan dying to be in Li Yue's hands again, and the trickster decided to use him for a dirty trick. He has no conscience. Jin Mo urged his companions to remain calm. This is all a hoax. The demon must be destroyed. He must be faking it. Ru Yuan asked what should they do. Mo Fan told the exemplary one to do what he had to do and not force him to be angry. The sword did its job and attacked the opponents. Afterward, he told the young man that he had saved his life. Why didn't the man thank him by kneeling down? Mo Fan replied that if the sword misbehaved again, he would get hit on the head. The girl and her father said that the destructive power of the sword was amazing. After its attack, a huge funnel formed in front of them. Ru Yuan said that it is necessary to look into that pit. She thinks that Feng Hua has fallen and is lying there somewhere. Ru Yuan asked his father if he felt better. The old man said that he felt much better. Mo Fan said that Feng Hua must be in that pit. Everyone saw that this woman had gotten younger. Why is she so small? Mo Fan went down into the pit and took the girl in his arms. He told her to wake up. He felt something with strong energy approaching them. "We have to leave." Mo Fan said that the opponent's backup came too quickly. They had not found Master Gu Wei yet. All 4 of us climbed onto the magic sword and tried to carry our heroes to safety. A young man sitting under a tree in the forest watching the flight said that the show looked dynamic. Judging from the direction, they went to treat their wounds to the Jiu Yugi spring. A man appeared and said he was the sect leader of the Shangda sect. He came to the rescue at the call of his heart. Another master said that Mentor Bai, the head of the Yufeng sect, had called them for help. They arrived as soon as they could. What happened here? Why was there only ruins left? Could it be the work of a demon? We need to find Li Yue immediately. The apple guy sitting under the tree said, Elder Li Yue has already died. The sect master who arrived said, no matter who their enemy is, it's likely that Li Yue has been seriously injured. We need to catch up with the enemy immediately. He asked the mentor if he knew where the enemies were headed. The deputy sect head of the Shingda sect, Wairu, said he, like his colleagues, had arrived here not long ago. After flying nonstop on the demonic sword, Mo Fan was unconscious for a while. After he woke up, his brain was not thinking clearly. The guy jumped to his feet and tossed the Feng Hua lying beside him into the nearby reservoir. Mo Fan wondered where the enemies were. In response, our hero heard his sword laughing. The guy didn't even recognize Feng Hua. He had been here for 3 days and 3 nights. Mo Fan thought that this was a bad thing. He had been unconscious for a long time and could have died. Feng Hua climbed out of the water and said that this man was the worst kind of person. Why did he choose to drown her? Was this really his way of repaying a good deed? Mo Fan closed his eyes and said that he was wrong. The woman screamed that she shouldn't have messed with this guy.
Mo Fan told his companion that she shrinks every time after turning into a dragon. Is there anything he can do to help her return to her former state? Feng Hua replied that transforming into a dragon uses up her energy, so she turns into a child. If the guy doesn't treat her negligently, then when her energy is restored, she will destroy him.
Instead of talking a lot, he'd rather check on Ru Yuan and her father. The old man is very unwell. Mo Fan walked up to the girl and asked what happened. She was glad that the guy had finally woken up and asked him to save her father. Mo Fan said that the demonic energy had already corroded the old man's entire body. Who injured him? The girl replied that it was Yun Qing. They met by chance when he healed his wounds with the demonic technique. He wanted to destroy the witnesses. Mo Fan realized that that villain had decided to go for extreme cruelty. The old man can't be helped now. His pulse is getting weaker. Ruya Yuan said that Mo Fan knows demonic techniques, so he can save her father. The old man said he doesn't need to. He understands the point. After all, he's a doctor. It's not even worth trying. The old man took a book out of his pocket and said that he had nothing to leave to his daughter. This book contains his knowledge of healing accumulated throughout his life. He hoped it would be useful to her. The old man continued that although he didn't train her, the girl was able to cure Mo Fan. Obviously, she has the ability. She should continue to study. The old man said that he had one request for Mo Fan. Mo Fan thought that this doctor had once helped his people, and now he was in debt. The guy said that he would definitely fulfill any request. A man stated that he could no longer be a support for his daughter. Could the young man take care of her in the future? The boy promised to do his best to protect her. Wasting his strength, the old man said that he had one more question. He wondered if Mo Fan was the one. Mo Fan replied that he was indeed a demon Dishitian. Due to an unfortunate set of circumstances, he was reborn in this body and had to hide it, for which he apologized. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. That meant he wasn't crazy yet. He was right. Ru Yuan cried. Her father closed his eyes and didn't move again. Mo Fan felt that someone was approaching very quickly. Could it really be the pursuers? Feng Hua turned into a little girl and said that she immediately realized who this guy was. Sword noticed that not only had she herself shrunk, but her character had also become childlike. Feng Hua got angry and turned to the sword. The sword asked, "Does she really want to destroy it?" Feng Hua said, "Who would have thought that an ugly monster like him would end up here?" Feng Hua climbed onto her sword and attacked the enemy that had snuck up. She sent her negatively charged energy to him and said that she could still smell his stench even from a distance. After that, Feng Hua rushed towards the villain and engaged in battle with him. After the resulting explosion, the stranger flew far back. Feng Hua said that he can't even hide. He only knows how to eat carrion. All he has left in his head are worms. The monster got to his feet and, holding onto his wounded arm, began to growl. The monster opened its jaws and a jet of green poisonous liquid came out, which it directed at its opponent. The sword told her not to stand like a pillar and dodge. Mo Fan, who suddenly appeared, grabbed the girl in his arms and ran away with her to the side. A puddle of green liquid was left at the site of the attack. Ru Yuan said that this liquid is toxic. It even eats away at the ground. Mo Fan asked the girl why she couldn't hide. Feng Hua replied that just because she was small, it didn't mean she needed his protection. Sword said that her own reaction time was bad. Her energy was at 0, so she could keep quiet. Feng Hua told them both to keep quiet or they would both go to the cesspool. Feng Hua said that once the dead invaded her land, hundreds died, they were just eaten. Therefore, she hates them and will not be able to forgive them. She swore long ago that if she saw a dead person, she would not be ceremonious. Mo Fan thought that now he understood why she didn't like them. Her ancestors were eaten after all. Dead people only eat carrion. This was their unfortunate fate. The girl continued to energetically attack the monster. Mo Fan asked why she was doing this since she wasn't even aiming. The monster ran from bush to bush, hiding and avoiding attacks. Feng Hua said that she was experiencing the same feeling. Blood everywhere, even her heart felt better. The monster looked out from behind a bush and shouted that his kin had insulted her ancestors. He was sorry, but he never left this forest and never harmed anyone, so he asked for mercy. Mo Fan was surprised that monsters could talk, because he thought they were wild beasts. Feng Hua said that she couldn't be fooled. Ru Yuan assumed that this monster was guarding something. Mo Fan asked why she thought so. The monster turned out to be a woman. She said these men might destroy her to avenge her ancestors. But the child in her arms was innocent. Her village was suddenly attacked by the men. Only the two of them managed to escape. The child was badly wounded. He needs to heal. Ru Yuan said that the monster wasn't trying to escape, but was protecting the child. Does Feng Hua still want to destroy her? Feng Hua said that she did not care about the fate of the widow and the baby. Let her go wherever she wants. The monster thanked and ran away. Mo Fan said that the girl was very delicate. Another person would be frightened out of his mind if he saw a dead person. She wasn't scared at all. Ru Yuan said that everything was fine and added that she was going to bury her father. Mo Fan hadn't noticed that the girl was like this before. She seemed to be angry. The guy didn't know how to behave with the girl. Ru Yuan buried her father and set up a tombstone with an inscription. Mo Fan walked up to the girl and said that he was sorry. It is inherent for people to die. Sooner or later, the result is the same. Ru Yuan said, if he doesn't know what to say, it is better to let him be quiet. Mo Fan thought that he would rather fight the 5 sects 300 times than comfort the girl. He didn't know what to do. Ru Yuan said that when she found the guy at the foot of the cliff, she felt something strange. He was no longer just a boring Mo Fan. The girl didn't even expect that he was actually an enemy of humans, the demon Dishitian. Mo Fan replied that she now knew everything. If anything else is curious, he is willing to answer. If she wants to leave, he will help her find a place in the city so she can live in peace. Mo Fan saw that the girl was crying and told her to stop immediately. The guy didn't know what to do and was ready to fight the 5 sects right now.
Ru Yuan said that they have been through so much together. Does he really think that she is capable of leaving everything for a peaceful life? Does he really think she's a burden? She's not as strong as him, but she's not inferior in her healing skills. If she's a nuisance, she can leave and not be a nuisance.
Mo Fan said that her level of healing is exceptionally high. He can't let her leave. The girl froze. The guy was scared. What did he say wrong again? Ru Yuan blushed with embarrassment and asked, why can't he let her leave? Does he really have any feelings for her? Mo Fan smiled and said that he had promised her father to take care of her. 5 minutes later, the girl left. The boy lay there, almost giving up his soul. He thought that girls were much scarier than the 5 sects. In his past life, the demon chief had 5 items: a flaming helmet, a mountain ring, light armor, an ice hand, and a Tushan sword. When his physical shell was destroyed, the power was distributed among these 5 items. Only by putting them all together could he become the strongest again. If Yu Feng only had the Tushan sword, the other 4 sect heads might have the remaining items. Mo Fan realized that he needed to defeat them all, not just for the sake of his people. This should also be done for the sake of the people of the lower classes and all those who are oppressed by the heads of the sects. Mo Fan had made a plan for the near future. Now the only thing left to do was to figure out the strategy. Feng Hua said, so this guy wouldn't languish. What did he decide to return in the first place? Feng Hua, finishing her banana, asked why they were staring at her. If they are hungry, they can look for their own food. Ru Yuan asked her companion, didn't she know that this guy was the head of the demons and she wasn't surprised? Feng Hua said that she had guessed it a long time ago. He had a strange character. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. In addition, compared to the dragon, the demon is not as impressive. Sword said that the guy's body was weak now, as if he had been beaten by 15 strong men. He won't be able to handle his strength, so the number 1 task now is to become physically stronger before they go after the ice hand. Ru Yuan asked if the guy knew who exactly had the ice hand. Mo Fan replied that the first thing to do is to get the information. However, this is only known to high-ranking people. Where in this wild, mountainous region would he find such a person? The monster appeared and said that the land of Juhuafan City belonged to the Guiyuan sect. Mo Fan said that when he was still a demon, these lands were within his sphere of influence. No one dared to enter this forest, no matter how brave they were. Our heroes heard a voice from far away. Someone was saying that he had found an unpunished criminal. The monster asked, why is she being treated so cruelly? Why not let her go? After all, it's the only chance for salvation. Commander-in-Chief Chao, the son of the chief of Juhuafan City, said that these monsters have ugly eyes. The other foul beasts in the mountains also think they are unhealthy, so it is a collective decision that he will fulfill without stopping in front of any difficulties. A monster with a baby in her arms tried to break free of the cordon and ran away to the side. Commander-in-Chief Chow ordered his subordinates to apprehend the monster. The subordinate used the Raging Flame technique and attacked the monster and tried to hold it back. Mo Fan, watching from afar, thought, "Can this monster handle it alone?" Feng Hua, finishing her banana, said that it was an extraordinary place in such a backwater. Commander-in-Chief Chow turned to our heroes and asked where this family was from and what they were doing here. Mo Fan, smiling, said that they came here to have a barbecue and called Feng Hua his niece. Commander-in-Chief Chow looked at Ru Yuan and thought that she had the right figure. The man turned to his subordinates and said that he would not turn down a young married girl. The Commander-in-Chief has ordered this family to be brought to him. They are surely not good people and are up to no good. It is his duty as a junior town chief to protect these lands and the inhabitants. He will personally interrogate these prisoners later. Mo Fan turned to Feng Hua and asked if she wanted to be an official's child. The girl replied that if they continued to mock her appearance, she would make their lives hell. The Commander-in-Chief asked his subordinate why he didn't stop the monster with the child and let it escape. The subordinate replied that he was afraid of accidentally hurting the monster. Mr. Chow said that he understood everything, but this distance was not a hindrance to him. He took out a bow and arrow and prepared to shoot. The monster shrieked. The arrow hit the woman in the leg. She fell and could not run any further. Commander-in-Chief Chow laughed and said that it was amazing. He hit right on target. The subordinates said their boss was a genius marksman. The woman was still trying to evade the pursuit. She could barely crawl. The Commander-in-Chief shouted that no one would help her now. Ruya Yuan said that these rascals are catching monsters for fun. She can't just stand by and watch. Mo Fan said for her to take her time. First, it's better for her to tell what she knows about the Gui Yuan sect. How is this Commander-in-Chief related to the sect?
Ru Yuan said that the territory of the Yuan sect is small, but the land of the Dragon Veins mountain range has fallen into its sphere of influence. It is a sacred place that is full of supernatural powers. In addition to humans, various mystical creatures live there. There are 3 important cities in the sect's territory.
Mo Fan assumed that Commander-in-Chief Chow didn't know much. Besides, the number of monsters in this region is not decreasing. They could be lured to his side. The monster woman continued to scream in pain and crawl away. The baby in her arms was crying. Commander-in-Chief Chow said it was too noisy. How can one enjoy shooting under such conditions? The next arrow flew at the child. However, with a quick hand, Mo Fan intercepted this arrow. Mr. Chow was indignant. Mo Fan, tossing the arrow aside, told the Commander-in-Chief that the 2 monsters were under his protection. The outraged gunman asked what the man thought he was doing and shouted that he was going to finish him off. The warriors at the command of the commander who attacked our hero were instantly decapitated by him. Mr. Chow shouted, "Who dares to touch his men?" He added that he was about to give a lesson and those insolent people would know who they were messing with. Mo Fan didn't even want to use his sword. He said that he could handle such warriors with 2 fingers. He didn't even need to exert himself. The warriors under Commander-in-Chief Chow's orders attacking Mo Fan were deactivated and destroyed by him. They scattered in different directions. The Commander-in-Chief asked in awe, "What is it?" Sword Tishan told Commander-in-Chief Wu Chao that he had seen nothing in his life yet and was a pitiful sight. Mr. Chow was surprised to see a talking sword in front of him. The sword, speeding up, tried to attack Mr. Chow. He said that he was about to shred this man. However, Commander-in-Chief Chow was able to repel the sword attack, and his opponent activated a protective barrier. The assistant commander-in-chief who created the protective barrier told his master not to worry. This sword won't be able to break through the barrier. Sword Taishan wondered, why couldn't he break this barrier? Maybe it was because he didn't attack at full strength. Mo Fan told the sword that it had used up all the energy that master was going to use. "What to do now?" he asked. The sword replied that the young man's body wouldn't be able to withstand such a load anyway. Mo Fan told the sword that if he did that again, he would have to seal it, and then we wouldn't have to listen to his grumbling from morning to night. Mo Fan got closer to his opponent. Commander-in-Chief Chow said that his father is the city chief and the founder of the Gui Yuan sect. Therefore, he must not be touched even with a finger.
Mo Fan didn't agree with his opponent's arguments and punched him in the jaw. The guy said he had touched him. Tied to a tree, Mr. Chow began to tell the truth. He said that the Gui Yuan sect has an ice hand. His father had talked about it. It is located in a deep gorge. Otherwise, his father would not have paid so much attention to the safety of the Juhua Feng stone core. The three cities are connected by a mountain chain, and in the center of each is a stone core where spiritual energy is collected. It travels along the mountain chain to the sect gate, the Deep Gorge. Other than Father, no one is capable of destroying all three stone cores. If they are destroyed, it will lose its spiritual power and open automatically.
Mr. Chow said that the secret passage to the stone core is known only to his father. He won't tell without a fight. Besides the town chief, there is one other person who knows about the secret passageway. This man is an elder of the sect. He is now on death row in the city. He will be sentenced to death in 3 days. There has been an emergency in the Shenda sect. Someone is approaching the main hall. It is necessary to protect the chapter. The one who was approaching the main hall punched a hole in the roof and went straight into the main hall. There was no way to avoid the collision. In the inner hall, the sect had asked the deputy Bai how much his skills had improved. For this time, he had been practicing for more than half a year. Everyone realized that Deputy Bai was the one who was approaching the main hall. Deputy Bai said that his skills had improved greatly. The sect head released his spiritual beast and said he wanted proof from the Deputy Bai. The spirit beast transformed into a huge monkey that was at the peak of strength. The monkey stood over Mr. Bai and roared loudly. The warriors who saw this said that the sect leader had put a monkey on his deputy. The deputy will have a hard time, but the boss had set the monkey on the deputy for training purposes. On the floor, he said he was tired and didn't want to fight. He is not happy with his life. If he is killed, he does not mind. The warriors noticed that the deputy was not fighting today. The boss declared that if he defeated the monkey, he would give him a box of pearls from the North Sea. The monkey suddenly attacked. The monkey fell apart. The warriors did not have time to notice what had happened. The deputy said that next time we should talk about the award at once. Mr. Bai went up and said the floor here is too hard, uncomfortable for resting. The sect head said that this person has been practicing for half a year, and the character is still as stubborn. Mr. Bai said not to make the boss angry. Why did he ask to come back? The sect head said that his colleague, sect head Yu Feng, had died. Because of this, his sect has suffered serious losses. Mr. Bai must go there to prevent the demons from invading. He will be given full authority to take over every city under their rule. Deputy Bai smiled. He thought that he would be tasked by the boss to catch the one who had destroyed the Yufeng sect. Mr. Bai turned around and walked towards the exit. He said he was going to go rest and reminded him to make sure his boss remembered to send his reward. Master Jiao Mu was told that the boss had noticed him a long time ago. He just didn't want to interfere. In 2 hours, Gu Wei Ming's treatment will be over. We need to head over to him to capture Mo Fan. Chen Yu was mysteriously rescued. Ken I wondered if Gu Wei Ming would really go after Mo Fan. After all, they were very close. Suddenly his memory would return when they met. Jiao Mu was indignant. How dare he question the superior's decision? Chen Yu bowed and replied that he wouldn't dare. Jiao Mu said that his interlocutor didn't know what the chief was capable of. Once he erased his memory, it would not be restored again. In the outer hall, Deputy Bai was informed that his luggage had already been packed. He could go to the Yufeng sect at any time. Deputy Bai let the deputy go and said he wanted to have fun elsewhere. Mr. Bai said he was going to Juhafen City. In this town, Mr. Bai went straight to the market square. He was offered fire roots, wild ginseng, and firewood made of good wood. He didn't expect to find so many unclean things here. Our heroes also found themselves in this city. It is said that about 100 different kinds of unclean things live here. The fact that they work here is a big plus for the sect. Since there are so many miracle medicines in this area, the sect's disciples are stronger. Although there aren't many people, the youths here are many times stronger than their Yufeng sect peers. The disciples of the Gui Yuan sect were on patrol in the city. Our hero pointed out that it was the disciples who were guarding the city. Their strength and spirit should not be underestimated. Mo Fan and his companions found a death row in the city. Mo Fan said they should let the prince out to get some air. The commander-in-chief was bound hand and foot. He had a gag in his mouth. He looked like a bound boar. Mo Fan told the captured young man not to run away. Tonight they will go to rescue the dead man. If he isn't there or his information is wrong, this Mr. Chow might be left without offspring. Mo Fan explained the plan of action. They would wait here until it got dark, then he and Feng Hua would go inside. Rui Yuan will stay outside and watch over the prisoner. Feng Hua said that she would not do what the young man said. When night fell, under the cover of darkness, Mo Fan and his companion went to death row. The guy said that Feng Hua should eat the fries quickly, otherwise they might be detected by the smell. Mr. Chow smiled. After all, these fools didn't even realize they were playing with fire. There was a dangerous surprise waiting for them. The fat man tried to cut the ropes and said he would show them. They would realize what it was like to be in a torturous position. 2 guards guarded the entrance to death row. This was no barrier for Mo Fan, and he found himself inside the prison with his companion after a short while. There were some arrested civilians in the jail. Mo Fan thought that Mr. Chow had lied to them. Where are the dead people located? Feng Hua suggested that they might be downstairs. Coming down, the woman said, it's disgusting here. This place is disgusting. Do they really keep dragons here? Mo Fan told her not to talk so much. A surprise awaited our heroes on the bottom floor. A fire mask was flying in the air. Mo Fan stopped and grabbed his companion's hand. Feng Hua was surprised. Was the guy really scared? Mo Fan said that it turns out the death row is guarded by devil masks. Feng Hua immediately asked if they were edible and how strong they were. Mo Fan was surprised. His companion of many years doesn't know anything about devil masks. They are not strong, but they are hard to deal with because of their speed. Besides, they don't feel pain. It's unclear how many of them there are. They're impossible to destroy and remain undetected. Feng Hua tapped her companion on the head and told him to think of something. She is already sleepy. Beauty requires a good night's sleep. Mo Fan said he was thinking, just on a knock on the head. Our hero said he had an idea, only the girl would have to be the bait. There were many devil masks in the dungeon. They saw a confused girl. She shyly said that she had heard about these masks chasing girls. Is it really true? Feng Hua waved the masked finger towards her. The girl heading for the exit told the masks to grab her completely if they wanted to. The masks all rushed after the girl as one. The guard outside wondered what the masks were doing there. Is something wrong? The other guard replied that they must be making mischief again. Feng Hua opened the trap door and sent all the masks into the dungeon. In the same instant, the hatch was closed and the masks sealed. The danger was over. The guard said the masks were quiet. Maybe we shouldn't pay attention to them. The masks tried to make sounds, but the barrier muffled them. Feng Hua said that these masks were inattentive. Did they still want to chase after her? Mo Fan noticed that these masks were not intelligent. They had thoughtlessly chased after a girl, and this was the result. Have they never met a girl before? Feng Hua noticed that there was a crazy temperament lurking within her. Our heroes descended to the underground floor. Mo Fan sealed the stairway behind him. They needed to finish what they had started. Apparently, the first floor held people of criminals. The underground part was where the unclean things were. There were a lot of them, and they were of different kinds. Mo Fan looked around the cells with the prisoners and concluded that indeed, there were many kinds of these foul things. After examining all the cages, the boy scratched the back of his head. They still hadn't found the dead man. Were they too late? Suddenly, one of the prisoners asked, "Are they really looking for the head of the dead?" He added that he knew where he was. This prisoner was a deputy BAE. He said he had one condition. He had to let him out. Mo Fan was surprised. What in the world is there to see? There are even people who look like humans. Feng Hua asked what kind of person he would be. The prisoner said that he was the most ordinary person. The girl inquired what he had done if he had ended up here with the fiends. The prisoner said that he had stolen from the treasury of the chief of the city. Mo Fan directed his energy charge at the cell bars and said that he could release this guy. However, he would not be responsible for his safety. Mo Fan pointed his sword straight at the grate. Tai Shan's sword cut through that grate like butter. Mr. Bai was surprised. He asked what was the name of this sword. Mo Fan hid the sword and said that it was none of the guy's business. Now he has to confess where the elder is. The prisoner said that there was a secret chamber behind the wall. They should tear it down, and then they would find the dead man. Then they must get out of here as soon as possible, or they might be captured. Feng Hua noticed that releasing a prisoner from the prison was the easiest thing to do. Mo Fan said that we should deal with the wall first. After destroying the wall with the devil's sword, our hero said what he found. There was a prisoner behind the wall. It was an elder of a race of the dead. In a relaxed voice, he asked who they were. Mo Fan said that they came to rescue the elder. The rest will be discussed later. The elder said that he didn't mind. The mask banged into the defense and tried to overcome the seal. There was a cracking sound. The seal was about to go. The demonic masks released and flew to restore order. Mo Fan was surprised at how these masks did it. An elder of the family of the dead. Feng Hua said that the guy could rely on her. Feng Hua, using her energy charges, attacked the mass. Mr. Bai bounced to the side out of fear. However, the mass flew through the girl's energy charges without getting hurt. Feng Hua wondered why there was no reaction. Mo Fan explained that masks don't feel pain. The guards heard the noise and would be here soon. It was necessary to get out quickly. The dead clan elder was released from the ropes. Our heroes tried to leave the dead men's cell as quickly as possible. The freed Mr. Bai asked to go with Mo Fan. Mo Fan replied that he wasn't going to be a babysitter. Running outside, Mo Fan saw that Commander-in-Chief Chao had broken free from the ropes and attacked Rui Yuan. Our hero asked the fat man if he realized what he was doing. He'd better stay out of the way. Swinging the knife at the girl, he told the guy to stop talking. This is his father's property. They can't escape from here. Strange that the devil's mask didn't destroy them. Mo Fan put the dead clan elder on his feet and turned to the fatty. After all, he had time to hide and let the others know what they were doing here. Did he have sawdust for brains? There were shouts in the distance. Someone reported that a prisoner had been released. The warden must be informed. Mr. Chao shouted that he needed help. The next moment, his mouth was sealed. Mo Fan hit Mr. Chao's forehead with all his might with his fist. He said that he had sworn to protect Rui Yuan. This guy brought trouble on himself. Mr. Bai thought that this guy was very frisky. Feng Hua wondered why he was still here. The guard reported to the chief that the elder of the dead family had been released, but his son was missing. The head of the city said he knew and ordered the entire city shut down. The town chief, Mr. Hu Tai, said he'd sent this scoundrel.
Our heroes were trying to leave the city. Mo Fan took a hostage, Mr. with him. From all sides, they could hear shouts of shutting down the city. Mr. Bai asked why they had to run on their own feet. Couldn't Mo Fan move them? Mo Fan replied that the whole city is in a panic. What will they do if they teleport directly to the enemy?
Suddenly, a fireball appeared in the path of the fugitives. Mo Fan said to be careful and called his demonic sword to help. The sword tried to deactivate the fireball, but there were many fireballs. After the fireball attack, Mr. Chao shouted, "Did they really decide to threaten their master at the same time?" It was the fire hail of stones fire magic. Mo Fan assumed that the opponents were throwing stones with a catapult. Mr. Bai assumed the fireballs were coming from a tower on the city wall, so it's not a catapult. The freed elder said that it is the city chief Hu Tai, nicknamed Iron Hand. He is very powerful, so we must be careful. The observers reported to the chief that his son was also being held hostage by the enemy. The chief stopped throwing firestones. One of the aides suggested to the chief to send people there to rescue his son, otherwise he might get hurt. The head of the city told the aide to set another stone on fire. If his son is there, then he is willing to die to protect his city. In that case, a monument will be erected to the young man afterward for his services. Rui Yuan said that this man is different from their previous enemies. He is terrifyingly strong. Mr. Chao called his father a cursed old man, for he is not the only child in the family. Feng Hua said that one such stone weighs 250 kilograms. Mo Fan said that compared to the sect head Yu Feng, the chief of this city is impressive. We will have to finish him off if they meet. The companions asked our hero to hide them in a safe place. Mo Fan, dodging another firestone, thought that it wouldn't be easy. The city head shouted, "Do the enemies really expect to escape?" Our hero's team scattered in different directions and dodged the attack of the firestones. Feng Hua suggested using the houses as cover to escape. Mo Fan saw destroyed houses and crying children who were homeless. They were begging for help. The assistant supervisor told his supervisor that he could not see anything because of the houses blocking the view. The head of the city said that in that case, these houses should be razed to the ground. Mo Fan got angry and shouted for this boss to calm down. He swung and launched the fire spear straight at the opponents. The spear flew with great speed into the enemy camp and plunged into the chest of the head of the city. The protective armor on his body shattered in all directions, but his body was unharmed. Mo Fan thought that the strength of the opponent's body was extraordinary. This person can't even be injured. After these arrows, the subordinates tried to defend the head of the city. The man told them to piss off, he didn't need their protection. Mo Fan sent the next arrow straight into the fortress wall. However, the subordinates of the city chief were able to escape through the western wall of the city. The subordinates were puzzled. Had the chief lost to this unknown boy? One of the warriors noticed his boss, the head of the city, emerge from the ruins. He was unharmed. The head of the city said angrily that it was necessary to gather people. He would go to the end of the world to find them and tear them apart. Our hero's team was retreating. Fatty Chow shouted for someone to help him. Feng Hua told him to shut up or she would cut off his tongue. The elder of the dead family said that he could no longer escape. Mo Fan suggested a break. The pursuers would not soon catch up with them. Chow said that he had already been tortured. He had never traveled so far from home in his life. Feng Hua said that man is only in the way. Mr. Chow said he was joking. The elder of the dead people told our hero that they hadn't met before and asked why the guy saved him despite all the risk. Mo Fan said that the elder had information about the location of the secret passage to the stone core of the city. The monster wondered, is this guy really going to destroy it? Chow asked in surprise, do they have any idea what will happen in such a case? They will make enemies not only in this city, but also in the entire Guiyuan sect. Ru Yuan said that they need to find shelter first, and then they will talk. After all, it is not safe here. Mr. Bai said they might be overheard here. They don't take any trouble afterward. Mo Fan, Ru Yuan, and Feng Hua didn't hesitate to kick this guy at the same time and said that he was just the right person to eavesdrop on them. Why did he discreetly attach himself to them? Ru Yuan said this guy's a weirdo. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible. Feng Hua added that if he found out their secret, we need to get rid of the witness. Bai said that he's in on it with them, since he stole from the head of the city. Mo Fan said that now that he and this guy are getting to know each other better, it seems like they used to date before. An elder of the dead family said that if these people saved him, he would tell the stone core about the secret passage. But first they must get to his village and rest. After that, they will plan everything. The squad leader reported to the head of the city that the army was formed and they could depart at any moment. However, almost the entire village of the dead has been destroyed. Those who survived are hiding in the forest and are unlikely to be found. The head of the town said they would set a fire not only there, but in the mountains, and force all the fugitives out. A subordinate came to the chief and said that someone was asking for an audience with him. He said he was from the Shen De sect. The boss said there would be no audience. Let him go back where he came from. The guest said that they were in an alliance. Should they be greeted like that? The head of the city said he guessed who came. Hu Tai said that the dog who betrayed his master had come to him. Did they really come to give him instructions? What was the Sheng De sect interested in his town? Zhao Mu, which was him, said that the city leader was joking. Would he dare to give instructions? He hoped that Hu Tai had no intention of leaving the city and chasing after the boy, and he would stay to guard the city. Zhao Mu said he wanted that boy alive. His hunter would deal with him himself. The hunter was Master Gu Wei Ming, and he looked unusual. The expedition of our heroes arrived at the hiding place of the dead. Here life went on as usual. The inhabitants went about their daily business. Feng Hua tried to recover her strength through meditation. Mr. Bai tried to get acquainted with the local beauties. In the elders' chambers, the chief of general staff revealed the secret map and said that since they could dig well, he sent them to dig the secret passage. Afterward, to keep him safe, he ordered them to capture his kin. If it wasn't for these people, he wouldn't have met tomorrow. Ru Yuan said that there are a lot of passages on the map. One could easily get lost. The elder said that the entrance is at the chief's residence. The elder of the dead said it's important to get into the city. Now a fly wouldn't get into this city without being seen. Fire crystals are used to protect the city. If there is not enough spiritual energy in them, the necessary energy is obtained in the warehouse. Because of this energy, the crystals cannot be raised by beginners. The crystals are very powerful, so you can't get past them. But I should have no trouble tonight. The elder said the saboteurs might not be visible at night, but their scent might give them away. The city guards have wolves that can smell spies, and then both arrows and wolves will rain down on them. There's no way to get to the city walls alive. In the air, Mo Fan will be a live target. Feng Hua, having recovered some of her energy, said that if they all went together, the wolves wouldn't realize which one was Mo Fan. Taking advantage of the commotion, the young man would be able to pass. Mo Fan, looking at Feng Hua, said that she had grown considerably. Ru Yuan remarked that the problem is that there aren't many of them. It won't throw the wolves off the trail. Feng Hua said that there might not be many of them, but there are plenty of dead people here. You just have to keep them out of the enemy's sight. Mo Fan remarked that monsters can't be attracted. This matter only concerned them. Is it possible to force the dead to risk their lives? Feng Hua started the debate. She said that if the monsters didn't fight back, they would still be slowly slaughtered. Mo Fan replied that maybe the dead people's lineage were all willless rags who couldn't fight back. An elder of the dead men's clan said that they weren't so gutless. One of the warriors went up to the elder and brought Mr. Bai with him. He said that the man they brought was doing something incomprehensible. Mr. Bai said he was just lost. The enraged warrior said the type was in the bathhouse, peeking at his wife, washing herself. Mofan looked into Bayu's eyes and said, "Does he even peep at dead people?" Bai said, "These women's figures are good." The enraged warrior became even more enraged. He lifted Mr. Bai above his head and said he was going to smash his head on the ground. The elder told this warrior to stop, for this fight had saved his life. The enraged warrior didn't listen to anyone and threw the insolent man to the ground. Mofan was able to intercept him and said that he could still use this man. Bai thanked our hero for saving him. Movan asked, "Were dead people always cowards? The people from this city robbed and killed them, and they did nothing. This man was just a peeping Tom, and for that, the warrior wants to destroy him." The warrior shouted, challenging Mofan to a fight. He wasn't willing to tolerate the insults. The elder said to this monster not to be so rude after all. This person is his savior. Feng Hua was surprised. Does anyone here really have spirit power? Now was the opportunity to find out what the dead were capable of. The dead began to flock to see this spectacle. Their warrior Da-man would fight a man. The warrior told his rival not to forget their agreement. If he loses, he will kneel down and bow 3 times. Mofan said that if the monster lost, he would have to give up his wife. The dead man agreed and added that the man could not defeat him. His beautiful wife would not be given to dirty people. When the beautiful woman heard this, she cried. Bai said he couldn't see the beauty's face because of the lighting. Feng Hua noticed that this woman was not wiping tears but drooling. Daman said that they would fight as equals, so the opponent should pull out his weapon. He said his weapon of choice is his finger. Mr. Bai shouted for Daman to finish off his rival and protect his lover. Ru Yuan wondered, whose side was Bai on? Daman threw the first punch and told his opponent not to dare to underestimate him. He would now turn the opponent into a flatbread. Mofan bounced to the side and asked if the guy had enough strength. The elder thought it was a bad thing. His warrior is like a buffalo in rage. Ru Yuan thought that this dead man wasn't that strong, and Mofan shouldn't fear anything. The elder said that his warrior might not be that strong, but his body is amazingly strong. His full strength punch is equal to half the strength of the head of Hutai City. Mofan thought that both Daman and Hutai were good at close combat, so it meant that they could practice. Mofan said that in that case, he would try to use 30% of his strength and concentrate the energy in the form of defense. Daman swung his weapon and said he would destroy his opponent. However, after hitting his opponent, he was surprised why his stone hammer cracked. Daman said that even without weapons, he could handle it, and clenching his fists, moved towards his opponent again. Mofan stabbed his finger into the monster's forehead. The dead man shrieked and flew far back. The monster tribe was surprised. This man had defeated their best warrior with one finger. Mofan approached his opponent and said that he must now fulfill the contract, kneel down and bow. Da-man bowed and admitted that he had lost. He added that he would obey the young man in everything. Mofan said he would change his mind in that case. He would not get his wife. Mofan added that Da-man should then destroy his wife. The losing warrior could not believe his ears. Must he really destroy his wife? An elder intervened in the conversation and said that out of respect for him, he was asking to stop. Da-man admitted his mistake. We should show him some leniency. Mofan was surprised. What respect should he show to the elder? He had saved the elder to find out about the secret passage to the stone core. Now the elder is of no value, no more useful than the other dead. Mofan laughed and said that he would now destroy this entire vile clan. Feng Hua rejoiced. Finally, this guy remembered. She didn't have the strength to bear it anymore. Mofan walked up to the defeated opponent with furious eyes and asked, wasn't he just now so majestic? Now he didn't even dare to look at him. Mofan pushed the warrior away and said that he must obey the order and destroy his wife. Daman knelt down and begged for his wife to be spared. Mofan wondered, why was this warrior crying? Did he not have the courage to destroy a woman? So he's a wimp. The boy said that everyone here is a coward. There are so many of them, and his kin are oppressed, and they endure. They are waiting for their heads to be chopped off. They have no dignity left to continue to exist. All these dead people are trash. The woman and her child cried and said that all they wanted was a quiet life. Why did this man come here to push them around? Mofan replied that there was no place for weaklings in this world. The angry monsters said they were not weak. A guy can destroy them, but he has no right to insult them. Their kind has a long and great history. The elder asked, "Does this guy really think they're spineless? They're about to prove otherwise." The monsters shouted and said they would no longer be slaves. The fire of their souls will not be extinguished. They will attack the city for the glory of their kind and wash away their shame. They need to restore their name. Mofan was frightened and said that the sense of importance of these monsters was much stronger than he had anticipated. The monsters kept shouting that they were about to attack the city. Bai also started shouting. He was saying that it was necessary to attack the city and wash away the shame of the city of the dead. Feng Hua couldn't understand how everything happened. Ru Yuan whispered that Mofan and the elder were playing along. Mofan shook hands with the elder and said that the elder had played along masterfully. The elder thanked the guy for being able to pretend like that. Be that as it may, they had managed to inspire these people. Bai walked over to Feng Hua and told her not to get angry. He didn't realize that they were being pranked either. Ru Yuan stated that it would now be very easy to attack the city with the help of the dead. The elder said, "It's not that simple. Do they know why their clan came to what they have now?" Mofan wondered if it was because of the devil masks.
The elder nodded affirmatively. Their clan and the mask clan are the two oldest in the Katayama forest. They have been feuding for hundreds of years. Because of this long, uninterrupted enmity, they cannot coexist peacefully. The Guiyuan sect drew the masks to their side, and the extermination of the dead clan began.
Devil masks are naturally ferocious. They also have astonishing speed. The dead can't stand a chance against these masks. If only the humans are guarding the city, they have a chance. But the humans and the masks are working together. Mofan said he was interested in the settlement where the masks were located. Our hero told the elder of the dead men's clan that he would destroy these masks. The lair of the demonic masks is Judan Gorge. The man sitting on the throne addresses the leader of the masks. He says that this mask is a worthless, useless creature, couldn't even handle the prison guards, embarrassed him in front of the town chief. Did he do it on purpose? The leader of the mask said he would pay double as an apology and asked the man to continue helping them. The man who received the double payment asked, did they really think that was enough? He would still have to restore his reputation before the city chief. The man said that he didn't know these masks were vile creatures. Without him, they would have died out long ago. The subordinates told the mask leader that the Guiyuan sect was treating them worse and worse. What should they do? The mask leader said that they were powerless for now and would have to endure. The leader of the mask said that it was good that the elder of the dead had escaped. As long as the clan of the dead lived, the city would not dare to turn its back on them. The leader of the mask said that we need the dead to riot. Then the town can count on them. The main mask shouted at his subordinates not to go far. He still needed help getting cleaned up. The leader of the mask thought he had once caused terror throughout the mountain range, and now he had fallen to being stepped on by some man. Suddenly, the mask saw someone hanging upside down in front of it. The mask asked who it was. The mask's assistant replied that it must be a bat. The main mask got angry. Can't you see it's human? The stranger hanging upside down said he was thinking of fishing everyone out, but has now changed his mind. The stranger somersaulted and landed on the ground. It was Mo Fan. His demonic sword was hovering nearby. The guy said that he was about to guide the mask to the path of truth. The assistant chief mask wondered, what was this gimmick? In one move, he had interrupted all the guards. Had they been visited by a strong warrior? The main mask suggested that this man was in league with the dead man's kind. What did he say about the path of truth? Mofan suggested that the masks make an alliance with the dead and attack the city under his command so that the devil masks would regain their authority and freedom. The masks have resisted. They cannot cooperate with the dead. How does he want to attack the city? How many warriors does he have? Mofan said he has 4 warriors. The main mask increased in size from anger. The mask thought that the person in front of it was outstanding. This is just a fool. She said she had been holding back anger within herself, but now intended to take it out on this man. Mofan's strength and words are equally strong, and this can be verified. The mask activated the otherworldly flame. It was a pillar of flame of enormous magnitude. At the noise, other masks peered into the cave, wondering what had happened. Some man had broken in and angered the chief. The chief had already taken his battle form. The otherworldly flames could even burn a rock to the ground. Did this man burn in the blink of an eye? He's crazy to attack a city with 4 men. He couldn't even take one hit, and he wanted to lead them. The main mask, observing the result of her activity, told her counselor to move farther away. In combat form, the senses are doubled. The masked leader can smell a human. This warrior has managed to escape the flames. His speed is astonishing. Suddenly, Tishan's sword that appeared out of nowhere struck the body of the mask. At this moment, the mask shackled the newly appeared opponent. The guy's arms and legs were shackled. The mask said, even if the opponent somehow managed to dodge, the bites of her spirit eaters wouldn't allow the opponent to even take a step. Now that the opponent is fixed, he can be sent to hell by otherworldly flames. Mofan said that this mask technique is amazing. The mask with the pierced body told the guy to shut up. She's going to summon otherworldly flames. Mofan suggested that the mask had some energy left. The mask regained its senses and said that this sword had indeed absorbed all of its energy. The sword spoke up and said he was about to feast on this deliciousness. The mask was frightened. Is this sword really alive? It must be a spirit sword. The sword absorbed the body of the mask. After that, it shrank in size. Sword said that although the energy of the devil mask tasted like pig innards, it would be fine to satisfy hunger. Mofan asked the exhausted mask lying on the ground, did she think that he would beat her when she was without a physical shell? Unsurprisingly, she did not oppose Hutai City Chief in any way. Mask said she'd rather have her opponents destroy her than be insulted. She lost and has nothing to answer for. The guy has to do what he has to do. Just don't touch her people. It's not their fault. Mofan said that he would ask again. Would the mask obey him? Mask replied that he recognizes his power. But does he know how the fight against the city will end? Even if they defeat the city, the Gui Yuan sect is behind it. And behind it, there are 4 other sects. They have defeated even the head of the demons, Dishitian. Mask asked regretfully, what could Tiny Devil Mask do? Mofan grabbed the mask by his face and lifted it up. The counselor asked, how dare this person grab their leader? It's a disgrace. Mofan whispered in the mask's ear that he was Dishitian. He had come back to take revenge. This should not be told to anyone. The counselor of the head of the mask said that the chief must be saved and ordered his warriors to attack the man. The head mask shouted for his subordinates to stay back. The mask chief said that this guy had a spirit sword and could teleport. The guy added that he and this mask chief had met before if he didn't recognize him. The leader of the mask cried and called the interlocutor his lord. Finally, he came back. Sword Tishan said he felt like spitting that mask's energy back out for some reason. The old feuds will be set aside to stand together against the enemy. The 2 elders will act together. The once opposing clan elders sat across the table from each other. Ruo Yuan suggested that they discuss things over a glass of wine. A truce had not yet been reached. The opponents started throwing at each other whatever came to hand and insulting their enemies. The girl didn't understand why she had agreed to this. Where did this Mofan go? Our hero went into the thicket of the forest and, choosing a wild clearing, began to meditate. Planks and demonic practices, though similar, it is very difficult to mix them together. It was as if something inside was preventing it. Apparently, it would be impossible to mix them completely. The guy realized that it would only be possible to use only half of the energy each, and that would cause a huge contradiction. There was a strong odor of blood in the air. Our hero rose to his feet and asked if he was afraid of being overlooked. Deadly spikes flew at the guy. Mofan, cleaving the air with his sword, began to repel these attacks. The young man thought that this was definitely not a human. Could it be a guard of the drought demon race? Mofan, dodging the attack, bounced back. Rising to his feet, the boy thought, who would use ground spikes? A cross of light appeared in front of the young man. Mofan thought, why did these techniques seem so familiar to him? Although he had never seen them before. Mofan raised his head and saw the flaming bird. He thought that the flaming magpie strike was about to be performed. Our hero cut the air with his sword and drove the firebird away. He shouted for the coward to stay out of his way. After all, this stranger had interfered with his training. There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Mofan saw a person with a familiar shape in front of him. He realized that it was Gu Wei Ming. Master Gu Wei was not alone. He was accompanied by Yun Qing. The young man said that the master was no longer the same as Mofan remembered him to be. Sect Master Shende had applied his technique. Gu Wei was now his master's lethal weapon, a rabid beast. Mofan said that Yun Qing was a rascal, and in his eyes he would always remain so. This was his way of thanking the person who took care of him. Yunqing asked Mo Fan, who was he to say such a thing? Today he would do what all the sects had failed to do. Master Gu Wei rushed towards our hero to attack. The old man shouted that he was about to destroy Dishitian. Mo Fan, using the demonic sword, repelled the old man's attack. The sword asked, why did the guy become a weakling? Mo Fan told the sword to shut up. Old man Gu doesn't know what he's doing. Besides, he's much stronger than before. What did they do to him? Yunqing can control him, probably with the whip he's holding. Mo Fan started circling around him, swinging his sword to prevent Master Gu Wei from getting close to him. Yunqing noticed that his opponent had disappeared. The next moment, our hero appeared behind him and said that today he would rid Zifeng Monastery of the chaff. Yunqing jumped aside and swung his whip. At the same second, Gu Wei appeared and gave Mo Fan a stabbing blow. Blood came out of the guy's mouth. Mo Fan thought that this old man was too fast. Looks like he needs to deal with Yunqing first. Mo Fan thought about how to do it. He would use his own weapon. First, using ground spikes would make him jump up. Once he was in the air, he wouldn't be able to dodge the light cross. Mo Fan tried to carry out what he had planned. Yunqing thought that his opponent used the exact same techniques. This old man Gu Wei had taught the demon the techniques he had mastered all his life. Yunqing was surprised. Did his opponent really have a Tushan sword in his hands? In the same second, the sword developed great speed and pierced through Yunqing. Mo Fan jumped up following his sword to Yunqing and kicked him in the jaw. He added that a lowly person like this opponent would not be able to defeat him. Our hero threw Yunqing far back. In doing so, he intercepted his whip. Old man Gu Wei was approaching the guy. Mo Fan extended his whip hand forward. Master Gu Wei stopped and froze in front of him. The guy said, that's better. Mo Fan told the old man to obey him first and then he would give him back his mind. However, the old man struck the young man's chest with a powerful fist. Mo Fan wondered, why did this happen? After all, no one had forced the old man to attack him. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out. An elder appeared in front of Master Gu Wei and said that he hadn't seen Dishitian for a long time. The Shenda sect was unremarkable, but its current master, Zhuan Huang, inherited a great treasure, after which his strength increased and he became the strongest in the celestial realm. The training methods of this sect are kept secret. They are partially made up of demonic techniques. The elder said that the 5 sects couldn't get rid of Dishitian, but it was for the best. The elder added that this guy would now be his alone. At the same time, Master Gu grew to an incredible size. It came from the large amount of energy. The young man thought his body might not be able to take it. Master Gui opened his mouth, and a powerful, deadly flame emerged from it. It was jasper fire. Mo Fan dodged those flames and jumped up to the old man from the other side. He thought that the old man might die if he wasted so much energy. Our hero put his arms around the old man's neck and covered his mouth, thus stopping the flow of flames. He squeezed his hands and told the master to rest. Master Gui began to gasp for breath. Guy told him not to resist or he was about to faint. There would be time to think about how to save him. The old man twisted around and wrapped his opponent around his waist. The elder said that he didn't think Dishitian was so naive. Mo Fan grabbed the old man's neck again and continued choking him. The guy realized that the master might explode. The elder told the opponent to give up his demonic core. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave appeared. After the energy passed, Master Gui lost consciousness and slumped to the ground. Mo Fan looked at the old man. What happened? There was no way this energy wave could harm them. The elder was enraged. Who dared to dispel his connection to the puppet? The elder thought, is this really the work of Master Gui Yuan? How dare he dare to rebel against him? Could it be that there is some master on Dishitian's side? Mo Fan said he found which side the wave was coming from. The guy got closer and realized he was too late. Whoever had created it was already gone. Who was there to help him? Moreover, how was he able to handle Master Xuan Huang's technique? Yunqing came to his senses and tried to carry Master Gu to safety. He lifted him up and said that he was a useless old man. Yunqing raised his head and saw a demonic sword hanging in the air in front of him. Mo Fan was also nearby and asked, does this guy really think he can just escape like this? It's rather naive of him. Yunqing said that if Mo Fan destroyed him, then the old man would also die. To clear his mind, Zhao Mo gave him a medicine that he is now addicted to. The old man must take it every hour, or he will get weaker and weaker until he dies. Mo Fan told his opponent that it was only a demonic technique. Yunqing said that the young man was not stupid if he understood everything. Mo Fan should let him go, or else things would end badly. Our hero had a different opinion. His demonic sword severed one arm and a leg from his opponent. Mofan said that this guy would only need one arm and a leg to reach the city. Yunqing cried out in pain. He said that Di Shutian would wait, and one day he would make him suffer 100 times more. Our hero told Yunqing to tell Hu Tai and Zhao Mu, the head of the city, that they could already say goodbye to their relatives. In 3 days, he will strip each of his enemies of their heads. Bai said it was cruel. They had a little fight, and Mofan stripped his opponent of his arm and leg. Mofan turned around, but no one was already there. Sword asked, should he really look for that person? The guy said, no need for now. They had more important things to do. Our hero said there was a need to gather a squad and prepare to storm the city. In the chambers of the chief of Hu Tai City, Yunqing is being helped to move around. Zhao Mu told the assistants to take care of his wounds and heal him. Hu Tai said that his guards should return to the city. The man caught their attention but didn't capture anyone. Zhao Mu said to the head of Hu Tai to be patient. They too are wary of the enemy. It's important to strengthen the patrol now so that the enemies won't be able to take everyone by surprise in 3 days. Hu Tai said no one can take him by surprise. His city is impregnable. Anyone who tries to attack it will be destroyed. Zhao Mu was surprised. Why did the opponent tell when he was coming? Was it to let the soldiers guard down and use a smoke bomb? So he's already confident that he'll just take over the city. Most likely, Mofan wants them to think that he will attack in 3 days, while he himself can attack at any time. Zhao Mu said for the city leader to order all the guards to take their places. The enemy might attack suddenly. Hu Tai found himself confused. The squad leader ordered all soldiers to take their positions. Everyone must attack only on the signal. Whoever can catch the enemy will receive a reward of 10,000 coins. The head of the town said that the sentries had set up an ambush. Why is the interlocutor sure that the enemy will attack today? Zhao Mu replied that the battle could start at any moment. They need to be on guard. Hu Tai stood there all tense. He couldn't wait for the opportunity to avenge his son. The second day of waiting came. The warriors were nervous. The town governor continued to worry. When would the battle begin? On the 3rd day, everyone's nerves were on edge. Everyone was exhausted from waiting. The town governor thought it was some kind of curse. When will Di Shutian go on the offensive? It's time to storm the city. After 3 days, our hero said it was time to storm the city and shouted that they were about to capture the locality. Down with the town chief Hu Tai. The attack had indeed begun. Enemy arrows began to strike the defenders of the city. But how did the enemy sneak in unnoticed? Why did the wolves fall asleep and not notice them? Was this rascal also of the kind of the dead? Hu Tai shouted, finally this creep is here. He had been looking forward to this encounter. The commander shouted for the warriors to launch flaming crystals. The blazing crystals flew up into the sky. The attacking dead, seeing the crystals, scattered. The dead clan climbed up a tree and told his warriors to get ready to blow smoke. The warriors in charge began blowing smoke into the atmosphere through the horn. The soldiers from the fortress wall could see nothing in front of them. The smoke obscured their view. Why are the enemy doing this? The elder of the dead asked the demonic masks if they could handle it. The head mask said they would do everything as agreed. The head of the mask told his warriors not to lose to their opponent, and everyone rushed to the attack. The warriors noticed that the masks were traitors. They have defected to the enemy. The city had asked why the demonic masks had teamed up with the dead, and where had Zhao Mu disappeared to. Tu Hai shouted that Zhao Mu was a damn cheat. We have to gather. They're just cowardly scum in front of them. We must kill them all. The warriors noticed that some movement was detected near the eastern wall. Had the demonic masks and the dead joined forces? After all, they were sworn enemies. Who could reconcile them? The warriors on the fortress wall decided that their situation was not optimistic. They should keep their eyes open so that the monsters wouldn't attack them. At this time, Mo Fan and his team sneaked inside unnoticed. Once inside the inner city, our heroes said they had a great trip. Mofan told Mr. Bai to hurry up and show him on the map where they should go next. We need to destroy the stone core before the opponent realizes. Mr. Boy pulled out a map and said he must be lost. His navigator is not showing accurately. Apparently, he forgot to download an up-to-date version of the navigator. Bai said that according to the map, there should be a road here, but for some reason, it was a dead end. Did the old man deceive them? Mofan said Bai is looking there. Why is he holding the map upside down? Mofan asked why Bai can't read maps. He doesn't even know how the city works. Is he not a local? Should we force him to tell the truth? Mo Fan told his interlocutor that if he wanted to cheat again, he would be in trouble. They replied that they needed the entrance to the tunnel that was in the city chief's house. Ruyuan stated that the city chief would not be able to approach right now, as he was busy battling the dead in demonic masks. The guy thought it was strange that there was no one around. If the passage to the stone core is located here, Hu Tai should have left some kind of guard. It's all strange. Bai, looking at the map, said if he wasn't mistaken, the entrance should be in front of them. Bai walked up to the room and said that the tunnel was behind this door. He pushed the door open and made sure it was unlocked. Feng Hua said that everything looked suspicious. Mo Fan was also surprised. Why did they forget to lock the door? Mr. Bai, smiling, said that now his companions had no doubts about his abilities.
Feng Hua said that this guy was useless anyway. Our hero wondered how he would handle this situation.
Mr. Bai from above dripped something on his shoulder. The boy thought it had started to rain. When Bai raised his head, he saw the huge head of a ferocious beast above him. He cried out in fear. Ru Yuan said, if this guy shouted so loudly, someone would definitely hear them. Mo Fan agreed that this guy was useless. Bai fell to the ground and feigned death. The huge beast sniffed at him. Mo Fan, thrusting his sword forward, rushed forward to attack. It wasn't surprising that there were no sentries after all. There was a demonic beast here. The beast turned its head. Mo Fan jumped back and ran up to the girls. Feng Hua was surprised. Was he really scared of a single monster? Mo Fan assumed that it was a rare legendary beast, but he wasn't completely sure.
To top it all off, this animal was on a chain. It had white fur on its forehead and pointed ears, and a red mane. Feng Hua said that there was a familiar energy emanating from it, just like the one on the mountain near Juhuafen. He hadn't been seen for several thousand years. He was here as a watchdog.
Mo Fan said that this animal is very strong, but fights weakly. People use its blood as a toxin. One drop can corrode 100 meters of city wall. It's a good thing it didn't get hit, or the sword would have become a piece of trash by now. The mythical beast was playing with the pretend Mr. Bai. It rolled him across the floor from one paw to the other. Our heroes didn't know what to do. The beast was blocking the passage. They would go no further. Mo Fan thought that there was a way to avoid being cut. However, this beast is strong and ferocious. It can chew through a support with a single bite, so it should not be teased. Mo Fan stepped in front of the beast and said hello. He told the beast not to worry. The guy swung his fist, putting a lot of energy into it, and prepared to strike. The blow was powerful, and the beast roared. The chains that restrained the animal broke. Mo Fan thought that it took skill to hit so hard, but not to the point of bleeding. No one could compare to him in this. The soul of the beast had left the body. As expected, the tunnel passage was behind him. Bai told our hero that he was his patron god and asked that they never part. Mo Fan declared that he didn't need a henchman. Feng Hua determined that the door was made of pure steel. We should look for another entrance. Mo Fan grabbed the door handle and told everyone to move away. Suddenly, the muscles on his arm increased significantly. The guy ripped that door off its hinges in one motion. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Just outside the doors, a deep pit appeared in front of our heroes. Mo Fan said that it was not a hindrance. The guy stated that they had to go downstairs and asked if anyone would follow him. Ru Wen said that the guy's hand was possessed by a demon. Why is it so huge? Mo Fan replied that it was a demonic technique, explosive chaos, strengthening the muscles in certain parts of the body. Bai wondered, is it really possible to strengthen muscles anywhere? Our hero's arm returned to its previous state. Without thinking, he jumped into the pit. The companions followed their leader. Guy said that Hu Tai was sure that the beast would be enough as a defense. There were no more guards in the tunnel. Ru Yuan remarked that caution still wouldn't hurt. Our heroes saw a bright red glow at the end of the tunnel. It was clear that the exit was that way. Ru Yen said that this was the stone core. It was a huge core that was the heart of the mountain range. Someone among the travelers heard a beating. It was indeed the heart of the mountain range. Mo Fan pushed back and jumped higher while holding his sword in his hand. No wonder this heart is able to nourish all the creatures in this territory. Mo Fan climbed onto this heart and swung his sword. He said that he would personally apologize to everyone later. Suddenly, the automatics went off. Feng Hua said that it was the defense of the stone core. Mo Fan noticed that the circle containing the core resembled the seal of 1,000 rings. We should get off of it quickly. Our travelers noticed that the circle began to shrink. What is wrong with this magic circle? Mo Fan realized that this circle was specially placed for him. The guy told Zhao Mo to stop hiding and come out. Zhao Mo came out of hiding and said with a smile, "Do they still remember his name? Do they like the technique he was trained in?" Zhao Mo was very pleased with himself. He had succeeded, for he was able to create the seal of 1,000 rings. Zhao Mo shouted that he had succeeded. The master praised his apprentice and said it was not bad. He did it in 3 days. This young man is very gifted. Zhao Mo said that the seal of 1,000 rings can't be broken. It has chaos energy inside, and once you get in, you can't get out. Zhao Mo said that he didn't expect to use this technique, but upon reflection he realized that only by using this technique could Mo Fan be defeated. Zhao Mo added that Mo Fan's companions didn't interest him at all, but if they got under the seal, they'll be good for something. Zhao Mo saw Mr. Bai and wondered where he had met him before. Bai thought it was an ambush. He didn't think he'd run into this guy here. Zhao Mo turned his attention to Mo Fan. He asked, wasn't it enough for his opponent to have already done enough damage? Had he also decided to destroy? Mo Fan said that he had treated Zhao Mo well. Why exactly did he choose to repay the kindness? Zhao Mo said that everyone knew that he was talented and that he was the best, but no one wanted to make him their successor. Even though he had served faithfully, they wanted him to remain a mere servant forever. Mo Fan thought with surprise, did Zhao Mo really want to be one of them? Zhao Mo said that there was no need to pretend. He had hinted at it more than once. Mo Fan said that he really didn't have a clue. Ru Yuan thought that Mo Fan was purposely angering that guy. Zhao Mo said that everyone was just jealous of his talent. Mo Fan was afraid that Zhao Mo would overtake him. Mo Fan asked his opponent to calm down. There could have been a simple misunderstanding. Why not clear things up now? Ru Yuan asked why Zhao Mo didn't directly ask to be put in another position. Zhao Mo said that he didn't ask because he knew the answer. Everyone probably thought he was evil, but it was just an excuse. Mo Fan said that this is not true. Demons are not hypocritical. They are just like the members of the 5 sects. Why would they think that he was evil? He was weak and couldn't stand up to the 5 sects, so he couldn't be allowed to become the successor. Zhao Mo asked, was that really why the demon chief refused to train him in demonic techniques? After all, it was simply because he was jealous of his talents. Mo Fan asked, does the guy himself believe what he is saying? After all, he praised him to encourage him. Mo Fan added, as for the seal of 1,000 rings, he had learned it in an hour. His opponent took 3 days and 3 nights to do so. I had to feel sorry for him since he was already an adult, but for some reason, he believed in his own strength. Feng Hua had counted on Mo Fan to set the record straight, but the truth was even more ruthless. Zhao Mo angrily said that Mo Fan was about to die, but still trying to insult him. Dishitian won't be able to fool him now. Zhao Mo directed his energy towards the core and activated the accelerated compression mode. He shouted that his opponent was about to die. The magic circle was getting smaller and smaller. It was necessary to think of a way to get out of here. Mo Fan tried to make a dash. The seal was strong, and there was no way to break through. The circle kept getting smaller and smaller. Zhao Mo continued to laugh and said that his opponent was completely brain dead after being reborn. The seal of 1,000 rings could cause spiritual power to become chaotic. Mo Fan said that the opponent has a point. He can sense how unstable the energy is in the body. Ru Yuan asked, what are they going to do? Mo Fan took out a demonic sword and said that he would try using this weapon. Zhao Mo laughed and continued to say that the sword wouldn't help him. The seal of 1,000 rings could only be broken if one surpassed the strength of its creator several thousand times. The sword can't break this barrier. Mo Fan asked in surprise, who said he would attack the barrier? His target is the stone core. The core contains a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. If you destroy it, all the energy will be released and break through the barrier. Mo Fan said it was their only chance. Ru Yuan wondered if they would hurt themselves too. Mo Fan replied that the explosion would break the seal, and at the same moment he would use a dash, otherwise they would not be well off. However, due to the instability of the energy, he would only be able to carry one person with him. In other words, 2 of his companions could probably die. Ru Yuan said she is the weakest, she should be left behind. Feng Hua said that her interlocutor is the only doctor, so Ru Yuan will go with the boss. She will also create a shield for a while, and afterward, together with this fight, they will get out of here. Mo Fan said that it sounded like a plan, so it means that they can survive. Feng Hua stated that then they are acting according to the plan. Mo Fan announced that he was starting and sent his sword to destroy the core. Bai burst into tears. Feng Hua stroked his head and told him that she would protect him. Zhao Mo but didn't count on that and asked, is his opponent really going to seriously do this? Mo Fan suggested that Zhao Mo should run away immediately if he wanted to save his life. Zhao Mo, realizing that he had to retreat, said that he would definitely still meet with Dishitian.
The core was damaged. A huge amount of internal energy was released. Our hero dragged Rui Yuan with him. They were rescued. The guy said the tunnel was blocked.
Mo Fan said that they had tricked the girl. Feng Hua knew that she would not survive this explosion. They said so that Rui Yuan would agree to leave. The girl was very upset and even cried. However, two silhouettes appeared from the pillar of dust, and someone said that there was no need to mourn the living. Feng Hua told her interlocutor that he didn't turn out so easily. She didn't think Bai would be able to make a leap. Mo Fan wondered, could this guy really do it too? Bai scratched the back of his head in surprise and said that he hadn't expected it to work. He added that he was smart. He can add and subtract in his head. Mo Fan pulled out his demonic sword and swung it in front of Bai. He shrieked in fear and jumped aside. Mo Fan called him a liar because jerk was his secret demonic technique. Only demons could master it. Where did he learn it? Bai admitted that this was the demon's ability, but why couldn't he borrow this trump card? Feng Hua said to Mo Fan to calm down. After all, this guy saved her life. They will get out of the city, then they will discuss everything. Suddenly, someone appeared in the tunnel and shouted in a menacing voice, had they destroyed the stone core and thought of escaping? Our heroes looked back. The head of the city appeared and said that while these wretches were distracting his attention, these rascals had infiltrated the city and destroyed the core. He would not forgive them for that. Mo Fan told the city leader to get out of here and pointed his demonic sword at him. The opponent activated his defense and repelled this attack. Mo Fan said that it was amazing blocking. He was even able to stop Tu Shan. However, the cave is about to collapse. We should all get out of here immediately. The city head said that he could handle this guy without much ability as well. He ran into and moved to attack Mo Fan. A melee ensued. Mo Fan shouted for everyone to move aside. The head of the city wondered, did this guy really think he was as strong as he was? Now he's going to smash him like a flapjack. Mo Fan said that his rival's words meant nothing because he was a worthless person. The town governor didn't understand. How could this guy be so strong? Bai said that this technique is hard qigong. He would like to learn it. Feng Hua said for this guy to shut his mouth or he would have to cut off his tongue. The town ruler began to retreat under the onslaught of his opponent. Feng Hua laughed and said that this boar was scared. Oh, the villain was still fighting back and shouting that he was not to be underestimated. Ru Yun said, this man's appearance is very intimidating. Obviously, he consumes a lot of supplements. His body composition has changed, making him look like an animal. The fist fight between these opponents was very aggressive. None of them wanted to retreat. However, no one had a clear advantage either. Tu Shan's sword imperceptibly became one with its master's hand. Mo Fan gave a powerful stabbing blow to the town leader's body with that hand. The guy said that he had found a weak point. The man cried out in pain. Where did he get a weak spot? After all, he had trained so hard to keep his body strong. Our hero's support group cheered. Mo Fan decided to use his muscle enhancement and sword sharpness together to pierce through his opponent. They have a good chance of winning. However, our hero's rival was not going to give up. He raised his huge fists high up and declared that now he would finally destroy this guy. However, nothing saved the town leader. Mo Fan continued to strike his opponent's body with great speed, like Neo from the Matrix. After dealing with the head of the city, Mo Fan turned to Bai and said that he would be next. Bai was frightened and said he didn't know what to do since he was just learning. Mo Fan grabbed Bai by the scruff of the neck and asked, does this guy really want to betray him? Bai said he's not Mo Fan, not a dog. Maybe the guy's just afraid of destroying an innocent man? Mo Fan thought that there was no truth in Bai's words. If he wasn't destroyed, they might run into trouble. Bai, startled, hid behind Feng Hua's back and said that he made the leap subconsciously. He doesn't know how it came out. Feng Hua said she couldn't protect him for long and that Bai should explain everything. Bai said that's right, he has amnesia. Feng Hua stated that if it is amnesia, then we need to address it. 3 minutes passed. She wondered why he had to lie down on the lap like that. Is she really going to cut everything out of his memory? Feng Hua told him not to move or she would cut off the extra. Feng Hua said that she would use the dragon skill magic chain research to restore his memory. His experience would be clearly shown to her. Bai said that it was costly. Feng Hua told Bai to hold his breath and not move, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The woman wanted to use the dragon skill to bring back her memory, but something went wrong. A strange swirl and lightning appeared in the sky. Feng Hua said, "This guy has not lost his memory, but it is blocked. It's impossible to enter the memory area. This kind of magic is available to few people." Mo Fan said that he wouldn't be able to help with his current strength. The opponent is above him in strength. Anyway, if there are too many secrets about this guy, it can work out to their advantage or against them. Mo Fan said that he didn't have time to take care of that as well for now. He had to wait for the memory to naturally return. Besides, they should leave this place as soon as possible. Mo Fan grabbed the town leader's leg and dragged him to the side. When asked by the girls what he was doing, the guy said that this person might still be useful to them. Mr. Bai thought that even dragons couldn't hide this seal. It seemed he could only count on himself. Mo Fan and his friends made their way to the surface. The city was enveloped in flames. The warriors searched for their commander. After the assault, he disappeared. Some of the defenders of the city saw their commander lying defeated and showing no signs of life. Everyone was frightened. Mo Fan appeared on the city wall and said that if the soldiers didn't want to die, they should lay down their arms and surrender. Otherwise, they would suffer the fate of the town governor. Tired and wounded on the battlefield, the warriors thought that they could not defeat such an opponent, for he had even defeated their town governor. In the end, the rebels won. The Dead Clan and the Demon Mask clan celebrated the victory. Thanks to the destruction of the town leader, they were able to break the will of the opponents. If not for that, many deaths would have been expected. Ru Yuan told her companion that she had invited people to search the entire city, but she didn't find Master Gu and Yun Qingyang. Mo Fan said that the wounded warriors should be quickly sent to the doctor. Teacher Gu seemed to have disappeared as well. Feng Hua said that we have to think of what to do next. She can sit idly by. The stone core was destroyed, and Gui Yuanzhen couldn't stay indifferent. There were two cities behind them. It was a fierce battle. The Iron League of 3 cities left Huanyuan City and Vatican City, and the 2 cities of Juhuafeng formed an interdependent triangle. At the Council of War, the question was asked, which city would Gui Yuanzong focus on defending? But this was something no one knew. Mo Fan asked which city the sect master had more contact with on weekdays. The Dead Clan elder said that the sect master Gui Yuanzong claimed that the real hidden shadow man had never left the headquarters. It was so mysterious that no one knew what he looked like. Zhao Mo, who was injured and wounded in the explosion, was struggling to move around the city. The young man thought that he must not make any more mistakes. At the Gui Yuanzong headquarters, the sect leader asked, when was it Shen Desong's dog's turn to point out his return to the Yuanzong? The head of the sect said that his master didn't belong there. He would be easier to destroy than crushing an ant. Zhao Mo said that it was because he was offended. He asked the sect head to hear him so that he could know his merit in destroying demons and heal him. When Mo Fan destroyed the stone core, the shockwave hit him and damaged his internal organs. The sect head wondered if he should sympathize with his interlocutor. The elder added that this fellow should go back and find his master. The guards pushed Zhao Mo outside the gate and told him to leave and not to come back. Their lord has no time to waste on this guy. The angry young man said that when his wounds were healed, he would come here for revenge. Suddenly, a messenger arrived swiftly in Hongyun City. He was interested in the city's Lord Ma. The messenger reported that the rebels had stormed the city of Ju the previous day and destroyed the stone core. The emperor urged the city to observe strict precautions and make no mistakes. The man said that he was 10 years older than the young master. However, the man looks arrogant. The head of the city, Mr. Ma Guobao, said the young people know nothing about martial arts. The city leader said he would go to the Vatican. His city had received intelligence. A battle is coming, and we need to support them. The mayor said the Almighty is on his side. He will fight the rebels until he wins. In front of the volcanic crater, he said to get rid of the disturbance, and then the winner would be rewarded. The town manager asked how much energy was left in the core. There was a plant inside the core, and it was all stored in the crater of an active volcano. The subordinate said that Tianxin grass is strong. Yesterday, they introduced 50% of the spiritual power in stone core, but it still can't be improved. Today, they have already injected 80%. The head said that, in that case, they should use everything. They should do it. The subordinate said that in such a case, the core might explode, and the consequences would be comparable to the Gui Yuanzong explosion. The subordinate said that by then, the elixir would be out, and the core of perfection would break through the realm of heaven and men. The city leader asked why the aide was afraid of him going back to Guyonzong. Wasn't there a stone core there? The head of the city said even if the elixir doesn't work, they'll say the core exploded due to negligence. This trick is perfect. The town manager looked up and saw bright dots approaching. He asked what could it be? It was our heroes. Mo Fan asked if the core of the rock was under the magma. Feng Hua said the perfect plan suddenly appeared, soared and destroyed everyone. Mo Fan said that if he charged his sword, he would be able to destroy the core with one blow. The town governor guessed that danger was approaching from above. Do those people really want to destroy the core? The attack on the core has been detected. The township supervisor said to organize a defense. Ru Yuan stated that they had been discovered. Feng Hua said with a smile that the enemies wouldn't be able to stop them. The town manager began to push his subordinates to defend the core. He said these men must act with lightning speed. The city head poured energy into his subordinate and increased his size several times. The warrior screamed in pain. Mofan said that one must behave with extreme caution so as not to be burned in the magma. Seeing the huge man approaching, Mofan said to spread out so that there would be no crowds. Mofan activated the defense against such large people flying past. The guy said that the enemy was using the body as an energy storage device to destroy them. Suddenly, Bai shouted that the girls had lost consciousness and rapidly began to sink straight into the volcano crater. Something urgent had to be done. Mo Fan, forgetting about the task and enemies, swiftly moved to rescue the girls. The ambient temperature was rising rapidly. A little more, and the girls would sink into the magma. There was only one way out. Our hero activated instantaneous movement, and once he was next to them, grabbed the girls by their waists. Before reaching the magma, Mo Fan abruptly changed his trajectory and brought his companions to solid ground. The three of them found themselves in close proximity to the town governor. The head of the city said that most of the forces had been sent to Brahma City, but the enemies had decided to attack it here. These young men are completely unfamiliar with the rules of martial arts. Suddenly, Mr. Bai appeared between the city head and our hero, who were holding the girls. He applied instantaneous movement. The man laughed and said that another willing victim had appeared. Bai said that if the head of the city wanted to get them, they should deal with him first. Mofan placed the girls at a safe distance and looked at Mr. Bai. He determined that his technique was based on Yin Jing. He is quite like a light hammer. Apparently there is no injury either, but the muscles and bones are damaged. The head of the city said this guy's a tech-savvy guy. As long as he doesn't interfere with his business, he can be free. Mofan said that in that case he apologized. After all, he was here to ruin the plans of the city leader. The town leader laughed and wanted to energetically attack our hero. However, the guy disappeared. The young man appeared elsewhere and said that he would see how the town governor would take his further actions. After all, he has a stone core to break. The man told the guy not to even think about it. Mofan thought that this town leader was quite strong. How can he be defeated now? The head of the city attacked our hero again. The young man managed to put his sword in front of him at the last moment and blocked his opponent's blow. It was hard for Mo Fan. The opponent's energy flowed directly into his body. The head of the city smiled. How dare this boy with such abilities dare to sneak attack his city? He should stop looking for trouble on his own head. Mo Fan was able to bounce back. The opponent asked, "Is this guy still able to jump?" Mo Fan said that he wanted to destroy the stone core first, and only then deal with the town leader. Apparently we should change our plans. Our hero channeled his inner energy right into the town manager. The man called Mo Fan a young fool. Does he really think that this heavy thing called a sword can hurt him even a little? He could block this sword with his bare hands. Mo Fan said that if the opponent overcomes strength with gentleness, then he would use the explosion to suppress that femininity. The town leader thought that it took him a great deal of time and effort before it became possible to make the elixir. The ultimate purpose of the stone core was to provide energy to the furnace, not to be destroyed for nothing. The attacking young man said that no one would stop him. If the old man stood in his way, he would die. Bai, who was sitting with the girls to the side, thought that as long as the elixir was perfect, could the stone core be passed down to them. Mo Fan fought against the city head with his sword. The fight was stronger than the previous ones. After a while, there was a dinner party at the ruler's estate. The city warmly welcomed Mo Fan and his group to get to know and lead their city. The city head laughed and said that the stream rushed to the Dragon King's temple and the family had no idea that the core had already been destroyed. The city head and Mo Fan drank and snacked together. Ru Yun said that she didn't understand why these people started calling each other brothers. Mo Fan said that his big brother was really lucky. He was able to find a beautiful treasure. And now that the elixir was in their hands, he wanted to express his sincere congratulations. The city head said that it was quite difficult to prepare the elixir. Infusing all the energy of the stone core might not work. It's really difficult. The city leader added that he is seriously worried about his younger brother. A drop in wind power would definitely raise the ruler's suspicion. Could the brother rush to the Vatican to hold off the Viceroy Lord? Once they join forces, they will become invincible. Mofan said that his big brother is not worried. They will do everything for the sake of their people. As long as he is able to help his big brother succeed, he will gain great advantages. The men looked into each other's eyes and each let a tear fall. This conversation turned out to be very sensual. Saying goodbye, the head of the city wished our hero a happy journey. Friends who understand each other, distance will only bring them closer together. After seeing Mofan off, the city leader told his subordinate that there was no more excitement. We should utilize the core's energy to its full potential and surpass the alchemy master. The servant said that exceeding the energy balance could destroy the core and attract the attention of the government. The head of the city, smiling, said that there was nothing to worry about now. A fool has appeared who will attract the attention of their monarch. As long as the elixir was available, he would send each of them on their final journey. Ru Yuan asked Mo Fan why he went to bed. The guy crouched under a tree and said that he was in no hurry. Our hero said he would sleep for 1 hour, then look into the Hunyan and get ready for an unforgettable show. It was festive and cheerful in Vatican City. A tall fountain stood in the middle of the city. A servant reported to the city lord that the bulk of the dead in spirits had suddenly disappeared 30 miles from the city. Maybe we should take a look around. The head of the city decided that something had to be done and soared upward right through the roof. The core stone of Hongyuan City was still resting in the crater of the volcano. The town manager laughed and drew that core to his hand. The subordinates congratulated the town governor on receiving the elixir. Soon he will ascend to heaven. Through the invisible barrier, our hero and his companions made observations. They saw that the elixir of immortality had already formed. When will the show they talked about begin? The core of the stone is completely depleted. It will not soon recover. Feng Hua asked Mofen, is he really waiting for the head to come and defeat him? By taking the elixir, Mo Gabao might be beyond the head of Gu Yuan. Would it make sense to take the elixir right now? Mofen said that they wouldn't make it in time and motioned for everyone to look up. It could be seen that there was another person on the approach. His star rapidly increased in size. A subordinate reported to the city head that the sect leader had arrived. Mo Gabao swallowed the elixir and said, the pathetic trash has arrived. If he came, good for him, but it was too late. The head said that the traitor who decided to appropriate the stone core was Mo Guobao. After saying that, an epic battle took place. Ru Yuan said that it was a genius move. Feng Hua said that it was rumored that the head only wore clothes, so he could not be seen. Mo Jiabao said he wanted the head to live a little longer. He didn't expect the head to want to die. For that matter, God would send him to the next world. The head wondered what kind of God he was talking about. Had his opponent lost his mind? Mo Gabao called the head an upstart and added that he dared not speak to God like that. He then attacked the head with energy balls. The head was actively repelling this attack. The balls fell down and exploded at the foot of the mountain. Feng Hua stated as she said, we should wait for this guy to absorb the elixir. It would be much harder to fight the opponent this time. Mo Fan noticed that his current level had actually increased. Sunlight appeared in the sky. Mo Gabao said that the gods were blessing him. Mo Fan noticed that he had become a god. Even the heavens opened their eyes to him. This is a good sign. Feng Hua said that it was the opposite of bad. Mo Fan noticed that the immortality elixir had a fatal flaw, and it was still far away from a true god. At this point, everything depended on the head of Guanzhong. The head asked, did his opponent really want to look at the clouds after destroying the core? He's definitely delusional. Mo Gabao said that this is divine grace. He has just become a god. Now he is the most important person in the whole world. Head Guanzhong said that he made a mistake when he put him as the city lord. Today, he will correct that mistake. Mo Gabao said that it was too presumptuous. Before ascending, he would first get rid of the chapter and cleanse his heart of years of hatred. Mo Gabao added that the pathetic little bug dared to fight back against him. He applied the divine palm of a celestial. Mo Gobao turned his attention to the fact that his opponent had disappeared. The man shouted that the majestic monarch was only capable of hiding. Was he afraid to fight one-on-one? Head Guanzong appeared from behind and poured his attack energy into his opponent. He applied the warp effect. However, after that, Mo Gaobao abruptly turned around and activated a rotation against his opponent.
Ruye Yuan asked, "What did Mo Jiabao do to the head?" His body abruptly started to rotate. Mo Fan said that Mo Jiabao had deliberately set himself up to trap the head and twist him. If it wasn't for the head's ingenuity and his superior control over his body, the outcome of the battle would have already been a foregone conclusion.
The head shook and fell to the ground. Mo Gaobao said that his opponent turned out to be a pathetic braggart and he had lost. The old man intended to strike one last decisive blow, but something went wrong. Mo Gaobao sobbed and blood flowed from his mouth. Our heroes wondered what the head had done to him. Mo Fan said that it wasn't the head. It was the elixir he absorbed that was poisonous. Tenxing herb is a treasure of the highest level. Legend has it that if you mix 80 different plants and take it, you can become immortal, but it is unknown if this is true. After this formula, the body starts to have an overabundance of qi energy, and then it leads to death. Ru Yuan said that her father studied magic plants, but he said he had never seen a Tianxing plant. Feng Hua said, "No wonder this person won't become a god." Mo Fan said he had never tasted the plant, but observed from the outside. The head said that Mo Gaobao turned out to be a fool. He became stronger after taking the fairy elixir, and he's suicidal. Bleeding, Mo Gaobao said that it was impossible. After all, the gods had blessed him. Suddenly, someone in the sky spoke Mo Gaobao's name. Mo Fan said that the gods had indeed come for him. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky. One of them said that Mo Gaobao was against the peaceful study of martial arts. He hoped to use the elixir to gain the power and strength of the gods. This is all unfortunate and disgusting. He begged me to help him. They said from above that the heavens would not allow him to become immortal. Mo Gaobao carried Kara and was torn into small shreds. Our heroes even squinted at the appearance of a bright flash. Mo Fan thought that such a horror could happen at any moment. Is this really the power of the gods? The giant crater was just around the corner. It still continued to emit elevated temperatures. Ru Yuan wondered if it was okay if they were so close. What if the head sees them? Bai said he couldn't see it. Maybe the head jumped into the hole. Mo Fan said that in case of danger, they would run away. Mo Fan pushed off and ran into the crater. The companions wondered where he was going. The most amazing property of the Tianxing herb is that it has the ability to clump together. After waiting so long and learning the strengths and weaknesses of the old chapter, it's time to pick up that weed. Mo Fan jumped out of the crater with the herb in his hand and said that it was now time for them to go to Vatican City. Rui Yuan asked why the guy needed the herb. After all, he wouldn't get stronger anyway. Mo Fan said that Mo Gaobao couldn't do it, but that didn't mean he couldn't do it either. Bai said that Mo Fan is his patron and that he doesn't want to break up. Mo Fan was trying to get away from Bai's pursuit. Ru Yuan told Feng Hua to hurry up because they were already leaving. Feng Hua thought that these rascals had imprisoned the deity in the mountains for many years. One day, the deity would reach the immortal realm and destroy them. There is a small estate 30 miles southwest of the Vatican in the woods at the foot of the mountains. The monster clan heads said that the Gai Yuan head's troops would soon reach Erlangen. The headmass said that they should retreat soon. Mo Fan and his tireless team are back. The head of the monster family rejoiced. It had only been one day and they had already returned with their mission accomplished. Mask asked if they had destroyed the city stone core. Mo Fan nodded affirmatively and said that they were now on their way to Vatican City. Mask said that the head of the Gaiwan had received news of their attack on the city, so he immediately sent out troops to defend the city. There is a big fight between them, but they are holding up well. There's more important information. According to the intelligence report, Gui Yuan left the Vatican unexpectedly last night. He returned at noon, but he looked wounded, so he returned to his headquarters. Ru Yan suggested that it was most likely because of that battle. Mo Fan noticed that, of the important people, only the city ENT remains. This is rare and a great opportunity. The head of the dead said that Lady Gyao, that was the name of the city lord, had average strength, and dealing with her would be easy. Mo Fan decided to seize the opportunity presented to him and sweep Vatican City of its enemies. The dead men in demonic masks must lead Guiyuan's units away from the city so that there is a chance to enter the city. The estate of the head of the Vatican City, the guards spent the evening discussing the events of the day before. Their comrades had been outside the city all day, but they hadn't even caught a shadow of the rebels. Looking out of hiding, Mofan said that according to the intelligence, the Vatican stone core is surrounded by a protective barrier, and only Mrs. Gi Yao has the key. We should split up and look for the town leader and meet in an hour. Our heroes scattered in different directions. Mofan said that Feng Hua followed him but kept his distance. Running past, Mofan looked back and thought that these bourgeois wouldn't live in such a shabby house. Seeing a rich manor house in the distance, the lad thought that the head of the town was definitely there. Mofan stealthily entered the manor grounds. The courtyard was empty. There were guards near the main doors. One guard said they might fly in if the mistress saw their clothes disheveled. Mofan stealthily passed these guards and got inside. He decided to interrogate the head of the city. It would be more effective. The doors in the room opened, and the head of the city appeared before our hero. Mofan pounced on the girl and knocked her to the floor. He told her not to say a word. The guy said he was warning her. She has to be quiet and not make any noise. Otherwise, he knows 100 ways to get her to behave. Mofan looked at the ancestor and thought that she wasn't afraid of him at all. Judging from the blush on her cheeks, she was even starting to fantasize about something. When the passion subsided, the girl asked, "Was the guy really looking for Miss Giao? She's not here." Having tied the girl to a chair, our hero continued the interrogation. He asked where the head of the city was. If the girl did not tell, he would hurt her. In response, the girl only laughed. The girl said it was up to the young man now. Will she tell him anything? Mofan thought that this girl had made crazy demands. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The captive asked what was the matter, or is she not good enough? Mofan said to his interlocutor without being too naive. He once had 3,000 women in his harem. Mofan thought that his ethics would never allow his goals to be put on the line for the sake of his own flesh. However, he didn't have much time. Our hero thought, what will be, will be. After all, he is in a very favorable position. He would have to sacrifice himself to a woman's embrace. Mofan told the girl that if she retracted her words after a moment, she would experience something that was much worse than death. The woman replied that she was all in anticipation. Mofan jumped with overexcitement and said that nothing could stop him now. In the courtyard, the girls and Bai met and exchanged impressions. No one was able to locate the town leader. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud scream. It was Mofan's voice. Had something happened to him? All three of them rushed toward the direction where the scream came from. The young men burst into the room and opened their mouths in surprise at what they saw. A half-naked girl stood in the middle of the room. Mofan was sitting on the floor with his backside facing the opposite direction from her. He was doing so at an accelerated pace. Ru Yuan inquired what happened. Did he really get hurt? Mofan stated that down there is, without lifting a finger up. Mofan said that the person in front of them was a transvestite. The girl replied that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Bai said it can't be. How could such a beautiful woman be a man? Feng Hua said she should make sure again. The guards rushed into the room saying that they had to protect the head of the city. Bai asked, was it really Mrs. Ge Yao in front of them? The town leader asked, they really want to destroy the core of the stone, don't they? If so, it all depends on this guy's behavior. Mofan put his fist forward and said that he was about to tear this guy into a British flag. Rui Wan slapped the transvestite and said, how did he dare to seduce Mofan? He should look at himself first. Ru Yuan couldn't calm down and continued beating her. Mofan grabbed the girl's hand and said that they should continue searching for the core stone. Bai thought that women can be terrible. Feng Hua said that a jealous woman is scarier than a wild beast. The guards near the door were just stunned. The mayor said if they don't want to do it the hard way, they'll do it the hard way. She added that she wanted them all to die. The town mistress ordered the guards to have the warriors break these uninvited guests for her. Mofan was forced to use his sword to defend his honor and dignity. Ge Yao was indignant. How dare they treat her subordinates like this? Mofan looked at the skirt-clad opponent and asked, doesn't he take no for an answer? Ge Yao swung her foot and gave a powerful kick to our hero. The guy flew upwards and fell to the floor with a clatter. The town leader said that he was real trash. Ru Yuan stood up for her boss and began to vigorously attack the man in the skirt. Mofan continued to lie on the floor. Feng Hua was holding back the onslaught of guards at this time. Ge Yao jumped on Mr. Bei's head with a scream. The landing was unfortunate. The young man bulged his eyes but didn't have time to say anything. Feng Hua said that it was just horrible. After a while, everyone in the room looked injured. Feng Hua, who looked the best, said that it was time to tell the location of the stone core. Gayao, saying that Madame would still come back and take revenge on them, ran out of the room. Feng Hua swept her gaze over this person and thought, how did this transvestite manage to rise to the head of the city? One of the servants showed the travelers the core stone of Vatican City. This was the purpose of the journey. Mo Fan thanked the servant and said that he had done well. Bai said that the core should belong to him. After all, he made the effort to chase away the head of the Vatican. Feng Hua said that Bai should wash his core first. Mo Fan said that they should hold off on destroying the core, or else they would disturb the old man's head. He seems to have figured out how to blow the place up. The head of Guanzong sat on his throne. Pleasant music was playing in the hall, and the girls in front of him were breakdancing. The head inquired, "There is nothing going on in the Vatican, is there?" A servant reported that the core stone was safe. The rebels have fled with their tails between their legs, and Lady Gayao is already collecting tribute. Suddenly, something very fast pierced through the roof and started flying around the hall. Head Guanzong jumped up from his seat. He realized what it could be. It was Tushan's sword. It struck the head in the heart. The head fell on his throne, defeated. The dancers scattered in all directions. The servants also left their master. The team of our heroes appeared in the room, and Feng Hua told no one to make any noise. Bai said that it came out quite easily. Mo Fan and Ru Yuan spectacularly appeared through the hole in the roof following the sword. One of the remaining guards begged not to be destroyed and was pardoned. Mo Fan retrieved the sword from the head's body and pointed it towards the servant. The guy said he had one question: where is the core of the stone? Suddenly, glass domes descended from above. Mo Fan managed to jump to the side. One dome descended on the spot where the guy had just stood. Underneath the other dome was Ru Yuan. Bai and Feng Hua were trapped in the same trap. There was no way to get out of there. Guyao, who appeared beside her, tried to peel the skin off her face. The woman said this guy turned out to be pretty fast. He didn't get caught after all. Mo Fan asked in surprise, was it her again? He added that he had never believed that it could be so simple. He was always prepared for any kind of trick. Bai said there's no point for the transvestite to attack them. After all, its head is already dead. Who is he going to fight for? Mo Fan said to Bai not to be stupid. This person is the real hidden shadow person, the head of Gu Yuan. Bai was horrified. Is Gay Yao really the real head? Feng Hua asked. Who then is the guy they just destroyed? Mo Fan replied that it was just a pawn to temporarily let dust in his eyes. He played his part in the play to the end. Gay Yao was secretly the ruler of the Vatican, so she could take it easy and keep everything under control. Gayao laughed and said that she had been hiding for many years and didn't even know many city lords by sight. I didn't think this guy would guess right away. This is decent for a former demon king. Mo Fan snatched his sword and said that he had pitied her and Mageo Bao for too long. They spread various rumors to trap them. Guess you planned to destroy them all at the Vatican, but she didn't expect things to go wrong. Bai advised our hero not to make the transvestite nervous. What's the worst that could happen? Gayo shouted towards Bai and said that she remembered that rascal. Right now, his blood would gush out along with his insides. The bike tried to hide from the looming threat and looked very frightened. Mo Fan didn't hesitate and unleashed his sword towards his main opponent. However, his blade was unable to break through the barrier.
Bai made a dash out of fear and broke out of the glass dome. Mo Fan turned to Bai and said that he should have used the dash earlier instead of taking the risk at the last minute. Bai replied that it was very dangerous.
Giao said that she wasn't sure if these maidens would have time to make a dash as well. She pointed at our hero's companions. Mo Fan decided to pretend to be a talented actor and asked Bai if he was saying that Madame Gayao was weak. The young men began to discuss Mrs. Gayao. Gayao shouted angrily that she was not weak at all. Gayao shouted in anger that this rascal was about to settle. Bai was very much frightened. Gayao decided to pounce on this guy and said that she would destroy him first. Mo Fan approached the dome that Ru Yuan was under and said, "There is a profit from this guy after all." Attracting the attention of enemies was clearly his calling. After Ru Yuan was free, our hero came to Feng Hua's rescue. The woman said it was time to release her, and this Bai is about to be finished. Gayao said, since this guy freed himself, then she would let her play with him to her heart's content. Bai shouted apprehensively for her to play with other people, but not him. Mo Fan said that he hadn't seen such a refined technique in a long time. The range of her attack is very high. This guy will not be easy to defeat. Gayao thanked and said that her opponent wasn't easy to defeat either. Mofan and Ge Yao looked into each other's eyes and decided to fight one-on-one. Mofan thought he had a chance, and with sword in hand, he rushed forward to attack. However, his opponent had activated the space warp, and the sword couldn't even touch her. Mofan, moving to the other side, could not understand what was going on. Ge Yao said that this guy couldn't survive. Mofan decided to release his inner ki. Those watching from outside saw a huge explosion. As the smoke and bright flames spread, it was unclear who had survived. Ge Yao jumped aside and thought, is this blade really capable of self-destruction? Her body is unable to defend itself from the blast. And while there's time, it's time to use that technique. Ge Yao opened her eyes and saw a sword approaching in front of her. After that, a powerful explosion sounded. After the explosion, when the smoke cleared, Ge Yao was still unharmed. The girls in the bay in the protective dome were watching carefully. They were interested in who would win. Ge Yao was very angry. That guy had undermined everything again. She shouted that she was going to finish him off now. Mofan thought that it wouldn't be easy to do that. Mofan thought that he had already used up half of the chi he had stored in that shan. He can't attack indefinitely. He only has 30% of his strength left. Our hero thought he needed to take his opponent down with a single punch. Ge Yao noticed that the opponent was attacking again. She said that she would not let him do it again. Mofan said he was sick of it. Does she really want to stop that shan? Our hero thrust his sword into the protective structure with all his might. Stabbing his sword into the defense, Mofan completely destroyed it. The shards scattered in different directions. He looked inside and saw that Ge Yao was no longer there. Mofan looked up and saw that Ge Yao and her clones were everywhere. The town leader said that the young man was not the only one with such skills. Although she is not very fast, but it is enough to finish him off. Bai thought, did this transvestite really study such techniques? Feng Hua said that this person was using the power of the mind to move around like this. Ge Yao, crouched in one place, asked her opponent if he was trying to catch her. If he succeeded, she would do whatever he wanted. Mofan waved his sword and said that he wasn't interested in people like her. Ge Yao frowned. At the same moment, our hero was immobilized. The support group was surprised. Why did Mofan stop? Mofan really didn't move. The guy said that he understood everything. Ge Yao distracted him to discreetly set a trap. From all sides, the young man was entangled by thin, long threads. Ge Yao laughed and said that this guy was too late to realize it. Now these threads are everywhere. I wonder how he'll get out of it. Ruyuan shouted loudly for the guy to not move in the slightest. Gianzong's real key was a silk array that had been lost many years ago. When she fought against Magua Bao, he watched without interfering. Unexpectedly, she was so stubborn that she didn't use this power until the last. Ge Yao continued to laugh and told the guy to look at his leg. The town councilwoman added that she learned it from Shen Mu. Ge Yao ironically remarked that this was the end of Emperor Di Shitian. She would break every bone in his body. Ge Yao held the ends of the threads in her hand, meaning she could control them. Ruyan closed her eyes in fear and cried out. Bai shouted, did she really break the boss's bones? Ge Yao continued to laugh. She added that she never thought that the head of the demons, Emperor Di Shitian, would die like this. However, she didn't have to laugh for long. Our hero suddenly disappeared. A hole in the ground appeared where he had been standing. Mofan actually managed to escape in time. Ge Yao angrily said that her opponent was underestimating her. How could he break the true key thread array and escape? At the place of escape, near the hole in the ground, there was a pool of blood. Ru Yuan said that the guy's left arm was injured. Bai suggested running away immediately. Ge Yao was ready to lash out in anger. She raised her hands up and shouted threateningly for everyone to get out of here. Mr. Bai and the girls were really frightened. On all sides, huge pillars were growing out of the ground. Mofan suddenly appeared and told his friends to hold on to him tightly. His left arm was indeed partially severed. Ge Xiao angrily shouted for no one to try to escape. The transvestite was furious and serious. Gayo decided that she would get all these people under control as soon as possible. How did they try to escape from here? Ru Yuan saw the guy's injury and said that she would stop the bleeding now. Mofan said that they shouldn't stay here. They should get out right now. Bai held a glowing sphere in his hand and asked if it was like Juhua Fencheng's stone core. Feng Hua replied that they were not so unlucky. After following this path, they would be able to find the last stone core. Bai said that the question was which path they were going to take. Feng Hua asked him not to touch her. Looking deep into the tunnel, Mofan said that he felt like they should take this path. This path beckons him. After a few minutes among our heroes in the tunnel was no more. However, an opening appeared at the top of the tunnel. Gao descended into the tunnel through this opening and was surprised to notice that these people actually went this way. Gao sent her demonic beast after the fleeing monsters. The three monsters rushed in pursuit. Our heroes ran away with all their legs. Rong Yuan said that she could see 3 circles of obstacles ahead. In order to overcome the obstacle, Mo Fan sent Tu Shan's sword ahead of him. However, the sword crashed into the obstacle and made it clear that there was no puncture. In an attempt to prevent her opponents from escaping, Gao decided to influence the dragon's scales. Feng Hua sprang into action. The woman was trying to use her inner resources to crack the defense. She tensed up and shouted for this obstacle to open. Ceasing her efforts, Feng Hua said that this thing was very powerful. Although her true Qi is no longer what it used to be, her dragon scale armor is the strongest defense against heavenly thunder.
The talking sword said that in front of them were a trio of ghostly obstacles of ancient gods guarding the tomb. They would repel any attack and bring it back double in size. Feng Hua noticed that the ancient gods' plan had died long ago, and with it the secret of the formation was lost. How could it have appeared in the Guiyuan clan?
Mo Fan speculated that town manager Ge Yu found the tomb of the ancient gods and stole the formation. She is the only one who can break it. Looking deep into the tunnel where they came from, Mo Fan said that something was approaching them. Bai saw the glowing eyes and said that the creature frightened him. When the creature ran closer, Bai shouted that it was a black dog. Mo Fan declared that it was a hellhound. Although these animals are fragile, they are extremely agile, and true Qi will be sucked out if the dog can bite them. It is necessary to stop him. Sword Tu Shan said for the humans to leave this matter to him. He resolutely rushed forward to attack the demonic dogs. Feng Hua told everyone to get ready to fight. Mo Fan said that they would fight shoulder to shoulder. Ru Yuan adopted a fighting stance and said that she wouldn't make any mistakes. Mo Fan asked the girl, did she really learn self-defense in school? Ru Yuan replied that she would actually use simple defense techniques. Sword Tu Shan asked a strange question. He wondered why the demon lord always brought a bottle of fuel with him. This fuel is often helpful. Ge Yao, who appeared beside her, wondered, were these little rascals really scared of her 3 ghostly obstacles? The sword in her hand said that if it hadn't run out of true Qi, Ge Yao wouldn't have been able to catch it. The town leader said that they still had a lot of time to play around. Mo Fan said that they are not going to give up. This is all he can think about. A lot will depend on Rui Yuan now. The girl used her school skills to create an earth wall and said that she could handle the dark hellhound, but she couldn't stop Ge Yao. Mo Fan said that she doesn't want the girl to stop her. She wants Ge Yao to be destroyed.